Alright. Cool. Let's get started here then. I now have something set up. Yeah, so I've been messing around. Remember the cloud thing we were looking at the other day? So I actually grabbed it. We can look at graphical comparisons later, but like we can go mess around with that because I do have it on now. Oh, congrats on getting the A6, man. But yeah, I'm messing around with the cloud one that we looked at. But yeah, rip. I mean, you can at least get the box. Hey, at least you can get the box, you know? You could at least get the box. The Matrix box, yeah? Why'd you buy the Matrix box first? It makes no sense, man. You always buy the Matrix box after, not beforehand. Weird, man. I know, but like, you should have still, like, considered afterwards, not beforehand. Alright. But yeah, my alt is not running in the emulator right now. My alt is now running in the cloud version. Cause like, remember how we were looking at it the other day, right? The thing, right? So I ended up grabbing the thing to try it. This is the one that's like 90 euros a year, I think it is. So we can go like mess around with that to see how well it works. The latency on it honestly seems fine. Like, it's only slightly worse than playing it natively for me. Oh, I went to the wrong artificial island on my alt. So like, latency is actually pretty good. But like, here's the weird downside, right? You need like a really decent enough internet download speed for it. Because like it goes at 80 megabits per second. The actual like download speed for like the streaming is 80. No, like the ping I have to the server is like 30 milliseconds. And then the thing for ToF, it adds a little bit more latency in there. But honestly, considering in some areas I get spikes around 60 milliseconds, like just where I live, it's honestly, I would say acceptable. It's like, in some cases, I won't even notice the difference. Because it's like about the same. Yeah, I know. It's just that the latency for me to the server, and then the extra latency from that server to get to the ToF thing, it's so small that sometimes in some areas, when I'm playing normally locally, I have the same latency. So like, it's what I'd call acceptable, the latency. It's acceptable. But like, no, like, so the video requirement, right? The streaming requirement, to get it to like stream at full quality, 80 megabits per second is their stream output. 80 megabits. 80 megabits. That's the downside. I have gigabits, so that's not a problem for me. But, yeah. 80 megabits is like the thing here. Right, that's the downside. 80 megabits. Send the stream with, you know, what? Who said what? I like bad. But yeah, so I'm probably gonna end up using this for like, what's it called again? Multi-boxing. I was looking at some of the other games on there, but yeah. Huffman YUV, oh, that one, that lossless compression. I'm not sure what they're using for their compression stuff, because it's like proprietary. Yeah, I mean, I can do gigabit, but that's like maxing out my bandwidth. That said though, like, it looks pretty decent, because like, what it's doing is it's running the game at 4K. Right? AMD renders the image output though slightly different than NVIDIA. It's a little bit worse. Cause like what I can do is using the in-game screenshot tool from Steam, right? I can just take a screenshot of the game and then compare it to like a screenshot of like of the game on my other computer, like on my actual computer rendering it. It handles some of the lighting a little bit differently for like for the thing there. I was able to get rid of some of the weird effect that AMD puts on their thing, but like some of the like it's the saturation or something, it's like a little bit different with like AMD's rendering thing. I haven't used like a higher end AMD card in like 10 years or something as like my main graphics card in like at least 10 years, maybe if not longer. So it's like I didn't know exactly how much different the image output would look, cause like, yeah, some of the way they work, they'll output stuff a little bit differently sometimes. The last time we had like games looking exactly the same on both end was like what, from like HD 7970 era all the way up until what, up until I think Vega, right? The same side with the comparable NVIDIA card where they would look about the same. Like in terms of just the image output, if you take like you compare the screenshots. Like and like how they handle bloom and stuff. It's not the case anymore. It looks a bit different on the AMD side versus NVIDIA, how they're handling it. DisplayPort. No. I use DisplayPort. Right? But yeah, hi L Darkstar. The thing is though, like, unless you know what to look for, you probably won't notice the difference. Like, here's the thing, right? I'm using, like, it's an older monitor, right? But it was, like, one of the higher-end, like, color-calibrated displays. For, like, a 4K display as my main display. Right? Because, like, when I bought it, it was, like, 400-something Canadian on clearance at Canada Computers. And I had it, like, shipped to me or whatever. This was like, it was an AOC monitor that like was discontinued or whatever, and they were selling it on clearance. They had at Canada Computers. I bought it about 10 years ago or so. I think it was like, yeah, something like that. Right? It's like, it doesn't have like HDR support obviously, because this is like before that time. But like, the 4K monitor I'm using. But like, yeah, it's just, it looks slightly different. And I can try to like manually change the visual settings in the actual cloud software to up the contrast, but I can't get it to like completely match. I can't get it to like match how it should look, or like what I'm expecting it to look like. I can get close enough at least. So like it's still, you know, pretty acceptable, I'd say. Yeah, and I mean mine is just set to like the maximum thing there, but like yeah. Yeah, cause like I can try to set it to yeah, it's just like they handle things a bit differently. The problem is like trying to get it to like, yeah, I had to mess around with the contrast and saturation. For some reason I had to like add an extra to try to get it close. An extra 15% to the contrast. Instead of it being at 1, I had to set it to 1.15. And it was like similar. And then I had to like adjust the saturation a bit to like 0.9. And that's like the closest I could get. I can like, I'll post a screenshot in a bit.
Awaiting command.
It's not quite as close to the NVIDIA render though. No, my display, my monitor is outputting at it's like set to 444 10-bit, and there's like a couple other things. I forgot what it was. But like I had it, like I never touched it after like my initial setup there. Like, it's like I put it on the maximum settings there. It's not a high refresh rate display. And it's connected, I think it's HDMI 1.2. Not HDMI 1.2, DisplayPort 1.2. Not HDMI. It has like, this thing has the HDMI ports on my monitor is 1.4. It's like old HDMI. But like, I don't use HDMI, I only use DisplayPort. Right, hi Zenmeister. But yeah. I'm like messing around with the cloud thing. This is the Boosteroid one, not the Nvidia Cloud one. I think GeForce Now is still down, but they're working on getting it up. But the one that I put it in, I'm like, okay, let's just see how it is. Cause like the latency is good enough that I could probably keep playing on it, no problem. Like the price is decent too, so. It's basically what similar to the more expensive tier from GeForce Now, except I'm paying like half the price of it. That said, I'm not gonna get as good ray tracing because, you know, it's using an AMD card instead of an Nvidia card. But yeah, having to set it to 16235 did really bad because on contrast. Yeah, no, I just have it set to like the default setting here that's like calibrated on my display. And like that's one of the benefits though of like buying like a professional display rather than like a regular one, because like the default settings are going to be like very neutral and not like throwing all the random crap to it. Of course, they're generally a lot more expensive unless you can get lucky and find one on like clearance or something. But those are usually like the exception rather than the rule. Right? Because you're not normally just gonna find new old stock of a discontinued display at your like your local shop. Right? Like that doesn't really happen. You can't use Divine Arrival on Artificial Island. This mode of Artificial Island, interesting. It won't let you use Divine Arrival.
Target eliminated.
Interesting. Oh yeah, there's a jetpack macro thing for Void Piercer, not Void Piercer, for Antoria too, but it's slower than Claudia. It's also slower than the Alice version of that macro. But that's neat that it exists. You can do a jetpack launch macro with Antoria as well. Yeah, I know, it is what it is, right? Nothing is truly perfect. But like, yeah.
Awaiting command.
I mean, I'm not gonna find like a better looking display than what I'm using at a reasonable price if I ever want to get a new monitor. Because like, I just got lucky that they even like were like trying to get rid of the model in the shop and got it for like a good price all the way back then.
Target eliminated.
Alright. Grab this, and then but yeah, latency is like actually pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's low enough that like, you know, in most situations you won't really notice it. But yeah. Alright, Yeah, sure. Let me just create a thing for my part thing. I have to do my dailies too after. Time to see Flame getting healing perk at A5 again. I mean, that's like everyone, man. Everyone gets some sort of defensive perk at A5 at this point. The like hasn't it been that way? Like everything recently is just defensive perk is A5. Right? A Void Piercer is what? Like Void Piercer A5. What is this? Gets a shield. Right? Freaking Gray Fox. What you get A5. It's except for like Meryl, like the past couple units, everything just been a defensive perk at A5. Here we go. Wait, no, that's A3. Where's A5? That's A6. I think this is A5. Yeah, A5 is increases healing. And then gives you a cheat death. Yeah, that's A5 for Gray Fox. It's just more healing and cheat death. Like even if we go to Roslyn, A5 is what? Oh, this is A6. Oh, here's A5. Increases the duration of Icebound. Attack reduction effect. It just makes it so the attack reduction is increased to 10%. The debuff on the target, and it lasts a bit longer. No, A5 as well is also defensive. It reduces enemies' attack. Right? Let's see, what else? We look at Entoria, for example. What's Entoria A5? Applies delay here. Restores HP and applies delay debuff. Same thing Acerada, right? Claudia as well. A5 on Claudia isn't damage. It's defensive buff. Self-healing. Acerada, again. This is what? You get a shield. Right? And then, like, we can go even further, you know? Let's say we had, what else we're missing? Anka from this patch. Or, like, the last couple, right? Look at this. They deal 25% less, damage, when they're disoriented to you. Right? You reduce their damage multiplier by 25% with, disorient on Anka A5. Meryl is the only exception of the recent units that actually gives you damage at A5. Which is the only one. It's like all the others, like GU, right? We go back to GU as well. Right? Where's GU? Down here. GU is also defensive. What's this? Reduce damage taken and you get a cheat death. Plotty. Right? From the beginning of that year as well. Right? Wait, no, that's A6. You're A5. It triggers a bit sooner when you get the healing. Little passive thing for the healing. Right there. Yeah, we can go further. Yanuo. What's Yanuo A5? Okay, no, Yanuo does not. Yanuo has the collapse effect. Never mind. Brevi is the other thing. What was Brevi's? Here we go. Brevi. It was the coordinated attack thingy in the force wave. It's a boost. That's Brevi's A5. That's A6 down there. What else? Oscar. Oscar A5 is purely defensive. Every one stack of Vengeance consumed regenerates the AT field by 9%. Ray as well. What was Ray's A5? Oh wait, no, Ray's A5 was you get the special energy increase. Ray, it made Ray, like, not Pepega to use in rotation. But yeah. Alright, let's do join up. Make sure you buy your shit from the Artificial Island shop, man. If you haven't done it yet, make sure you buy your stuff. Nice. Definitely upgrade for that one. I think I can do that with like old ass frost comp though. I can probably match your damage with an old frost comp from a year and a half ago. I probably can. Because of gear. Oh god damn it. You're too slow to keep moving, so my ult stopped moving. But yeah. Cloud version though, works pretty nicely. The latency is low enough that you won't really care.
I can't be wrong. It was you. Ah, my sweetheart. I will avenge you.
My guess is like the physical data center location that I'm connecting to isn't like too far away from where the NA servers for ToF are. They're probably super close. It's probably why like the latency is barely noticeable. But yeah, I think this one does look better than it probably will look on the Nvidia GeForce Now one. Because like GeForce Now forces you to have it in full screen and you can't do other things to the window. You don't have as much control to like the visual like output of the thing. So like in situations where some of the stuff like the effects and stuff aren't as crazy, like the Nvidia card difference probably won't be as impactful. Alright. Yeah, and I can actually switch between both of my windows pretty nice and quickly now. Which is great.
Can't be wrong. It was you. Ah, my sweetheart. I will avenge you.
Yep. Nice and cleared. if you're gonna use it for if your goal is to do damage, then sure. I mean, it depends on what your goal is, man. Right? The thing is, like, in the end of the day, like, it just depends on what your goals are and what you're trying to do. Actually, here, let me go take a good screenshot difference to show you guys. Yeah. I'm gonna just take a picture of like the Mia's kitchen thing. And then I can like just show you guys a nice example. The window size does not matter, but let me just save it here. Alright, here we go. Right, so we see this, right? Here's what they look like visually. So this is what it looks like rendering on my computer now, right? I'm doing Final X's, right? Here's the cloud one. The cloud window's a bit smaller, but like you can still see it looks different. Right? You can kind of see, ignore the size, like the physical size. You can kind of tell immediately just by looking at Mia. And like how it's handling the thing here. Glad you like my model, but yeah. So it looks like this, right? This is how it looks like on the thing there. I had to increase that one. Oh, that's because I increased it. That's because I increased it drastically even further. I had to like manually increase it to try to get close to it. Well, here is what it would normally look like. Neutral. So if I was to do it, set it to all to 1:1. Let me go do that one sec. I'll take another screenshot of everything at 1:1. Right, so give me a moment, and then let me grab the correct window here. Alright, here we go. Let me take a screenshot. And this is where I'm like, it really looks off. You might not be able to see it too well with the stream compression, but here, let me open it. So again, this is what it's supposed to look like, right? And this is what it looks like there. It's a bit... Yeah. Yeah, I had to like do stuff to it. Right? I improved it to look like this one. I had to change things to get it to look like that. Otherwise, it just looks like this. This one? I wouldn't say it looks more vibrant. The colors are a bit off here. Yeah, this looks worse. You mean this one? It looks better now because I changed a bunch of stuff to it. The problem is you can see that stuff is now more exaggerated here. Right? This is after I made the changes. Right? This is the before. Wait, not the... For some reason, as well, there's this weird blooming. There's a weird blooming thing on the light here that isn't supposed to be quite like that. But yeah. Yeah, this is like after I made some changes to it to try to make it look better. Right? I had to like change it to look like this. I improved how it looks though. But yeah. The gameplay experience is very usable. Right? You're gonna have to like tweak it a little bit to like fix it up. If you wanna like fix it up there, but like, hey, if you wanted to play 4K 120, maxed out without ray tracing, it works, but like it's not like the cheapest thing out there, right? Cause like here's the thing, right? This is the one I'm testing it on. Right? Because I wanted something for multi-boxing. I just grabbed this real quick to just see if I'm going to keep it. I'm probably going to keep it. So I'm going to switch it to this one afterwards. I'm going to like change it to this thing later. But yeah. I'm not using frame generation. There is ray tracing support. Because the specs is a 7900 XT. So like, I'm basically renting a machine that would have the 9070 XT performance, whatever. For what's like 90 euros is the price there. And I'm not paying any taxes on that one. So like, the pricing is like not bad, to be honest. I think it's because you can't see it as much. You can't tell from a stream as easily. If you had them right in front of you, it'd be easier to tell. And the thing is, you're looking at it through a stream, which is getting more compressed. And it's not even just that, man. Right? Let me see. 9070 XT. How much is it gonna cost? Let's go Canada Computers, for example. Because like the reality is, do they even have pricing yet? For Canada. 9070 XT is gonna be 700 Canadian. Oh wait, no. Never mind. Yeah, so it's gonna be around 1,000 Canadian. 700 US. Around 700 US or about 1,000 Canadian. Right? And then, how much am I paying for cloud? It's like... that's 90 euro to CAD. So this is how much I'd be paying a year. Right? And like, this is the thing, man. And that's just like the graphics card not dealing with power stuff. Right? 135. Right, 135. You know, we'll say 136. Right, is like the year. This is Canadian, right? 1,000. Divide that by 136. That's that's almost what? That's almost 7.5 years. And like the reality is with like the pricing on this stuff, right? It's like, if you don't need it that badly, right? It's like, for some of this, it's like, what you could do is use the cloud, play it for a bit, right? Even like a year, 2 years. And then maybe the third year after, just look on the used market and just buy the graphics card for like bargain basement pricing. when like people are getting rid of it. So the GPU I'm running right now is a 3070. I wasn't gonna buy the AMD card regardless. The reality is when I upgrade my GPU, I'm just gonna have to get I'm probably just gonna get the 5070 Ti at the end of the year when like everything's dealt with. Like that's probably what I'm gonna end up buying anyways. Because of like the actual shit I need the freaking GPU to do. And this is just me testing the cloud, on cloud, like the cloud service. Like this thing. This cloud one. Because the price is good. It's like decent enough. This is like, if I look on GeForce now, it's basically the AMD equivalent of using, because this is like the free tier. If I go upgrade, where's the pricing? Let me just click a game and let me just see if we can find the pricing.
Showtime! Everyone's raving about the best Sonic movie yet.
Oh crap. If I go here, click join now. It's basically this, right? I'm basically paying what? This is only for 6 months. I'm basically paying half as much as the GeForce Ultimate for like better quality. Not better quality, but like, yeah. This is GeForce Ultimate the 4080, right? But this one is the 7900 XT. This is 135 a year. This one is 140 a year. Not 140. 280 a year. Right? This is 6 months. 280 a year is this one. This one is just under 140 a year. It's like 136, right? Is the comparison we're doing. And this one seems to work pretty decently. Latency is fine for this one. Right. Like, I guess this thing probably has more CPU cores virtually. I don't know. I'm not sure how many is on boosteroids. But like, it's not like you need that many CPU cores. How much? I think they're probably giving us 8 cores or something. They're using Epic CPUs at this point. Oh, they changed it to Epic Zen 4, right? I think they're using thing. Alright, how many they have here? It just says they're using Epic Zen 4 cores. I'm probably guessing they're giving us 8. Because, like, it's basically the same price as this one. But, like, we're getting performance like this one if you don't need ray tracing. If you don't need the ray tracing, like, it's basically this, but with worse ray tracing. For the price of this. Well, here's the thing, man. For what I need to do, what I'm, like, doing regularly, the 5070 the 9070 XT is too expensive. Because the reality is I'm gonna have to run a second graphics card that's either gonna be Intel or Nvidia at the same time. So I'll need to get a bigger power supply. I'll have to also buy the Nvidia card or an Intel graphics card anyways for encoding. So like, for me personally, for me to even consider buying a 9070 XT, they would have to price it under 400 US. I think it was. Or is it like under 400 to 450 US? Because I'm still gonna have to buy another card anyways. Especially with how pathetic their encoder is. Yeah, you're trying to like output 1080 and it's gonna do some weird 1082 or something resolution and shit. And you have to do all these weird hacky workarounds and stuff that end up wasting more time. And like their current on their previous gen video encoding stuff, like they're trying to use a higher more difficult encoding thing to get away with the fact that like their bitrate issues, when like an old NVIDIA X264 encoder from like 8 years ago is giving comparable performance in terms of image output. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna get a freaking AMD card for that. I mean, the reality is when you're trying to output it in real time, you're basically doing hacky workarounds to actually get it to output in real time, man. Same time, I'm doing multiple simultaneous, like, streams output, man. Like, I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm sending out 2 video streams out, not 1. Okay? Like, I'm also, like, having 2 going out, not 1. But, yeah. Like, keep in mind as well, man. The way they're streaming the cloud thing to my machine, I need 80 megabits per second in download to get the quality output. Like, it's streaming at an 80 megabits per second, man. That's how inefficient their encoder is. It's super inefficient that they need to, like, have it, like, sent out at a crazy high bitrate just to be decent, right? The fact that it's using 80 megabits per second, man. Keep in mind, the Twitch stream that you're seeing at 1080p 60 output on your screen, I'm streaming in that at just under 8,000 kilobits per second, okay? I basically, like, have to use 10 times the bitrate. Not 10 times. Yeah, like, yeah, it's about 10 times the bitrate. Yeah, and that's the thing. If I have to use 10 times the bitrate on the AMD card, which I cannot even output because there's a cap on both YouTube and Twitch streams. Also, I would need even more upload bandwidth to be able to keep that up and keep it stable, because I need to double it because I'm sending 2 out. Yeah, but keep in mind, right? And you can already see you can already pick some differences apart from the screenshot I gave you. But the point is, like, the amount of extra bandwidth I would need. Like, yeah, it's not gonna be lossless. But, like, the NVIDIA, not the NVIDIA, the AMD card is just not even an option, man. Oh, actually, wait, no, I think I know a better comparison for screenshot. A menu. Like, an actual menu here. And you can look at how different the menu looks. Let me just line up the windows so I can take a good screenshot. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. And they're yeah, like, and that's the thing. And I need those to, like, actually work. And the fact that they're trying to use AV1 as a crutch and it doesn't even work properly. It's like, it's a complete non-starter. Because I need it to actually work. The fact that I would have to just get a freaking Intel graphics card or another NVIDIA card to do that. And then I have to do a hacky workaround in, like, setting up OBS so that, like, I play the game on one card, but then have OBS render everything on another just to do that. It's ridiculous. I know how to do it, but, like, I would have to power 2 graphics cards. Yeah, right? So, like, this is what it looks like on my machine, right? Here's what it looks like there. You can clearly tell now that some of the colors are definitely not being outputted as it should. It's a bit more exaggerated with that one. It's supposed to look like this, but it looks like this. This is the modified version. I'll do unmodified. Let me pull up unmodified. Where was that one? And you can tell it still looks exaggerated. Like, it's exaggerated. It's a bit off. Here. So this is the unmodified version. This is what it's supposed to look like. And this is what it looks like here. There's like extra weird blooming. You can see. And like it's doing something weird with the color saturation. It's a lot easier to see in a menu than in a picture. But that's what the output looks like. This is what happens when I don't modify it. I had to modify it and it looks a bit better. But obviously it's not gonna look quite the same as what it's supposed to look like. Yeah. For some reason my output is this. This is the it is unmodified. Right, so the menu looks a little bit different. I don't know, this is on the cloud GPU. I probably have to play with it more to like get it to look a bit better, but honestly it's fine enough right now. I need something for multi-boxing, and you know, this is still, it's good enough. Some people might like it looking like that with the extra Best Buy TV syndrome. Hey, you know what? Maybe you like Best Buy TV syndrome. That's what I'm gonna call it. I call it Best Buy TV syndrome. Some people like Best Buy TV syndrome for some reason. For people who like Best Buy TV syndrome, I mean, out of the box, it looks good. It looks good for people who like Best Buy TV syndrome, right? It has Best Buy TV syndrome out of the box. It's exactly what you think it is. It's when the display. It's when you walk into Best Buy, you look at the TVs on display, and you see like everything is like all exaggerated and everything. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. But like, yeah, Best Buy TV syndrome. It's when you walk into a Best Buy and you see the TVs, and the TVs are all doing weird shit. I call it Best Buy TV syndrome. Right? But yeah, I mean, the cloud one seems to be working decently well, though, at least performance-wise. I don't really see ghosting or anything on there. There is some banding, but like, if you're having the game output at 4K, then downscale it back to fit in the 1080p window, you're not really gonna notice it at all. Just move the colors. I don't know, man. Alright, time to do dailies. It works, though. I'll probably try, like, other games on it if I want to play some other games but don't feel like downloading them. I'll probably end up using the cloud to play those, too. It's just that, like, with ToF, it's like, I know what to expect. And I know exactly what I'm looking for. Because, like, I'm so used to looking at it after, like, all this time, that it does, like... I do notice it and I'm very aware of it, but if I go play a game I've never played before and I just play it through the cloud thing or something, I probably won't care. I think it's also like what makes it more obvious though is like my monitor. if I was using like a TV, like one of your TVs or whatever, or like my phone, or like just the average computer monitor that people would buy, I wouldn't probably be able to tell. I probably wouldn't tell. But it's just like the fact that I'm using like such a high-end monitor for what it is, at least in terms of like color accuracy and everything. It's a lot easier to tell on my end because of that. But yeah, I don't know. Like the thing is though, it's not like it's not like unexpected to see the graphics cards drawing things a little bit differently, because the reality is in the past, right? Early 2000s, or even before my time, before I was born, and like in the 90s and stuff like that, when you had like 3DFX, you had like the Voodoo cards, you had like the early GeForce cards and stuff like that. Back when like yeah, ATI and the other whatever the other one was, and that I don't remember the name of, that I remember hearing about some in some like retro thing. Anyways, they would all render the same game differently, right? They all had like different things, like you also had like the Collide API and all that stuff. And that was like common. A lot of the games would look differently or whatever 3D stuff depending on which vendor you had. It's just that in the 2000s, right? Like the late 2000s to like mid 2010s, early to mid 2010s, basically everything looked the same, regardless of if you bought an AMD or an Nvidia card. Like the actual, like if you just took a screenshot, right? If it was able to draw the image and you took a screenshot on both, you wouldn't notice a difference, right? But like, we're back at them like actually looking different again. Especially now with like, you have like FSR and DLSS upscaling stuff, right? How some of them like will handle some forms of anti-aliasing a little bit differently again too. Right, and then there's like the whole ray tracing stuff. We're back at that weird thing where like, yeah, they will look a bit different. Right. But also like some of these cards will like, just physically work a bit differently. I don't know how many of you guys have ever actually tried to, let's say, play the Unleashed project, for example, in the original PC port of Sonic Generations. Cause like if you ever like tried, you would know there. The thing is like completely broken on like newer graphics cards. Anything from like, I think it's either the 900 or 10 series from Nvidia or newer. The same on the AMD front. Like the mod is like physically broken, and you had to do weird hacky workarounds to get the stuff to display properly. Thankfully though, we have the actual recompilation mod for not mod, but like the recompilation of Unleashed now. So if anyone ever wants to like play the Unleashed stages, they can just play that instead. But like part of that problem is because like the guy who made Unleashed project never like bothered to like update the mod for the original Sonic Generations. So it's like broken on just a bunch of cards. A bunch of newer cards. Oh, that team is full? Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, you have a good night. Oh yeah, hey, at least the cloud thing works. It works pretty nicely. So... I can probably do some other stuff to the image output to like clean it up a bit more, but... I'm overall okay with what it has there. But like, yeah, I mean, if you looked at it like just blindly, you probably wouldn't notice. Oh wait, still need to kill some trash mobs on my ult. Patrol droids. Is there anything else I need? Oh yeah. The gap here though. That's quite the gap. Alright, indoor zone. And then I gotta move my ult to the thingy. Oh yeah, I should probably double check the artificial island shop on my ult. And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver. Alright. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I'll keep you guys updated though on like the cloud thing. If I can get it to like look better. Right, because like the menu makes it obvious that like the cloud version is doing something to the image. Like it makes it obvious. Yeah, it's obvious even through stream compression, yeah. It is what it is. But like, for the most part, you're probably not gonna end up caring. Most people probably don't even know. It's just that once you have it side by side, or you've like used the thing long enough that you know exactly what it's supposed to look like, you will just see it immediately. Right? And that's kind of like the situation we're in. Yeah, even the Windows desktop, yeah. I notice it very easily. Right? I notice latency stuff too, very easily as well. So like, the latency is fine. For ToF anyways. For ToF, the latency is fine. For like me, because it's about similar. You'll see that it became blue. Yeah, it's like the color is just a bit off, right? It's just a little bit off, and then you're just wondering why it's a little bit off, and not looking the way you're expecting it to look like. But other than that, right? It runs very, very smoothly. Right? I don't have the paid tier of the Nvidia GeForce Now to compare it to, but the GeForce Now thing does not seem worth it at all for how much more it's going to cost. For basically the actually no, the GeForce Now is a bit worse because you're forced in full screen. You can't change the settings after the fact. So like, if you like tinkering it, I would say this is better than GeForce Now. But yeah, you have your old Nvidia 3070 laptop and your new 7900 XTX system compare. They look basically identical. I mean, the thing is, are you putting them on the same monitor output? Are you looking at them through the same display? Because, you know, if you're just looking at your laptop screen and then you're looking at your other thing, right? You have to look at it the same monitor output. I mean, there might be something slightly different, but yeah. Yeah, obviously though, you can't use DLSS on the AMD card because the game does not support FSR. But yeah, A/B output back and forth. I see. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that just goes to show, man. Even with like the exorbitantly high bitrate that they have to give, right, to output the thing, right? That just goes to show if you have like even with that bitrate, it doesn't save AMD. You didn't calibrate them, but use the same profile. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think it's also just that, right? Even with the super high bitrate, you can't save the AMD one for encoding. You can't save it, man. Even with the bitrate. What I will say though is like the stream that you're watching isn't even graphics card encoded right now. I have it set to CPU encoding right now. Yeah, I mean, like, and this is the thing, right? This is why I'm like... Yeah, I slept fine. Yes. Well, it's not that. I'm talking about, like... Because, like, here's the thing. When I'm making video stuff, and I'm rendering a video and I'm exporting it, I'm not gonna freaking send it through my CPU encoder. Because, like, for some of the videos when I'm actually doing that, right, I'm not gonna wait, like, 10,000 hours, man, for a video export to do it all on CPU encoding. That's like that's like insane, right? I'm gonna send it through a GPU encoding, and then like okay, so I go and edit a video, I cut it apart, and I do the uploads and stuff like that when I go send things out, right? And then I see. Like, I'm not gonna want to send the freaking AMD output where it's like Papega, right? I'm not gonna send the freaking the Papega AMD export, right? Especially when I'm like uploading the stuff and sending it across. Unless you're dumb enough to own a 128 core EPYC system. I wouldn't say that's dumb if you're using it for what you should be using it for. Also, they have 192 cores now on like the top end EPYC CPUs. They also support dual socket boards, so you can have you can have 384, right? You can have 384 cores. Itera, welcome, welcome. Right, so you can technically have 384 cores. Yeah, 384 cores, 768 threads. Let's go. Even though in reality you're gonna be thread limited to 256 on like everything. You can go and play Bad Apple on Task Manager. You have so many threads, so you might as well. Hey, you have a 768 pixel display in Task Manager with all of those threads. You see Moon release? Yeah. I mean, I was literally playing it, Tara, man. I played it last night on stream. I even sent it to you. That's before Muda even made a video. I saw that in my recommendations, though. Oh yeah, he made a video on the fact that the decompilation project. But yeah, cloud version, decent. Not the most amazing thing ever, but for the price and everything, you could probably like tinker with it a bit to fix it up, but yeah. It works. Oh yeah, wait. I didn't do that thing? That guy over there, what the fuck? Why is my mouse being weird again now? I mean, yeah. But like, here's the thing as well with the cloud stuff, right? If you think about it this way, right? When you look at the used market and how much stuff will like slowly fall in price over time as well, It's like short term to then just get like using the cloud service for like a year or 2 years, and then just buying a higher tier card for like cheaper than what you would originally spend after that point on like a previous gen card. You're probably gonna get a way better experience for the money in that sense at this point. We already like went over like even game consoles are too expensive for the thing. To the point where like even cloud streaming for consoles is more cost effective. We went over the math on that the other day. They're like priced too high, even though they're sold at a loss. Because the cloud service are priced even better. I have 12 threads to spare. Yeah, I'm using 16 threads for the encode, and then the rest is just for the rest of my system. Right. It's nice. Like the multi-CCD one. I'm at 45% CPU utilization. Or so. Wait, I can pull up Task Manager here. Wait, I think. Wait, no, I have to just take a screenshot of Task Manager to send you guys. If you wanted to see it. You know, I could probably run the Unleashed decompiled thing on integrated graphics. On the integrated graphics, because of like how easy it is to run. Alright, here we go. Yeah. This is my CPU utilization graph in Task Manager. Right. Basically, it's this. The 16 threads down here is just the streaming code. This is just streaming coding only. Right? And I'm sending a streaming code to YouTube and Twitch as a separate thing, like entirely. The game is up here. The tracking as well. And all my other stuff is all on this CCD. Right? So like my tracking for my model to do all the calculations for that. And to calculate jiggle physics and stuff, that's all over here. Air physics too. That's all being handled on the tops on this one. Right? And the game. Right? The game obviously doesn't consume that much CPU anyways. But yeah, I'm like using all of that there. Right? But then like OBS exclusively gets these 16 threads. That's how I have my stuff set up. Exclusively. I give them the full 16 threads there. But yeah. Honestly though, like I wonder if like Infinity Nikki will get added to the cloud thing here. If they add Infinity Nikki on it, I'd actually use it to play it there instead. Honestly. I'm curious. Does it have it? What games does it have? Like what other games do they have on here? Because I know they have some other gachas. Like, I know they have, like, ZZZ and shit. Yeah, they have Zenless there. They have Star Rail there. They have Genshin. Apparently it's under maintenance, though. What else do they have? They don't have Wuwa here. No Wawa. No Infinity Nikki. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd use this for Infinity Nikki if I could. Just because, like, how much of a pain it is to sometimes deal with the thing. Wait, for whatever reason, the threads are, like, the first one, that one, and that one. Makes no sense of how they're organized? What do you mean? That's always how the thing is. You know why they say they count it with 0 and it's like that? 0 to 15? It's like a legacy thing. Yeah, no diaper game, yes. They don't have that here. Honestly, yeah, at one point when I eventually play through Cyberpunk because I have it, I'll probably just do it on the cloud one. I'll probably just play Cyberpunk on the cloud. Because, yeah. It hasn't, like, loaded all the games I have on here on Steam, but a decent amount of them are already, like, automatically detected. So that's cool. Right. And then encoding on that one, you're not splitting by CCD. I mean, like, I literally just use process lasso to split everything by CCD. Yeah, I'm not gonna, like, here's the thing, right? Yeah, it's because the second one, the every other thread is the hyperthread. Here's the thing, though. That's the same thing on Intel CPUs with hyperthreading. If you had, let's say, an i7, 14900K, your first, I think, how many, performance cores do you have? But it'd be performance core, the hyperthread, performance core, the hyperthread, until you get through all your performance cores, and then after that, it would be your efficiency cores. Wait, they changed it to that? Last time I had an Intel CPU, it wasn't that way. The last time I had an Intel CPU was like, was the 6th gen. Was like Skylake. And it was still core, hyperthread, core, hyperthread. Back when I had a Skylake system. This was like a long time ago though. Right? Yeah, I remember, like, 6th gen and prior to that was all like that. Yeah, cause like, no, like, my living room PC is still on, like, an older Intel platform as well. It's on, it's on Sandy Bridge E. Like, my living room PC is on Sandy Bridge E. Like, the PC I have in the living room, it's still on Sandy Bridge E. Like, old Intel platform. And it was set up that way, too. The old work PC had i7 7700. Oh. I don't know then. Well, I mean, it makes sense though, like, how it's set up that way on the AMD CPUs at least. It kinda does. But yeah, same thread. For 0 to 3, the first 4 cores? Really? I don't know, man. It's not like it matters that much with, like, these lower core count CPUs. The lower, older ones, it's like you needed the things anyways. Nowadays, it's like we have so many threads that, like, yeah. But, like, you know, it's not like I'm losing anything for keeping on hyper-threading. I could turn it off, but, like, I don't see a reason to. Yeah, you split by CCD, yeah, you're actually gonna do 0 to 7. But yeah, one group and do that one. I mean, the thing is, Process Lasso knows exactly what to do. It is weird sometimes now that you thought, yeah, you mentioned that with the differences there, but like, it's fine. I'd say. Alright, what was posted in Reacts? Oh boy, there's like a couple. Fuck Bad Apple on Task Manager, let's go. Sure. Here, let me close ToF. We don't need ToF open right now anymore. All in Task Manager. Quite a way to stress your CPU. What a way. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is fake. No way this is real. What is this A10 7800? What in the fail dozer is this? No, look at the CPU model number too. The fuck is this fail dozer CPU? I mean, I know you can spoof your CPU in a virtual machine, but like this is kind of ridiculous way to do it. He made virtual machine with 1024 cores just to do this. I mean, obviously this is fake, but yeah, definitely something, I guess. Still neat, but like. Just to do it in Task Manager. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah. Doctors be like, damn, memory is dead. Everyone, Task Manager is boring. Task Manager Windows 11. The Madline made the different summary videos like, yeah. If you get the guide on this procedure, great tutorial. POV using Ryzen 9 Threadripper. Ryzen 9 and neither Ryzen 9 nor will Threadripper have enough threads for this. You gotta fake it, obviously. Yeah, feeding the data live through the controller inputs in an emulator. Yeah. Oh yeah. But there we go. Right, that's cool. Right, then I was sent what the hell these videos. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 videos, and then I saw this one about MMOs. You know what? We might as well watch the MMO video first. We'll do MMO video first.
Mum says it's my turn to make the RMMOs dying video this month.
Oh
Hello,
boy.
I'm Josh Drivehayes. I make videos about MMORPGs. Unfortunately, because the player base of MMOs tends to be slightly older and slightly more jaded, one of the most
Alright, let's see. Wait. What stuff has he played?
It's difficult for me to say.
What MMOs has he looked at? Worst MMO ever. Oh boy, he's looking at all sorts. Right. Look at all of these. Wait, we went so far back, I don't think he ever covered ToF. Maybe someone should make him cover it for the lulz. Yep, it's never been covered here. He never looked at it, this guy. Interesting. Alright.
Popular types of videos in this genre is the RMMOs dying video. We seem to get
MMO bite and the picture doesn't even have an MMO here, man. The fucking god sticks over here. This picture doesn't even have an MMO on it. It even has been tried it. He played it for like a month and then he stopped. Or something.
Get one every few months. It's
He went further than most people.
usually a similar flavour of doom and gloom and pining for the past and missing the days gone by. Now, everything has been discussed, from nostalgia to the economic climate the early games released into, the early novelty of online chat rooms, the rise of pay-to-win mechanics, too many MMOs cannibalising the rather finite player base, kids preferring faster-paced matchmaking games, group finders replacing overworld community focus with digital waiting rooms. Most angles of MMO change have already been.
Yep. A lot of stuff just ends up being just digital wait rooms. Barely any, like, actual shit for groups to do out in the world, man. In a lot of these games now. It's kind of funny and sad.
Many creators.
Now, these creators are talented, passionate, and knowledgeable people. They're not wrong with their critiques of how the genre has changed.
I'm just being Sumeru here. Yeah, then you play Sumeru and it's just shit. God, man. Like, if Genshin went back, man, it actually made the thing I wanted to play. Fucking Sumeru was so bad. But, like, hey, remember, with a lot of these people that like, the actual quality doesn't matter. Well, the only thing that matters is what they perceive it as.
And the way we experience MMOs and the dominance they once had over the online landscape has definitely changed from birth to now. We're not in high school anymore. Those endless late nights of guild runs on TeamSpeak are a memory. Most of us have responsibilities, but I don't think it's nostalgia to blame, and I don't think the genre is dying. You need only look at the success of the World of Warcraft OnlyFans guild drama and its stranglehold on livestream fails, or the constant push for Ashes of Creation, or the return of the player base every time Final Fantasy XIV has an expansion. People actively want these types of games to exist. They want to play them. But one angle I'd like to consider in relation to the modern MMO's decline and their launch is audience expectations of what kind of experience a new MMO will give them in relation to the experience they've had in an old one.
Audience expectations of what this genre is and what games launching into it need to provide from day one are becoming unrealistic. I think we're reaching a theoretical stagnation point, and we now go through cycles of player base burnout, meaning expansion into other games, and then contraction back into the main successful few. With each cycle of burnout, expansion, and contraction killing off the smaller games that cannot survive, consolidating the player base, which means while new, smaller games within the genre are dying, the genre itself is fine, if concentrated. So let's discuss that. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive.
Not just
more information on how you
but
can support at the end. For
hyper-concentrated.
now, let's begin. Now, unfortunately, many deeply enfranchised and sometimes unhinged MMO players assume critique of their favourite game is critique of them. This leads to them sending rather hate-filled...
Except, here's the thing. It's not, this doesn't just apply to MMOs, right? Gee, where do we see this all the time? If not even worse than where you would see it there. Where do we see that type of behavior all the time? Where do we see it? Right? Where do we see it all the time? I wonder.
Messages, so unfortunately I need to preface this video now. Critique of a game you like isn't critique of you, and complaints against a game you have made part of your personality for some reason isn't a complaint against you. We will see later how creating deep-rooted emotional bonds to a game, essentially validating your physical self through your virtual identity, is absolutely a thing hardcore players do, and many MMOs encourage, but it is also remarkably unhealthy and sometimes even dangerous. Now, for player expectations, context is key here. We need to set a baseline with what normal non-MMO games do, how the player relates to them and enjoys them, and then how all genres change over time anyway, before adding in the absurd development time and costs now associated with MMOs, the curse of the forever game. How many MMOs rely on creating a connection to community over gameplay, and then linking it together to explain MMO stagnation.
This means we'll be layering understanding of one concept onto understanding of another to get a more complete grip of what's actually happening, but bear with me, I'll break it all down into bite-sized chunks and it will make sense. So let's start with the most basic early video game business model. Here's the classical gaming release, the idealized 5 steps. A company has an idea for a game, so raises some money and makes the best possible game they can. That's important. People then buy it and play it. They complete it, then they move on and play another game. That's an essential step. But the final step is if a player wants to return and play the game again, they can. Nothing will have changed, sometimes stuff gets added. Your life situation and the involvement of others will of course have changed from the first time you played it to now, but the game experience itself will not. That won't have changed too much at all. Now, I've simplified this to an absurd degree, but each step in this classical idealistic process actually has a rather strong benefit to the player.
The company raises money and makes the game, and once it's made, that's kind of it. The game releases, yes, you'll have marketing and maybe some support staff, but it's usually money invested, game made, investment recouped by selling the game and the game being good. So there's a rather vested interest in the game being good because the quality of the game will become the main income point. Better games tend to sell more. Microtransactions come later. For now, the sale of the game is the main income. People buy the game, usually a one-time purchase, then they own the game. They can play it on any console which can run it or install it on several computers. If it's on their shelf, it's theirs. Play at your own pace. The simplicity of this is beautiful. There's no fear of missing out, no time-limited offers, no pressure to finish within a month. It's your game. Play it when you like. And call me archaic, but I quite like this system. Then the player completes the game. The game has a story arc, a beginning, a mechanical or narrative interesting middle bit, and then a satisfying ending. Loose ends are tied up. The credits roll. The art is over. It doesn't need to drag on for the sake of dragging on. It is exactly as long as it needs to be to keep the quality as high as it can. Then, and this is important, players move on and play other games. The game wants a set amount of your time, it will give you a set experience, and once you've had that experience, off you go. Experience other games. Enjoy variety. The key point is the game doesn't benefit from keeping you around any longer because it can't gain any more money out of you. It's not harmed if you go and play other games. And if you do want to return to this game in the future, that's fine too, like reading a favourite old book or watching a favourite old film. Stability can be nice. Sometimes nostalgia even holds up. I have a whole second channel about reviewing older games through a modern lens. I've even discovered some games I've never played that I now really enjoy. That's the classical ideal of making a video game. But MMOs sort of changed this formula, refining it, and not for the better, because it shares a lot in similarity with a casino. You can't really map the steps of normal game design onto an MMO because they are both trying to gain different things.
And then you have gachas, which are literal casinos.
From the players. It's no longer about being a good game as much as it is about being a good enough game, which holds an...
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the reality. Is they're not good games, they're good enough for whoever is there. They're not good games, they are bad games. They just also happen to be good enough. And that's the takeaway there. Good enough. Right? Because at the end of the day, you're just dealing with compromises in a lot of them. Are they good? No. But are they... Instead, it's... Are they good enough? Right? Good enough. That's what they are. Good enough.
An online community, and then the connections the players form to the experience as a whole keeps them around. They become citizens and heroes of a virtual world, with all the emotional investment and parasocial attachment that brings. They're not just people playing a game they'll move on from. They are customers and denizens of your online virtual reality, and will stay that way for as long as you can keep them there. The initial sales of an MMO are no longer the primary income source for the game, and this has a knock-on effect on just about everything. First off, the money needed to make a new MMO is just astronomical. Players expect a new game to release with a similar amount of content to other already established games, which is simply unrealistic. If
Very
another game has been out
unrealistic.
for 10 years, it has had 10 years worth of growth. A new game will not. But players keep demanding it, and companies keep trying to develop it, and development costs go up and up and up, which means they have a vested interest in gaining more and more and more money from you. This leads to a situation where you don't just buy it and play it. You buy it, subscribe to it, and possibly buy the additional battle pass, or in-game premium currency, or cosmetics, or physical collector's edition with exclusive in-game stuff. And now each of these things could be a video unto itself. But the biggest effect of MMO design is in the next two steps. You don't complete it, because MMOs aren't designed to be completed. In fact, the complete opposite. And the few players who do manage to hit the completion of a game, such as achieving a completionist cape in RuneScape or every single achievement in WoW, are heralded as masters of the game. It is an event because it is not expected. But doing this comes at a cost to you personally. Most notably, how you will not have time to play other games.
You won't have time for literally anything. That's the other thing too.
To this level. There's a scene in the TV show NCIS, a show famous for trying to add the most ridiculous computer things ever, where a detective meets a video game player and recognizes her as the person who has the highest score in almost every online game ever. This firmly cements the show in the no idea how games work territory, but it also reinforces how that's just not possible. And completing an MMO is a lifelong goal. Guild Wars 1 has gods walking amongst mere mortals, an incredibly demanding title, and you're unlikely to meet someone who has that title, and a RuneScape completionist cape, and every WoW achievement, and every Guild Wars 2 achievement, and every Elder Scrolls Online achievement, because those achievements have surpassed what we would consider traditional video game achievements and are encroaching onto the professional of a hobby area. But it's highly likely you could meet someone who has completed and platinumed every Tomb Raider game, because the design and the time demands of the games are different. Those games don't benefit from keeping you around once you have seen everything they have to offer. MMOs do. So from a company's point of view, the ideal MMO player picks a game and sticks with it, because an addicted player, an enfranchised player, has the potential to become a whale, a high-spending individual. We've looked...
And then you see how some of them are structured, they'll
before
you
how
out
whale
for
hunting
as
is
much
a
time as
gaming
possible.
science, with so many MMOs incentivized to add more content, more challenges, more stuff, just to keep those whales on their game. Which tracks, because the kind of person who is going to get deeply involved into an MMORPG is often the kind of player who enjoys having a lot of content to experience. And if content is then king, older games have the crown. Because older MMO games have an absolute ton of content by virtue of simply being around longer and having more time to add stuff. The original EverQuest, as of this video, has 31 full expansions. If a new MMO released an expansion every 6 months, it wouldn't catch up in 15 years. Now, this amount of content takes years to make and should not be expected straight out of the gate, but it has been normalized as expected. And this is where audience expectations comes in, because what an MMO player often wants, years of content and fleshed out endgame, is not provided by newer games as much as older games, simply because they haven't got to that point yet. Consider what different players want. Some want graphics, some want combat, some want PvP, some want epic storylines, fantasy, sci-fi, some want deep mechanics. But what a player wants will change genre to genre, game to game. Is there any through line that almost every player shares? Well, let's take another genre to have a look at an example. Real-time strategy, one of my favorites. Build up an army, go and attack somebody else. Now, in my experience, people who enjoy these games place greater emphasis on gameplay and mechanics over graphics or narrative. You may feel different, I'm just going off what I've experienced over the years. Because the real-time strategy player tends to have a focus on mechanical complexity and balance, older games which have had longer to add stuff and refine their gameplay simply provide what the player base of this genre wants better. Age of Empires 4 is fine, but many prefer Age of Empires 2 simply because of how...
MMO2 grinding is why people quit. Here's the problem though, the gacha games have the same problem too. And the other thing too is, here's the problem, right? You go play Final Fantasy 14. What is Final Fantasy 14? Right, it's a single player game with a waiting room to have to play with other people to go do your raid. Right? Otherwise, everything else in there is completely single player. Right? The main stuff, it's a single player game first. Right? So what's the end result there, right? You had all the like the grinding and stuff like that in some of these. Same thing with like how WoW has slowly become as well. A lot of like the stuff in like the newer stuff in WoW. At least back when I saw it, like when I was playing it, right? I think it was like really prominent when they started doing. I think it was in the Pandaland expansion where they would start to put players in separate phasing more and more. And then like in Legion as well, with like you had like the class, the Order Hall campaign and stuff like that. I did play through some of that before I quit, and there's a couple other things, and they kept adding more similar stuff to that, where it's basically exclusively single player, with the other stuff added on top, right? And they've been like making more and more of those. That for some people they end up not seeing the MMO part in some of them as well, because they're basically just, for a lot of that stuff, is just completely isolated and alone, right? But then they also forget the rest of the game there. But yeah, some of them just end up becoming way too grindy. But the thing is, a lot of these gachas are just as bad, if not worse. Cause like, here's the thing, man. Let's say I played World of Warcraft back in the day, right? Let's say I was doing doing a raid. Let's say I was doing the Onyxia's Lair, right? Yeah, let's say we're playing Wrath of Lich King version of Onyxia's Lair when they remade it. And I'm a paladin. Let's say I'm a paladin, and I wanted the Judgment helmet to drop, right? Because it's my best in slot for my set or whatever, right? So like the reality is how you would play it is you would grab people to go do the raid every week, right? You go in with your guild or your pug of friends or whatever, to go do the raid. You go clear the raid, you kill the boss, you check, did it drop the helmet? Did you get it? Did it drop it? Yes or no? If yes, then you go to however you're distributing loot, right? If it, like, you're gonna roll for it, or there's like a priority list or whatever, and if you get it, great, you're done. You now have the thing you wanted, and you can move on, right? That's basically how the stuff is in a lot of those older MMOs, right? But then, like, you didn't have to keep repeating it, and you eventually got to an end there. Keep that in mind. You go look at something, let's say, Genshin Impact gear drop from artifacts, right? So you go do your domain. Let's say you need you need to get your artifacts, right? So now when you clear it, right, you go spend your 20 resin or whatever, and it drops like your 2 gold artifacts, right? First it has to roll which of the 2 sets is it going to be. Okay? Makes sense, right? Next, it has to then roll, okay, what slot is it? So there are 5 different slot types. Okay. Next, it has to roll what is the main stat on that. Unless it's a feather or a flower, which will always have the same, a very specific one, it will then have to look at the table of what stat it's going to roll, right? So let's say it's a goblet. Goblets can have attack percent, HP percent, def percent, and then it can have every single elemental damage bonus type in the goblet slot, right? But then, like, if it was a sans, it would have, instead of the elemental damage types, you would have the option of getting, as well. Oh, wait, no, all of them would also have elemental mastery, right? With the damage bonus one on the goblet, I believe. But then, like, sans, instead, you would get rid of all the elemental damage bonus types, and instead, it would also add in an option for it to roll energy recharge, right? And then for the, I think it was the, what was this other slot that could have crit on it? It would instead have crit stats, crit or crit damage instead there, right? So you would roll for that, right? Whatever your probability is for that. Then it would roll how many substats does it have? Does it start with 3 substats or does it start with 4? Right? Okay, let's say you get 4 substats. Great. Now, with the 4 substats, what are the individual substats? Is it flat attack? Is it attack percent? Is it flat HP? Is it HP percent? Is it defense percent? Is it flat defense? Is it elemental mastery? Is it energy recharge? Is it critical rate percent? Is it critical damage percent? And then you have to do that 4 times over because there's 4 of them. Same time, each of those substats have a stat roll range, and there's 4 possible values. So then that goes even further on the RNG. And then, every time you upgrade the artifact after that, at every +5 levels, one of those stats will increase randomly of those substats there, and they will then do another RNG roll of 1 of 4, and then another RNG roll of 1 of 4, to get the substat that gets increased, and then the range it's increased by. And you do that every 5 levels up until you get to plus 20, right? Was it 4 or plus? Was it every plus 4? Was it no? It was every plus 4, right? You had it at plus 4. You had plus 8. You had it at plus 16, and then at plus 20. All right. Wait, no, there was also plus 12. Yeah, right. And that's all the RNG in there, right? You have that much. You go look at Wuthering Waves instead, right? Okay, so you have to go kill the enemy, whatever. Does it drop an echo? What set is the echo? Right? You have to roll between that. What is the main stat on that echo, right? If you got that one, right? And then when you're enhancing it with the tuners, right? You're then doing what is the substat roll from an even larger list of pool of substats, and then you're rolling from an even wider range of substat rolls than just 4 with what you have in Genshin, and you're repeating that 5 times over. Right? Like, you end up with, like, worse RNG and echoes in Wuwa than you have in, the terrible stuff in artifacts in Genshin, right? And, like, you have a lot of that. Compared to just, did the boss drop the equipment you wanted? If it did, you're great. You're good. You move on. And you're done. But in there, it's literally basically an endless grind. Because the reality is, mathematically, like, the probability behind this is to get the theoretical best possible artifact drop, assuming they don't power creep the set, which we've already seen both Wuthering Waves and Genshin has been power creeping artifacts every once in a while. They release a new set to farm, so we've already seen them power creep them, so you would have to redo the grind again. But the point is, though, like, even within then, you're more likely to go win the lottery, and several times more likely at that, to win a multi-million-dollar lottery jackpot than you are to actually be finished farming one piece of artifact and get the best, theoretical best possible artifact or echo. Right? And this is why at some point you gotta call it quits, because the reality is, it's an endless fucking grind. It's an endless grind. Because you're never going to get it. It's not as bad with the rolling ranges in ToF, because at least it's just, do you get a high roll or not, and, like, within the bracket there, and that's it. And you're not rolling against that many more stats, but it's still pretty terrible. Yeah, like, here's the reality though, man. I'm more likely to go buy a lottery ticket and win, like, $50 million than I am to ever get the best possible gear drop, like, probability-wise. If you bought a lottery ticket every single time you were rolling gear in these games, you probably would have won the lottery multiple times over. If you got one every single time you bought a ticket, every single time you rolled gear. You, like, if you just got it, like, literal, like, lottery tickets given to you for free, you'd be a multi-millionaire. Maybe even a billionaire. Because of just how low the actual probability is. And, like, they basically trick you with the dopamine hit, because you're basically going after a slot machine every time you're getting the RNG roll for your gear. And, like, keep that in mind, compared to a lot of, like, the way older stuff did it, where it just dropped. And if you got the drop, you move on with your life. Right? You actually eventually could finish. Right? And this is how they stall you for longer. Right? They do that to stall you for a lot longer. But yeah. They do it to stall you for longer. Right? And people don't realize that. You're being, like, farmed that way.
many player mods it has, how many armies, the units. It provides the experience the player base want from this genre. Even though it's older, Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 hit that balance of action and tactics in a way which Command & Conquer 4 missed, showing that newer doesn't always mean better. Newer means different, and sometimes that difference is not an improvement. Companies may realize, hey, we've not had a real-time strategy game in a while. Then, instead of looking at what real-time strategy players actually want in a game, they look at what modern gaming is as a whole, then try and force that kind of audience into a vaguely real-time strategy-shaped game. Then they wonder why their newer game doesn't appeal to an established older player base. If what your core audience want is already being delivered to them, what is going to make them come to your game? And
Exactly. And that's the thing, right? It's like, if they already got what they want, what are you gonna do to make them come over? Right? And this is like the problem there with some of these clones, man. Right? And why, like, it's not gonna work. And why you shouldn't always just keep comparing to the other things that way. If you're you know, you're not gonna be able to bring them over that way, because they're not gonna look at it. Most people are not gonna look at it and care.
and stay if it doesn't deliver that. Now, nostalgia is absolutely a factor in this, of course, but going in depth on that psychological draw is a whole different video. So let's just agree nostalgia is a factor in deciding what game to play, but audience expectation is the focus here.
To circle back to MMOs, we then need to ask, what does an MMO player want? And this varies. Some want combat, some want narrative, some want PvP, some want fantasy Eastern style graphics, some want grounded Western style, some want pay to win, others don't. The wants of each MMO player are of course different. But there's one thing, one narrative thread, a through line that almost every MMO player does want, one thing we agree on. We all want a massive game. It's right. Right there in the first M of the acronym. We want loads of stuff. Years of content, a second world to live in. The dedicated MMO player doesn't want to blitz through a game in 10 hours, 100 hours, maybe even 1,000 hours. They want a single game they can treat as an alternate reality, a hobby. And it's this combination of player investment, burnout, and expectations for what the game can give, which leads to this inevitable cycle.
A player finds an MMORPG game they like. They invest in it, play it for weeks, months, or years, sink a load of their free time into it, and the nature of MMO design encourages this. It facilitates it. It releases more content, more grinds, more long-term goals. And this is great. The mechanics of the game may not be the greatest, but the mechanics are secondary to the experience as a whole. Because the player has formed friendships, bonds, guilds, they've become known within the community. The game becomes more than a game to them. It becomes a home. But eventually, the design of endless grind will cause a player to burn out and fancy a change, if only for a little bit. As lovely as home is, we all like a holiday. And so they swap games. But on average, studies have shown they only swap games for a bit before coming home. Much like a holiday, it's not permanent. They will try a new game, and suddenly they're not part of the established community already. They are a new player. They have no emotional investment in this new game they try, which means the mechanics of that game, instead of being secondary as they were in their home, are now the focus.
Yeah, and the thing is, this doesn't just apply to MMOs, right? And then you have weird people trying to, like, freaking no-life Genshin for some reason and Woo or whatever, and make it their entire personality when, like, it's just never gonna work. Right? And then you have them going crazy and fighting each other over that stuff. Right? Like, that's just the reality.
On their holiday. And they question, is this fun to play without friends? Is it a good game without all of the supporting lifestyle and connections that we've made? Does it stand up
And they're not even playing an MMO. And there are, like, dumbasses in there who actually think they're playing an MMO because they probably never played one before. And then they don't understand that. Right? The thing is, if they want to get people to keep playing this stuff endlessly and do stuff for longer, maybe they need to, like, take a step back and look at what has worked and why they have worked. Right? This is why, like, to some extent, I do think whether you like GTA or not, right? There's a good reason why people keep hyping up GTA 6 and have been doing it for literally over a decade now, especially since GTA 5 is more than 10 years old, right? GTA 5 is what, like, it's turning 13 later this year or something? When did GTA 5 come out? Okay, it's 12 years old. Yeah. It's turning 12. That's besides the point, right? People have been, like, talking about a GTA 6 for a decade, right? Because, like, in the past, GTA games didn't take nearly as long as this long-ass wait. But people are still playing GTA 5 in 2025. Heck, enough people still play it that guess what? That literally, this is coming out for all PC users who have GTA 5 tomorrow. They're getting an upgraded version for GTA 5 with new models, new textures, and a bunch of other stuff. New features, all sorts of other things. Rockstar found it like worth their time to add all of this shit to GTA 5. All this support, all these enhancements. You can find it on Rockstar's website. Right? 12-year-old game. And they're releasing this nice free upgrade for everyone there. Right? To go and play all that stuff. They found it worthwhile. Right? Imagine. After all this time. Because guess what? Millions of people are still playing this shit regularly. Day in and day out. Right? You go look at freaking Twitch on any given day as well. The category for GTA 5 is higher than a lot of, like, other big categories, entire player bases combined. In many cases still. Yet somehow people are still able to play this thing despite that after all this time. It's like, I wonder why. Right? It doesn't mean go copy everything GTA 5 does, but, like, it means that they should at least learn from what they're doing on how to make stuff to keep, how to design stuff to keep people around, even when you're not making crazy amounts of content. Find a way to make the most of it. Right? That's something that they kind of have to figure out for themselves. Right, it doesn't mean copy GTA though.
Much like how making friends as an adult is far harder than making friends as a kid, interaction with other players in this new game to you becomes sparse, it becomes difficult. You don't want to put the emotional time, energy and investment into building an entire new friendship group up again, and now the game needs to shine on its own mechanical merits, which sets up a bit of a paradox. We judge our favourite MMORPG heavily off the emotional experiences we had within it, and we judge newer games off the mechanical experiences we have within them. Now, some people may indeed find a new game they actually prefer by doing this, but the call to your home is only ever one expansion away. One new raid, one new class revealed, and then your holiday ends, your emotional connection kicks back in, and you want to return to familiar ground with familiar faces and familiar mechanics. Back to what you know. As nice as novelty is, familiarity is a soft, comforting blanket. Other genres experience this too. However many racing games release, I will still prefer Burnout 3 on the PS2 or SSX Tricky. However many first-person shooters we get, I'll always enjoy Unreal Tournament or the original Modern Warfare 2 because they provide the experience that I want. But unlike those games, which can still exist with no player base and multiplayer matches can be made as and when you need them, MMOs do need a player base to survive because they have ongoing hosting costs, or any new player that arrives will just instantly leave when they realize there's no one around. This is where the effective culling of the player base caused by the expansion and contraction phenomenon we'll look at in a second effectively happens. Let's visualize this. Imagine 3 games, we'll just call them A, B, and C, each with a player base of 100 people. This is unrealistic, but it keeps the numbers nice and simple. People will play their game until they get burned out. This will differ from person to person. Some people will commit their entire life to it, some people will leave within a week. But let's imagine the next time we check these numbers, we discover that 20 players from game A have gone to game B, 10 from game B have gone to game C, and 5 from game C have gone to game A. Does this mean game A is dying? Does it mean B is growing? Does it mean C is somewhat stable? It could mean both all of and none of these things. It could be the natural flux of a finite amount of players within a genre simply moving around. But what happens when an expansion for game B releases and suddenly 20 players from A and 20 players from C decide to hop back over? Is B now the best game? Do players from A and C suddenly look at the numbers and think, oh no, my game is dying, best hop ship to a successful one and...
What does this sound like now? What does it sound like now, man? What does it sound like now? Where do we see this type of behavior, and where do we see this type of thing, like the way this stuff sounds every single month? Where do we see that? Where have we seen this before? Where have we seen that before? Where have we heard about that before? Right? It's not, no, we're not talking about like what happened to Toph. I'm just saying as a whole. Where do we see this type of money player based type of thing behavior before? Where do we see it all the time? Heck, we even looked at it yesterday too. Right? In this place. Gee. The stuff they're describing, it's like, where have we seen it before? Where have we seen it before? Gee. Oh, wait, I had this thing still open. Oh. We go back here.
B now gains more players? Maybe A and C both respond by releasing expansions at the same time and B loses a ton of players to both of them. But now imagine a new company has seen this finite player base and wants a piece of the pie, so they create Game D. Now because D is new, it doesn't have as much content as A, B, or C, but it has a new art style and a new combat loop, so a few people from each game go to try it because they're burnt out of their current game. It might even bring some entirely new people into the genre who weren't there before, which is great. But then over time, those players also go through the same burnout cycle and expand away from D to try one of the other 3 games, A, B, or C. Maybe D releases an expansion to encourage people to return, but it's now competing with 3 already established games, and it just can't keep up with the amount of content. And it's starting to lose money too, because it was expensive to make and expensive to run, so it adds some pay-to-win stuff into the cash shop to milk the whales it does have. We can start to see that D is likely to fall into a spiral of pay-to-win, which, while undoubtedly generating money in the short term, is going to have long-term ramifications for its stability.
Now imagine this kind of battle playing out every month. But remember, each of these games is also expensive to run. They have upkeep costs. And
every month now, this battle is happening every month.
Time they lose a player to another game, they lose money, and operating at a loss eventually leads to a game shutting down. How long each individual game can operate at a lower player count for depends on the company funding it, how deep its pockets are, but each game will have its own limit. This cycle plays out more and more every year. Players move from game to game, burning out, trying a new thing, then returning home, and every year more and more games try to enter the MMO arena, bringing new players with them into the genre, taking existing players temporarily from existing games, then those players burn out and return home or try other games. The only question is, will that new game survive and become a mainstay of the genre, or ultimately just another part of this inevitable churning cycle that brings players in, then consolidates them all into a larger game?
This closed
Like,
ecosystem of
everything
players
he
who
said
want
is
MMO
exactly what
experiences
we've-
continues to bounce from game to game because for the average player,
We
each
see
game
it
cannot be
happening
completed,
all
only
the
played until your
time.
own personal burnout limit is reached. This means you'll see established game populations rise and fall like the ebbs and flows of the tide. And then when a new game appears, it will boom in popularity from novelty and holidaying players, then stabilize at whatever population decides to make that game their home, which is usually far lower than the maximum player cap it saw as many of those players return to their original game. We saw this happen when New World released. If we take regular single-player games and visualize the same system, it would be game releases, gets completed, all the player base move on to the next game, complete it, player base move on, complete, move on, with each game designed to be as fun as it can be so players want to move on to the next one. The MMO genre, by design, wants to keep players on a game as long as possible, which means games need to both evolve but also not change. Because major changes are risky. You are moving the player base on. Sometimes this works, like Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2, with the latter being hugely successful. Sometimes it doesn't, like old school RuneScape and RuneScape The Evolution of Combat, with the older version being more dominant. So with all this theory discussed, why do people say the genre is dying? Well, remember we discussed that whatever a player may want, we all want a massive
I'm not surprised
game.
they're shutting
Every
down.
expansion and contraction cycle a game survives gives it the chance to become
Skype
bigger
no longer
to add
needs
more
to
stuff.
exist.
It's
They
like
have,
those
like, they
snake
move
IO
everything to
games,
Teams.
larger snakes consuming smaller snakes and more
When was the
content.
last
It's a
time
major
someone
pull
used
for the player
Skype,
base.
like,
So newer games are
actually used
expected to
Skype?
release with as much content as the big boys have, but without the years of success and income and adapting they've gone through. If they don't have this and can't provide the experience that an
No
MMO
one
player
uses
wants,
Skype anymore.
how many expansion and contraction cycles
they're
can that
shutting it
new
down.
game survive? Especially when players will start with that game, discover other games, and then move over to them. This leads to a situation where MMO players on average value the sheer amount of content in a game above other things. Players may have graphical preferences or narrative design preferences, but collectively we all want our massively multiplayer game to be massive. This gives player retention advantages
Yeah, and
to games
businesses
which
haven't
simply
used
have
Skype
more
in a long
content,
time, too.
and this is seen in older, more established games.
Like, here's the thing. Skype had Skype for Business, right? Microsoft bought Skype to get Skype for Business. Skype for Business got merged with other Microsoft products to become Microsoft Teams. Everyone who actually used Skype and, like, paid money to use Skype, they did it for the business, like, business accounts. Now they're all using Microsoft Teams. They don't need to use Skype anymore. Nobody uses Skype. Right? Everyone moved on. Yeah, they're getting rid of Skype because Skype no longer has a purpose. Its purpose has been filled elsewhere, and all its users have completely moved on. Right? The last few people using Skype moved to freaking Skype to Microsoft Teams. Right? It's an ancient relic. Nobody needs it anymore. It hasn't been needed for a long time. Ever since Microsoft made Teams, which was just a rebranding of Skype for Business. And then they started adding more stuff to it. The consumer users of Skype went to Discord or some other service. They all left because the stuff was, like, basically abandoned. So yeah.
So the genre is not dying because there are still players, but the player expectation of what an MMO is and the extreme amount of content an MMO is expected to have are so warped by what long-term major games have given them that new games struggle to compete. They don't survive the expansion and contraction process, they lose players to larger games which provide a better experience and fall into a death spiral because they're not making money. The gameplay experience and amount of content an MMORPG player wants is just better served by a game that's already been providing that for years. Consider that if World of Warcraft had never existed and yet the genre had still succeeded.
And, like, yeah, that's the thing with WoW and why it's not working, man. The entire thing is, at its core, basically a Genshin clone. And the reality is, if you're gonna play that, why don't you just play the original? You're going to be better served by the original than you are with that one, if all you want is sheer amounts of content and you don't really care about the quality of it. Because the reality is the quality of the content in WoW is just as bad, if not worse, in many aspects. You just have nicer looking graphics and some extra quality of life on top. But at its core, they're the same garbage. So, if the other one is gonna be providing you 4.5 years of garbage, right, versus 6 months of barely any garbage, and even then, that 6 months of garbage doesn't even amount to like 2 to 3 months of garbage from the other thing. They're gonna move on. Yeah, they're exactly. They're just gonna go back to the other thing anyways. They're not gonna stay, right? And that's why it's not gonna work. Because, like, again, at the end of the day, it doesn't have an identity or any reason to go touch it.
Needed if World of Warcraft released as
It's
it's
the same
released
problem
back
with a
then,
lot of these MMOs.
today, it itself may not survive. Because it
Yeah, because that's the reality. The newer ones are just not working. It's not gonna get people over. They need to provide something to actually incentivize people to come there. One of the best ways is to make something completely different and try to bank on that, but that's a lot more riskier than just copying what works. The thing is, you copy what works, people are just gonna stay with what already worked, especially if you're gonna make it too time consuming.
would not have as much content as Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, or The Elder Scrolls Online. So the MMO genre isn't dying. However, new games which release into the genre often do die because the players who enjoy the genre may go to try the new game but ultimately realize they aren't having their needs or expectations met
Yep.
by that new game. We've almost built ourselves into a catch-22. Newer MMOs struggle due to lack of content, but they'd only gain that content if they survived, which they need the content to do. It's a cycle, and companies are realizing that trying to break into it is just far too expensive.
This means the players those newer games brought in, if they like the genre as a whole, will then migrate to another game, and the migration will continue until they settle in a home. And then, when they are burned out of the home, they'll expand and contract again, with the death cycle
Korean
of games
shit?
happening
No,
slowly,
ain't touching
consolidating
Korean
all the
game,
players
man.
down into just a few behemoths of the genre. The few largest games, the ones capable of surviving a downturn in players because they have the most money. As for the undeniable reduced market dominance of MMOs when compared to online games like Fortnite, League of Legends or Roblox, MMOs may be older, slower, a gameplay experience that plays out over weeks instead of hours, but they never survived from their gameplay alone. They survived by being a community, an online consistent existence, a digital third space when physical third spaces are becoming rarer. And until people stop wanting that third space between work and home, they will keep existing.
Thank you for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to our Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
I'm trying to see if at the same time while watching that, if I can beat the Eva stage in on the cloud version in ToF. I got it to like 2 health. I cleared the first 2 health bars. I'm not gonna alt tab so you can see it right now because it's still fighting it. There's like 20 seconds left. I don't think I can clear it though. Yeah, I'm not gonna clear it. Maybe if I had A6 Levo, I could clear it. I'm doing the flame one. But I think I can do the other element one. The fizz and the frost one maybe. Yeah. Alright, maybe let me see if I can get it like set up so you can see it or something maybe. Or no, I'll just do it another time. Because I'm like running out of the things. Alright, what's the next one? I'll just load up the next one and do it at the same time. And try and see. But like the latency is like actually pretty good for like doing bygone and sequential at least. Like it's not much worse than if I was to play it normally at least. Okay. What is this? Which one do we grab? Technology isn't fun anymore? What's this one?
Hey guy, a couple weeks ago I was at an Airbnb trying to figure out what the $200 cleaning fee is supposed to cover if they're just gonna make me do a bunch of chores anyway, when we realized that episode 4 of Severance had just come out. And what great timing, this place had one of those beautiful 85-inch frame TVs that make it look like an art piece on the wall. They had surround sound, they had a telescope pointed at the TV. I couldn't imagine a more perfect place to watch what would turn out to be a slightly confusing episode of television. So we turn it on and instantly we're like, why does this look like shit? I know that this TV costs thousands of dollars, and yet the moment anything moves on screen, it turns into this jumbled, blurry mess. But of course, because this kind of thing has been happening for years, we knew it was because of True Motion, or Motion Plus, or whatever this TV calls that feature, where it smooths out every frame and makes everything you watch look like it was shot on an iPhone. The best thing about this feature is that it's always on by default, and nobody I've ever met likes it. It's also named something different by every manufacturer, which makes searching the menus for it a little adventure every time. Now, I know I'm not even close to being the first person to complain about this feature. It seems like everybody hates it. But that's also why it's so confusing to me. If so many people hate this, why after over a decade are TV manufacturers still forcing this down everyone's throats? How do they benefit from making their product look worse? I remember ecstatically buying this Samsung in 2019 and almost returning it because the default settings made it look so bad I thought it was defective. I just kind of sat there in denial about it. So that's what the cloud game looks like. I just made it smaller so we can have it at the same time. This can't be right. There has to be a setting I can change. Tragically though, a lot of people don't know about this setting. They don't realize their TV is actively sabotaging their viewing experience. And if this doesn't describe you, it probably describes someone you know. And by that I of course mean your parents. So sit down with them, explain what's going on. Tell them why you get a headache whenever you watch TV with them, and reiterate that it's not their fault. Show them this video by a guy named Noodle.
Let's say it's on twos. The AI doesn't smooth anything between the first and second frames of a single drawing because there's nothing to smooth. They're the same picture. This means that what was originally a perfectly fine 12 FPS animation is now a janky mess.
Or if they'd prefer to hear it from someone they know, have Tom Cruise explain it.
Video interpolation or motion smoothing is a digital effect on most high-definition television.
I'm Tom Cruise.
Just make sure they never find out about the whole Scientology thing. You cannot ruin Top Gun for your dad. That movie's very important to him. Now, I will admit, I was a little surprised reading some of the comments on this video, seeing so many people disagree. I didn't know people liked it when the $100 million movie they're watching looks like a soap opera. Now, I understand, of course, from a gaming perspective, people preferring higher frame rates, but I don't think that logic applies to movies. Games are interactive, so generally the smoother something is, the more...
Honestly, for me, it depends. Like, for some animations, it does help a little bit to have the extra frame rate. Sometimes. But not with how TVs handle it. Using stuff like Mad VR to add it in like in a container or whatever, it sometimes works, but this is only for like some animations where like the animation itself is choppy and there's like this big moving of the scene shifting. But that rarely happens these days. There's a couple times I've seen stuff in the past where it has been a bit scuffed, but yeah. The reality is, though, like, I don't understand why you would want Vaseline smeared all over your screen. Most of the time, it's like, no thanks. I do not want Vaseline being smeared all over the screen. I don't really like having to deal with things like temporal anti-aliasing and stuff like that either. Yeah, and animations run at 27 FPS that were made to run at higher. Yeah. No, I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about, like, some really weird ones that, like, didn't properly match up with like my screen's refresh rate, so like it ended up being a bit scuffed. So like I used it to just made it a bit easier to display there. I used it to like change something that was like not 12, like 24 FPS to 30, just so it would display properly on my monitor. I've used stuff like that before, but like, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help how TAA is just misused. Exactly. Right? Like, I get it, like, adding some in between frames, but don't, like, change, like, 12 FPS to, like, 120. Like, I get it if you want to change, let's say, 12 FPS to 15, so then it works as a multiple to hit, like, 60 hertz on your TV, your monitor, or 120 or whatever. But don't just like make it so it's like 90% just fake frames being made. That's gonna be a terrible experience. But for some things, it's like if it's just enough to like increase the perfectly scale to your refresh rate, I understand. Because I've used some tools like that before to do just that. Because sometimes in some animations and stuff like that, 12 and 24 FPS don't look great on a 60 Hz display. But if it was 15 and 30 FPS, it'd be fine. Even like 20 FPS would scale a bit better than 24 sometimes. But that's because of that. Like, yeah, define repeating frames in a very basic fake framing one, yes. And that's basically what I used before. The thing I used basically did a mix of that. To just do that. It was like this, it's one of the add-ons you could get if you installed the K-Lite codec pack in the NPC player. You could do something like that to it, which I would configure it to have that. But that's mostly because some animations, it doesn't scale as nicely. So having the occasional duplicate frame in between just to fix it helps. But, like, I'm not talking about, like, making, you know, doubling, tripling, quintupling, 10xing the frames. Because, yeah. Oh yeah, when they force it, it just looks terrible. Yeah, I don't like using a lot of those features on a display, man. I don't.
More responsive it feels. But you're not interacting with the movie, you're just watching. It doesn't need to be perfectly smooth. In fact, I think part of what makes a movie look like a movie is the sort of ethereal nature it has. It doesn't look exactly like the way the world around you does through your own eyes, and I don't think it should. I saw someone say they like it because it shows
it's not
the
as easy as
flaws in
audio.
movies you couldn't see at 24 FPS, and it's like, no, the interpolation is creating those flaws. It's not reversing a film back to its original settings. It's not a director's cut your TV's giving you private access to. It's just generating new frames based on what it thinks should go in between the existing ones. That's where the errors come from. You're not watching a more authentic version of a movie because Sony Motion Flow added a bunch of blurry auras around every fast-moving object. The most authentic version of a movie is watching it the way it was filmed. You shouldn't have to change anything. And I think more than anything else, that's what really aggravates me about this feature is the hubris of it. There are so many deliberate choices that go into making a movie look a certain way. There's so many people involved in those decisions that know way more about cinematography than I do. So I trust their vision. Why can't TV manufacturers do the same? Why do they look at a beautifully shot television show like it has a problem that
because they can trick people with it?
This experience got me thinking about new
that's where you get Best Buy TV syndrome from.
And how my excitement
it's
towards
all part of Best Buy TV syndrome.
Sometimes it seems like we kind of already figured everything out. You can communicate with anyone in the world instantaneously. You have immediate access to every piece of music ever made. You can pay some guy to deliver a cold burrito straight to your door and it only costs $70. This is the peak of humanity, baby. There's nowhere else to go from here.
$70 for a cold
so many things now seem to just invent a new problem so they can sell you the solution. Or if we do create something novel and revolutionary, it's only going to stay that way long enough for us to kill all our competition, allowing us to ruin our thing and make it infinitely more expensive. There was a time where streaming services seemed like the final frontier of at-home entertainment, a marriage of cost and convenience that made all previous options obsolete. I mean, my DVDs are just taking up space, and even if I wanted to watch something, I gotta get up, dust off my Xbox, navigate a bunch of menus, switch discs every 4 episodes. Netflix is so much better than this. Until, of course, they quadrupled their price and got rid of every show you ever wanted to watch. So slowly but surely, a lot of people are moving away from the unreliable streaming services and going back to physical media. Things like Blu-rays, vinyls, tooth tunes. And I've actually begun that migration process myself. But because I'm incredibly stupid, here's how it's going for me so far. I started watching Friday Night Lights for the first time.
You mean they also sell refurbished products? It's not that they just also sell those on top, but yes. They just learned that Best Buy sells refurbished products. They've been doing that for decades.
time in December. It was something I had wanted to watch for years but always put off, which is
Okay, I
crazy
can't clear
because
it.
it's a show about football, which I like, with a bunch of music from Explosions in the Sky, a band I grew up listening to all the time. It kind of felt like they made this show specifically for me.
I thought you could get even higher on some of the newer ones, but yeah. I mean, what you do is, if you really like this stuff and you don't like doing that, what you do is, after you buy it, you dump all the contents of your disk, you make your own server to host your media, put all the stuff that you dumped and ripped on your server, right? You have it run Plex or Jellyfin or something, and then you use that instead to just watch it whenever you want. And you can even sync it to your phone. Yeah, like, it's a bit more than 48 or 42 gigabytes, but yes. Or whatever. It is a bit more. Like, you also have stuff like, what, Jellyfin? I think it was this one. Okay, you have shit like Jellyfin. For the people that know. Right? And you also had this one. Though I don't recommend anyone grab Plex these days. The only reason why I use Plex is because I've been using it for more than a decade. And I bought a lifetime premium license to it over a decade ago. Because they had premium lifetime licenses. Right? But like, yeah. What was like the cost and stuff like that? I forgot. I don't even know what the cost and pricing is right nowadays. They keep adding a bunch of weird random ass features I don't use. But like, this is like, you pay this thing, you run it yourself, host it yourself, you go watch your shit from there. But I would instead probably look into Jellyfin. Yeah, transcoded down, yeah, save space, yeah. You can have it be better than what Netflix will show, yeah. I mean, Netflix is even more borked because of the other stuff too, right? But yeah. There's like other alternatives to the thing too, but like, we get the idea.
And still I was like, I'll get around to it eventually. It wasn't until a couple of months ago that I finally gave it a chance and got really into it. 12 days before it was going to be removed from Netflix. For the last 2 weeks of December.
And meanwhile, I can just use Plex in my web browser and get 4K. Nothing crazy. Don't need to worry about anything. And the same thing too, like what I do, right, is I have I use Plex to manage all my music. Like, I had a Spotify subscription at some point before, but then I realized a lot of this stuff, it's like, it's cheaper for me to just buy all the shit I was gonna listen to anyways, and then put it on my Plex server. So it's like, after a bit, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way, and I just put everything on my Plex server. And I'll have a better quality audio too, by doing it that way. And I just use Plex to handle that. Though, if I was to do it today, I wouldn't be using Plex, I'd probably be looking at Jellyfin or something else. It's just that I already have Plex set up, and I've been using it for literally like 10 plus years. I'm not gonna use something else. Because, like, it's too much work to shift everything over and reset everything up. It's like fine when you do it like the first time when you don't have like your media catalog like built up, but once you have it take up several terabytes of data across, multiple hard drives, right? It's like at that point it's gonna be a lot more of a hassle to just go through everything and make sure it all works. It's all picked up on a different service. Or a different, like, application or whatever. Or a thing. But, like, yeah, it's like I just have my own media vault and do it that way. A lot more convenient for me. Good old inertia, yeah.
I binged as much of the show as I could, as quickly as I could, until around 3 a.m. on New Year's Eve. 13 minutes left in the Season 2 finale. I was given an abrupt error message telling me that my beloved show was now gone. At this point, I was pretty invested, and I didn't just want to wait until it was maybe on
these are like all the other settings and stuff in here. I had to like change stuff there.
Per episode to digitally own it. So I decided what better time
you can have
than
different
right
audio
now to begin my
output
brand new Blu-ray collection, starting naturally
You can apparently even do short clip recordings on this. They'll let you do it, which is neat. On this cloud service thing. And then I can end my session. Go back home, and then it just looks like that.
With the show, I had yet
I
to
could probably
watch
start
even
up another
half of.
game.
So
I
about
just showed you how quickly it is to get
$37
in.
and 8 days later, my Blu-rays show up at my door, and I'm ecstatic. I can't wait to see how season 2 ends. So I pop the disc in my computer, try to play it, and it does not work. Turns out the external DVD drive I bought a couple years ago isn't compatible with Blu-rays, so I'm gonna have to buy another one. No problem. What's another $110? Jesus Christ. Well, I already bought the Blu-rays. I'm not gonna not watch them. So I bite the bullet on the Blu-ray drive. It shows up 2 days later. Pop it into my computer. So excited to learn what will become of Brian Smash Williams. Huh, that's weird. Doesn't seem to work on VLC. Or the Any DVD app. I guess I could spend $20 on Blu-ray player, play Blu-ray, but that one says in its description that it doesn't play Blu-rays. At this point, I'm a little frustrated, but even more than that, I'm confused. So I go where I always turn to in times of crisis, a Google search with the word Reddit thrown onto the end. And believe it or not, even on Reddit, home of some of the most dedicated people on the planet, every single answer I see is, nah man, Power DVD 23 Essential is your only option. There is one way to watch Blu-rays on your computer, and it is with this app. You want to know how much that app costs?
Yeah.
$80. And it's like, I don't want to spend another $80, but I've already spent more than that just to make it to this point.
And this is why you end up using other tools to rip everything and do it the other way. And dump all this stuff and rip it out. Instead of dealing with all this shit. Nah, instead of dealing with that, what you do is you instead resort to something else. Breaking all the copy protections, getting around all the bullshit, and just dumping all the data and ripping it from the disk. That's what you end up doing. Make MKV in perpetual beta? I think so. You can just download it for free, yeah.
I have to see this through to the end. Anyway, I bought the app, and it works most of the time. Although I should probably say it's been doing this thing now where it tells me my cloud subscription has expired, and I need to visit the Cyberlink members zone for more information. So, money well spent. Long story short, I spent $227 to watch a show that I could have seen on Netflix at any point over the past 7 years. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if I like it that much. Also, I know what you're thinking. Drew, couldn't you have just put the Blu-rays into your PS5, you moron? Yes, I could have. But the whole point of watching it on my computer was so I could second screen RuneScape on my other monitor. What part of dopamine addiction do you not understand?
Sorry, that was more of a story about my own incompetence than a rant about the state of technology. So here's a rant about the state of technology. I live in Orlando, Florida. My favorite basketball team is the Orlando.
Wait, like here, what's a game I should just try here just to boot up, just to see? How will I work on cloud? Wait, no, I think I know what I can try. How does this handle this one on cloud? I just clicked install and play, right? It's just gonna say, please wait. And then I'm already playing. I'm already connecting. It like immediately just puts me in.
Orlando Magic. They play basketball 20 minutes
right, it's just
from my
preparing
house,
the same
and I
data.
am not allowed to watch
tells
them
me
on
my
TV
latency.
because I
Okay.
live too close. I can sign up for NBA League Pass and watch any other
Let's just
team
accept,
play except
and then
for the
it's gonna
one in my
install it.
city because of blackout restrictions. What do you think, I'm stalking them or something? Whoa, this guy's obsessed. He lives right down the street. I don't understand this restriction, and frankly, I never will. Is the point to incentivize me to buy a ticket to go see them in person? They play 41 home games a year. Am I supposed to go to all of them? And if that was the point of it, they wouldn't also black out road games unless you expect me to travel with the team. Guys, do you want me to follow them around or not? I'm getting mixed signals here. Anyway, here's what I've had to do the past 6 years as a paying customer in order to watch my team play. First, I had to sign up for Sling TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel.
It logs into my Steam account. This is just how it opens the game.
couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to Fubo TV because they were the only ones with the Fox Sports Florida channel. Then those two couldn't reach an agreement, so I had to switch to YouTube TV. Can you guess where this is going? Yeah, they couldn't reach an agreement, and now I can't watch it anywhere, this time in the middle of a season. So out of desperation, I sign up for NBA League Pass, which again prohibits me from watching my team because I live too close. The workaround here is using a VPN to change my location to somewhere else. So now I'm paying for 2 different services just so I can watch the least popular team in the NBA. Adam Silver should be ecstatic that there are freaks like me out here. He should have a photo of me in his office that says #1 customer. So what do they do to thank me for my loyal patronage? Block the use of VPN 6 months later. Do you guys want my money or not? I'm trying so hard to give it to you. Okay, now we're in 2022, and finally, there's a streaming app specifically made for people to watch their local team play. It's a miracle. It's called Bally Sports, and it is the worst app I've ever used in my life. It freezes during commercials. The feed cuts out constantly, especially in the 4th quarter. Not that I wanted to watch that part anyway. It refuses to remember my login information in between games. Did I mention they play 82 of these every year? I'm getting real tired of typing in my password every night. While all of this is happening, behind the scenes, Bally's parent company is not doing so well. They lose over $1.2 billion in 3 months. What, were they setting it on fire? Fast forward a few more months to 2023, and Bally is filing for bankruptcy. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Nope, they're still going, somehow. Turns out I don't know what bankruptcy actually means. What I do know is that this probably doesn't bode well for the growing list of technical problems they apparently don't have the money to address. So that brings us to today, where after 3 tumultuous years, I'm excited to report that the app is now a little bit more reliable. But also it's been rebranded to the FanDuel Sports Network, which means every second of every broadcast is pretty much just one big ad for gambling. I should make a video about that. I know that this is one very specific gripe about a very specific problem, but I feel like there's so many things like this now. So many companies that seem to get their rocks off from making us have to jump through hoops. They might be great for this game, the latency. They're constantly merging with some other company so they can both be sold to a third company. Content bounces around from streaming service to streaming service like a hot potato. We tried to streamline everything and only made it more complicated. I can't keep up. I'm just a lonely consumer. Everything's so confusing now. I need a break. An ad break. Let's hear a word from today's sponsor.
Hi, I'm the youngest I'll ever be, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, SoFi. I know you've all heard me talk about SoFi before, the all-in-one finance app helping you bank, borrow, and invest, but you've never heard me say these words. SoFi Plus. SoFi Plus is a brand new financial membership that unlocks $1,000 plus in value. I'm talking double reward points, 3% cash back on hotels, loan discounts, unlimited one-on-one meetings with financial planners. All of that and so much more for just $10 a month or for no cost when you sign up with direct deposit. To celebrate this groundbreaking moment, SoFi is giving away a total of $600,000 to help 6 winners achieve their ambitions. Money towards a home, retirement, a dream vacation, or one of the 3 other things on the screen behind me. Sign up for SoFi Plus to be entered for a chance to win, and you can even earn additional entries for every friend that you refer. So head to SoFi.com/Drew, scan the QR code on the screen, or click the link in the description to learn more about SoFi Plus and enter for a chance to win. Thank you so much to SoFi for sponsoring today's video, and thank you to you, the viewer, for listening to me. I know you could have skipped through this section if you wanted to, but you didn't. And I'll always appreciate it.
Interesting. There's like a weird, like,
I know that part of
bloom thing on AMD as well.
Is just because of my diminished sense of wonder as I've aged. But I feel like there used to be a time when technology was a lot more exciting.
I don't know if you guys noticed that.
What could be more fun than a gadget?
Right? Did you guys see that? There's like that weird, like the weird artifacting bloom thing on there. I don't know if you guys were able to see it.
Well, besides a gizmo, of course. But it seemed like most things that came out had a genuine purpose, that there was more of a collective desire to push humanity forward, to provide solutions to actual problems. And I know that this is all still happening, but it seems like so many innovations now are just new ways to manipulate people, or spy on people, or replace people altogether. I'm not excited about what might be created in the future as much as I'm fearful of it. I'm fearful of what AI is threatening to do to every job on Earth. I'm fearful of all these humanoid robots that keep popping up. What if one of them tries to kill me? Or worse, what if we fall in love? How am I supposed to explain that to people? For every OLED Steam Deck and surprisingly powerful tiny Mac computer, there seem to be 10 wearable AI companions, or a TV that's free because it never stops showing you ads, or what if you could wear your phone on your head so it could never stop showing you ads? I remember when touchscreen smartphones came out, and I practically started drooling at the idea. This device, which I hate more than anything in the world, is incredible. It's truly amazing what this thing is capable of, but now the question is, where do you go from here? The jumps in phone technology have become pretty unnoticeable, despite how hard they're trying to get us to notice them. When we went from landlines to cell phones, that was crazy. When they added a full keyboard so you didn't have to spend 30 seconds typing one word, that was crazy. And then they added email and a really good camera and a touch screen and a GPS and the internet and a compass. And now you can pay for parking on here, and you can download apps that stop you from spending too much time on other apps.
Okay.
Oh man, that line's really starting to slow down, huh? And this phone costs 4 times as much as this one did? No, that makes sense. If you Google "has technology peaked," their AI overview will tell you, no, of course not. I'm getting stronger every day.
Sure.
And consider this your second strike, Drew. That's awfully ominous. And what was my first? No, of course technology hasn't peaked, but like, it does feel like it's starting to level off a bit. The improvements between video game consoles used to be astronomical. Now I end up on a side-by-side comparison video squinting as hard as I can trying to spot any difference. In 1995, video games looked like this. 10 years later, they look like this. 10 years after that, they look like this. And in the 10 years since, they look like, wait, which one is a new one? And I know I'm viewing this from a consumer standpoint. I'm completely oblivious to the strides being made in medicine and science and interplanetary defense mechanisms. But it just seems like whenever a new thing comes out, we have to pay a lot for very little. Technology has gone so far in the wrong direction that people are now trying to find ways to go back. Physical media is making a comeback. Dumb phones are making a comeback. As people become more disillusioned to the future that was promised to us, the best way to break out of it is to recapture a sense of simplicity. And not all of this is just nostalgia. I think some of it speaks to the fundamental difference in how things are made now. You used to be able to own things. Now almost everything is borrowed. You're not buying a product, you're subscribing to a service. I don't own a bunch of music because I'm paying Spotify every month. I'm just temporarily given access to music until I stop paying and then have nothing to show for it. And even if you do buy a physical product, there's no guarantee it's gonna stay in the condition it was in when you bought it. A lot of things now can be remotely updated or even deactivated.
Hey, you're not
the
directly
Spotify card thing completely bricked when they stopped wanting to deal with it. A few months ago, Roku forced an update onto all of their TVs, making it so you can't turn the motion smoothing feature off. This company just announced they're gonna start charging a monthly fee so anyone who already bought their thermostat can continue to use it. We're buying things that can be made worse or taken away from us whenever the manufacturer feels like it. So what are we even buying anymore? These things aren't designed to last because the entire economic system in this country is based on perceived shareholder value. If I sell you a product that you only have to buy once and then get to keep it forever, how will I get more money from you in the future? How will line go up if transaction over? So things break or become obsolete. A lot of tech devices are more affordable than they used to be, but they're also more disposable. The interface on your 4-year-old smart TV suddenly takes 10 times longer to navigate. Your iPhone 12 suddenly crashes 5 times a day. No, we're not doing that on purpose. But it does kind of seem like a sign that it's time to buy a new one, right? And this isn't a conspiracy or an exaggeration. Technology is making us dumber. Rarely while using your phone are you in the driver's seat, except when you're texting while driving, which is a lot of fun. But it's mostly a passive activity. More often than not, you don't open an app in order to do a specific thing. You open an app and just see whatever it chooses to show you. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. Either way, the past hour of your life was entirely decided by an algorithm. You're not thinking for yourself, you're not making a decision for yourself, you just turn off your frontal cortex and submit to whatever Mark Zuckerberg has curated for you. And the more we're conditioned to accept this relationship, the easier it is to sell us an AI agent that does all of our thinking for us and that we learn to trust implicitly. I mean, how am I supposed to be excited about technology when this is the direction we're headed in?
It seems like everything is slowly trying to turn into everything else. A new app will come along with one specific niche use and then inevitably get turned into yet another form of social media. Like the Shop app. I've been using this for a couple years because I like the idea of having one account that works across multiple websites. But now, of course, it's just like another thing designed for you to scroll through. I open it up to see how far away my pants are. And it's like, oh hey, you want to buy something else while you're here? You want some Alpha Lion Superhuman Hulk juice? What about Goof juice? Chug juice?
Oh, boy.
I know what you want. A little cake shaped like Texas. They also give you rewards, but it amounts to virtually nothing and is really just an excuse to send you more push notifications. Hey, don't forget to use that 14-cent credit before it runs out. It only works on this website that sells hoodies for dogs. You open up the Ring app so you can see who's knocking at your door, and they're like, hey, you want to see this funny video of a goat? Venmo defaults to the page showing you how many of your friends had pizza this week. Why do I need to know that? I bought that light in the corner a few months ago, and the only way to control it is through an app. And you're probably thinking, certainly there's no social media aspect to an app that turns lights on and off. And that might just be the dumbest thing you've ever said. Of course it has its own news feed and hashtags. Of course there's a pop-up telling me to take the Govi app user experience survey so I can earn 50 Govi points and a chance to win Govi merch. App is a goddamn joke now. Worst change to an app that could ever happen. Can't even remember my dream view settings anymore. May as well check all my lights in bin if this is the only way to control them. What a joke. Well, I wanted to respond to this comment saying that I'm just here for the Govi points, hashtag Govi rewards program, but that feature is only available to savvy users. So I agreed to the savvy terms and conditions and they congratulated me on becoming a savvy user. You're following all of this, right? Instagram has its own TikTok feature. Twitter has its own TikTok feature. And you probably guessed this because you'd never make the same mistake twice. The Govi app has its own TikTok feature.
Damn.
Everything is the same thing and I'm tired of it. These apps are all so intent on monopolizing your time that they'll design it in a way that makes it hard for you to leave. You click a YouTube link on the Facebook Messenger app, and instead of just taking you there, it'll be like, oh, I guess you want to open that app instead, huh? All right, here's a button. It doesn't work though. No, I'm just kidding. It will work,
oh boy.
if you click it 15 times. And then it will take you to the App Store so you can open the homepage of YouTube and just search for that video yourself. Was that helpful? Good, it wasn't supposed to be. I just noticed the desktop Instagram website has incorporated that thing that's supposed to prevent you from accidentally exiting out of like a checkout screen or a form you're halfway through filling out. But they're just using it anywhere on their website. Literally scrolling through the homepage, I try to leave, they grab my arm and say, no, are you sure you're done with us? We were just about to show you a really cool ad. Are you sure you don't want to see what it looks like?
You sure?
Sometimes I feel like you don't even like me anymore. It's no wonder so many people are trying to turn the clock back on technology and return to a simpler era. Not so far back that you gotta like eat bugs and sleep on a log, but just back to when these modern conveniences were still exciting and didn't feel so predatory and manipulative. Technological advancements don't feel fun anymore because of the motivations behind so many of them. It doesn't feel like we're trying to make life better when almost everything is designed to be as addictive as possible. These things aren't supposed to be fun additions to your life. They're supposed to be a new thing for your life to revolve around. No amount of profit or growth will ever be enough. It seems like there's more thought put into how you can continue to charge people for something they already own than to just expand the experience of it in the first place. But hey, at least we're using all that extra revenue to pay the employees, right? Right? Sorry, I'm doing that thing again where I try to provide catharsis by ranting in a critical yet lighthearted fashion, but just end up spreading more negativity in the process. So I'd like to end this video by highlighting some technological innovations that I'm thankful for.
Number one, fiber internet. In 2018, we lived in a house where it would take me 2 hours to upload a 15-minute YouTube video. And during that time, no other device in the house could connect to the internet because I was using all of it. Now I get like 2 gigs per second. resilient, and it never goes
Yeah.
out. That's a luxury I know I take for granted. Now, I should probably say that AT&T almost electrocuted me when they were digging in our front yard, burst into a water pipe, flooded half the neighborhood, and knocked down a power line, leaving live wires dangerously close to the newly installed moat they surprised me with. But they did offer me a $1 credit when I called to complain. So I wish I was joking about that. They destroyed our lawn and then offered $1 single as an apology. And you know what? They're still not as bad as Spectrum. Number 2, our Nespresso machine. This is the world's greatest invention. It's all the convenience of a Keurig, except it doesn't taste like burnt garbage, and you can actually send the pods back when you're done to have them recycled.
I just found the craziest exploit, man. Fuck. I wonder, like, how abusable this is. If it, like, treats that as, like, your whole save or something. That is a crazy exploit I just found for the cloud. I installed a game that isn't supported. I just installed a game that wasn't supported by the cloud service. Right, I just installed a thing that wasn't supported. Because I just opened the Steam thing. You didn't see what I was doing? I booted one game, I closed the game, and then it still has my Steam thing there. So I just went in and downloaded a different game that I had on Steam. And now, I have Trails Through Daybreak in there that I can just play. This is hilarious. This is actually pretty cool though. It's hilarious but also pretty cool. So like I can go load and all my saves are here too. This is very neat.
I mean, allegedly. They probably just throw them in the ocean like I do.
Obviously not what you're supposed to be
Only
doing.
moderately more expensive than K-Cups. They taste 100 times better, and you don't have to wait 45 minutes for it to cool off. Side note, how much money do you think Sabrina Carpenter turned down to not do a collaboration with them? They had to have asked, right? That's that mean espresso. It was right there. What are you guys waiting for? Some stupid YouTuber to promote your shit for free? Never gonna happen, bozo. Number 3, electric razors. Why was I scraping the shit out of my face for so long? These things aren't just better, but they're cheaper in the long run because you don't have to change the blades all the time. And I can use it on my balls.
Okay.
Oh, was that it? It was just the 3 things? Sorry, I thought I'd have more time to think of an outro here. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want. As always, YouTube gives me $100 for every new subscriber, which I like to withdraw as cash and use as kindling to help make it through this brutal Florida winter. So remember, every time you subscribe, you're keeping me and my family warm for a couple of minutes. Thank you for watching. Bye.
But yeah, that's something, man. I can literally play a game that I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to be able to do this. But then I can go be like, I want to play another game. So I put Steam into big picture mode. Wait, how do I open library? The menu button, if I push the Xbox menu button, it does that. It opens the actual Steam thing on here. Oh, I can just click menu there. Library. Let's go pick a game. This is on the cloud. Let's go pick a game that that I have here for fun. What's a game that we can do? Yeah, I just exited the game in the menu, and I had it load up a completely different game. And then I just clicked download, and it worked. So now I'm playing a game that's like completely unsupported. I was like able to do that. Like you're not supposed to be able to do this. You're not supposed to, but unintended feature, yeah. Alright, here's a game that you can't play on here. I can stream it locally, or install it to this computer. And then installing it on the cloud. I mean, I was like, wait, what if I did as a big brain idea, just installed the game I had on my Steam account? Because it just straight up had my Steam thing open. Now, what I'm curious on is if I open Sonic Frontiers again, will it keep it installed? Because the game I did this on was Sonic Frontiers. So if I end this session, would it transfer over if I open Sonic Frontiers again? Would I be able to play it? Now I'm curious. We'll have to check that out after. Because, like, I'm able to download and install the thing. Not the way you're supposed to, but, like, for some of these smaller games, hey, it works. Right? It's working, you know, not the way you're supposed to. Because, like, I get why they leave that there in case there's, like, they have to deal with, like, updating stuff or whatever. So we have that, but, like, you know, this is just hilarious. So, like, in theory, if you have stuff set up, you could technically make it so your cloud session just stays forever if you get into a thing that you like, because there's no session time limit. So there's probably a way to exploit this. It's not, because I'm on a different, thing now. The time changed here. Now it says 7:09 a.m. So, I think it ran out of session servers nodes that's near where I live, because now it's 7 a.m. when it's 2 a.m. for me. So it's probably using a European server right now that I'm connecting to. That's my guess. Right? But I wonder though if my data, like my actual game data, is saved. Like me installing all these other updates and stuff. Right? We'll have to experiment with that. The ping is... It's... sometimes I'm connecting to the North American... When I was playing ToF earlier, I was connecting to a North American server. So, like, my ping wasn't bad. Oh yeah, this is London right now. But earlier I was connected to New York. When I was using ToF on here, I was connected to New York earlier. But now I think I'm connected to London. Okay, East 10 Nordics is here. Play East 10 Nordics. Don't ask me again. Magnifying tool, cool. I can use that if I want. And I can play East 10 Nordics in 4K here. Yeah, I can feel the effects of the latency here, but... Yeah, maybe not for this game.
Drop anchor! We're going ashore!
But I think there's a way I can exploit this stuff and always get a good server.
Switch!
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 Right, I have to go into like the actual area.
Yeah! Switch!
Oh, I have to like fix the controls, man. Yeah, I'm not used to the change controls on this one. I need to swap where the buttons are. Yeah, I don't like the default controls. I forgot like I heavily like remapped everything when I played this like normally. Yeah, okay. But yeah, this is very, very playable. I have to remap all the button controls. I don't feel like doing that right now, though. I did something I'm not supposed to do. Very, interesting. It let me do it. So that if I do Control F2, and I end the session... Right. So then... Let's go. I think I had it on my Sonic Frontiers session. Where's Sonic Frontiers? Oh, right here. It went back into that session. Look, guys, it's Sonic Frontiers. It didn't even exit my session properly yet. I went back in. Look, guys, this is truly Sonic Frontiers, right?
Switch! 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 Switch!
This is something else. That is something else. The fact that I can do that, man. So, like, if you're willing to wait for a game to install, for some of them, you can kind of just technically do it within a session. You can kind of just do it. You just have to let it install first. Imagine, like, it's like oh yeah, there's a browser, right? I'm pretty sure there's a thing here, wait. Wait, so we go to what's installed right now. So apparently on this node, all of these games are installed on this node. Whichever machine this one is that it put me in, I apparently have all of these installed. I do not have Minecraft Dungeons, Overwatch 2, or Wolfenstein 2. But apparently that's installed on this node. That is interesting. But then I also added East 10 and Trails Through Daybreak. I added those ones. Let's go add another game for the fun of it. What's something we could add? We'll add it to Sonic Frontiers. Hey, let's add Cold Steel. Wait, that one's a bigger one. That's 19 gigabytes. Maybe something smaller then. So it's like I can load a game then put a different one in. It's small enough. This is like really silly. Wait, here's what I'll do here. Let me make the window bigger for you guys. Right? We'll make it bigger for you guys. Now you guys can see it a bit better. What's like small enough? Yeah, let's say Sonic CD. Right? We'll add Sonic CD here. Alright, this is gonna be a quick one. Play Sonic CD, wait. What's this video set up? Oh yeah, cause this old thing. Okay. Oh fuck. You can click exit game. Alright, so we don't need to do video setup, just play CD. Don't ask me again. Alright. Alright, this is the Christian Whitehead one. This one doesn't have the nouveau. Wait, which soundtrack is this? I think this is the wrong one. We have to make sure we put the correct one, right? Which, I think, was it only the JP one that had Sonic Boom? This is the Christian Whitehead one. You're not supposed to be able to play this on Cloud. But this was on my Steam account. Or is it US one? Yeah, I figured it was that one. Here we go. Oh, we got this. But yeah, this is crazy, man. I was able to do this. Right, the Christian Whitehead has, you have the option for Sonic 2 Spin Dash. Obviously, we got Super Peel Out. Latency is not good for playing this game, but okay. Can we access a web browser or something? maybe not in this one. Maybe if we exit big picture. Alright. Is the game still running? Okay, it doesn't know what to do there. Let me try booting the game back up. Shift tab. Now we have the Steam stuff here. Can we get a web browser? We got a web browser now. We have a web browser. Let's look myself up on Google. Okay. Damn it, I can't do it. It doesn't work. It only lets you look at the surface level of Google. It doesn't go any further. I can't open YouTube. Wait. No, there might be another entry point. I can think of another entry point. Wait. Alright, we exit out of Sonic CD. Here's what we do now. We go to the Steam profile page. Video. Will this play? Nope, the video won't play here. So that doesn't work. Yeah, YouTube is completely blocked. But what's going on here? Why is there an ad? Now my audio is here.
带给玩家更精彩的游戏体验。希望塔塔和授权者们的故事。
Now my gameplay audio is there. And Mr. Cake is there too.
希望我们构建的每一个细节都能回应玩家的期待。
Okay.
3周年生日快乐！我们4、5、6、7、8周年再见。
Their weird stream thing here. They need to figure out how to get this thing optimized better. But yeah. So that's something. And this is why like display scaling is important, because this is what a 4K display looks like if you have no display scaling. It looks like this. This is how like some websites and stuff will look. And you can see, yeah, you probably want display scaling, but you're not supposed to see this stuff normally. You're not supposed to see this. Right? It's not intended. Nah, even at 32 inches it's not usable, man. I wouldn't say so without display scaling. Maybe at like 40. 32 seems a bit cope. Even then, like, you know, you gotta like really move your head around. Like, you gotta physically move around to go look at shit on the screen. Fair enough. I mean, like, I'm playing it from bed with a monitor arm on a table. Right, but yeah. This works. We're not supposed to be able to do this, but it works. Wait, I wonder if they can check system. Wait, you know what? Let's have fun. I'm gonna do something super cursed. You know, let's find out exactly how good the virtual machine here is. We're gonna install 3D Mark. This is gonna be We're gonna install 3D Mark. Let's go run a benchmark. Why didn't I think of that? We could have just installed 3D Mark and just ran the benchmark. We could just run the benchmark. That is gonna be fun. Yeah, and I use a keyboard and mouse in bed too. So when you see my gameplay in these games, if it makes you feel bad, then I don't know. I'm playing from bed with a keyboard and mouse. I use wireless peripherals, wireless keyboard and mouse, and I'm playing in bed with it. But yeah, let's get 3D Mark installed. Wait, why is there an error? Did they actually block 3D Mark? What does it say? Wait. Disk write error. Oh no. Now it says disk write error. What's another benchmark then? Wait, what's another thing we could try? Wait, we have this! Wait, we got another benchmark tool we can run. It's okay, we have another option. Probably not my favorite option, but we have another option. We're gonna install Ashes of the Singularity. We're gonna install Ashes of the Singularity, man. We're actually gonna download it. It's a meme, but still, yeah. I remember, like, a couple years ago, there was, like, something that gave away keys for it for free. And I remember grabbing one because I was like, oh, hey, this could be a good tool for, like, benchmarking something. But I never booted the game up, ever. So I've never actually tried the benchmarking tool. Because I know it was, like, a famous benchmarking tool back in the day. So, like, we're gonna, like, install it on here. They block 3D Mark. They know about 3D Mark, so they won't let us 3D Mark. But that doesn't mean we can't do other stuff. We can't do other funny stuff. Right? They might not allow 3D Mark, but I don't think they're on to Ashes of the Singularity escalation. Because I am super curious, at least what do we have here? Wait, I wonder, can you check PC specs through Steam? Wait, maybe we can. Wait, that's the news one. Is there... Wait, is this big picture mode? Alright, here we go. And it was... Help system information system. CPU vendor, we have 8 cores, 16 threads. No, here we go, we got the specs. I'm like, big picture mode surely will work. There we go, this is what you get. Yeah, what the fuck is this VRAM? Negative 1 megabyte of VRAM? What is this? Oh yeah, isn't Infinity Nikki coming to Steam? So maybe I can put Infinity Nikki on Steam through this too. And not have to deal with that as like a launcher. Because like it's not that crazy of a game that would need too much from it. It's at 3.8 gigahertz. 8 cores, 16 threads. So this is like an underclocked 7800 or a 7700. This is like what? A 7700, I think. Because this is Zen 4. They're using an Epic Zen 4 cores. Uh, 7700, what does it run at? Yeah, 3.8 gigahertz to 5.3 boost, yeah. Yeah, no, here. Here, because this is Zen 4, 8 cores, 16 threads, right? This is 3.8 boost clock, base clock. Yeah, I think, no, it's this one. It's not, it's Zen 4, and it's from an Epic CPU. That they're like splitting up apart. So like, basically if, this cloud machine is as if I bought this CPU, a 7900 XT, and 28 gigabytes of RAM. That's basically what the machine is. Honestly, like, that's pretty decent for what it is. So, like, that's cool. Right? Not the most amazing thing out there, but, like, hey. Virtual machine. They have, like, a special VM stuff. The reason why the games won't ban you is because the cloud stuff has like a special identifier with their installs with the cloud versions. So you won't get banned from these games because they're officially cloud supported. Like this is like one of the official cloud things that like have permission to like play the game on there. That's why. I mean, if you actually build it, yeah, I don't know how the hell you're gonna get to 28 gigabytes. Yeah, like, wait, no, I know how. Wait, no, you can't do it under Windows though. There is a way to do it if you allocate 4 gigabytes of VRAM. No, because all of these CPUs have integrated graphics. So if you can modify it so you can have 4 gigabytes of your VRAM to the integrated graphics, you would then end up at 28. In theory, that could happen if you were to replicate this. But you can't do that under Windows. You would have to do that under Linux. Because Windows would, like, limit you to, like, 512 megabytes or something, I think. Wait, no, the Steam Deck you can, wait. You can set it to 4 gigabytes on the Steam Deck, I think it was. 2 or 4 gigabytes to VRAM. Yeah, I mean, if you could somehow do that, then sure. Honestly, though, this is just crazy that I'm able to do this. We're just having fun with the fact that I got this cloud server now. And we're gonna benchmark it. How far is the download going? But yeah, they won't let you install 3D Mark. But we're gonna install Ashes of the Singularity. This is hilarious. Oh wait, there's not enough free disk space. Never mind. So rip that. Maybe if we uninstall something, we can put it in. Wait, we can do that, wait. Uninstall. Right, and then we go back. I mean, resume it. Let's go. Surely this will work. Surely this is gonna work. Surely this will work. This shit is funny though. Right? Surely this will work. I uninstalled a different game so we can install this one. Get a file manager to open. That would be crazy, man. Alright, it's installing Ashes the Singularity Escalation. This is just so dumb. Delete 632 it says has been ruined. No, I can already ruin that by turning off the computer through Steam. Like, the thing is, you can already turn off a computer through Steam. Their first mistake was making it so I can do this. That's their first mistake. So I can turn off the virtual machine. Yeah, they probably do. They're gonna be real surprised, man, when they realize, oh wait, I can do this. Wait, I got like, if you want to play a big game, what you do is you play the Final Fantasy VII Remake, you uninstall the game, and then you put another game instead. That would be hilarious. You go in there, you uninstall FF7 Remake, and then you install a completely different game. Like if you really wanted to be evil. I'm not gonna play this, so... Don't need that there. Alright, come on. Surely we'll have enough disk space now, right? I'm not gonna play this either. Why is that here? Goodbye, that one. This one too, I don't have that. Goodbye. Surely enough space for Ash is the benchmark, right? There we go, let's go do it. Alright. Time to run a benchmark. Let's go! How does this shit work? Fuck, this thing is so tiny. Let me figure this out. I don't even know what it says. God damn it. What the hell are all these? What does this shit even say? Did it just crash the game? Fuck, what is it doing? For some reason, like, when I full screen it, like, it hides my mouse. So, like, for some reason, it's so weird. I'm trying to, like, see where my mouse is. What are these? Any of you guys play this before? Do you know what these do? You know, I'll just click play. Let's see what happens. I might have crashed it. Alright, here we go. Surely we can find the benchmarking tool, right? We just need to figure out how the hell this does benchmarking. And then we can benchmark the VM. Here we go, benchmark. 4K DX11. GPU focused. We have, it thinks, okay. Oh, interesting. So this is the exact CPU model. They're using a 9374F. There you go. If you were curious what CPU model they were using and splitting up, it's a 9374F. They were using this CPU. Right. Alright, we run the test. $93.74F, so we actually know exactly what thing they're using. This is just hilarious though, we're basically just doing this. Of all things. But yeah, this is funny. We literally just installed Ashes of the Singularity just to run a benchmark. I don't know if the results we're getting is gonna be good or not. Then there's people actually playing Ashes of the benchmark. I know, right? This is just a tool to test to see if your shit is working. I'm just laughing at the fact that it's letting me do this. Yeah. If some... It'd be funnier if an admin knows what they're doing, but he's letting it happen because he thinks it's funny. That would be hilarious. Cause I'm like, wait, wait. I see my entire Steam library. The thing is, you can't do this on GeForce Now. On GeForce Now, when you see your Steam library, it completely hides everything else. But they don't. So I can just do this. So it's just letting me do this. This is just too funny, man. Oh, cool. This is the score here. This is the score. I don't know if this is good or not. But here's our score. It won't show. I can't even read this. Okay. Well, now that's something special, man. We escaped. How to do that? Using a Razer mouse to gain admin work on work school computers? Yep. That's truly something. Truly something, but yeah. We somehow ran Ashes on the benchmark, guys. We ran Ashes on the benchmark. We benchmarked the cloud service. And then it opened as admin user. Damn. But yeah, hey. We got to go test that thing. It's like, oops, you can run command prompt. Honestly, though, I just think it's hilarious that I was able to do this. But yeah. At least, hey, at least now you know exactly what you're getting into. If you were to, like, try doing something on this machine. Oh, wait, here's a funny one. Here's a funny demo I remember seeing. Wait, did this ever release? No, it's still only the demo. Alright, here, look at this game. Play this one. Alright, how is this gonna work with this console mode? Begin. Alright, let's see. New run. Classic. Okay. That's... I think it's not gonna work. Because it seems like only Google and Steam thing is working. YouTube does not work. Alright. let's see. Fires additional cursor. Ooh. Bounce off enemies. Upgrade. Let's get a stick. This is like Vampire Survivors, except you're playing as your mouse. Then we get like all these like cursor themed upgrades. Alright. Adds an additional finger. Alright, we can go into another door. Let's go up here. I can't afford that one. I can't afford that one. I can't afford that one. And I ran out of HP. I died. But, yeah. Alright, click join Discord, what happens? Nothing. Yeah, I knew it, it doesn't work. There you go, they block like most websites. You can wishlist on Steam and stuff, but there you go. Well, yeah, of course it runs Windows. We already know it runs Windows. Like, we could already find that out from the other thing. Start Steam in big picture. It's like, ask which one to do that thing, all these preferences. Interesting! So this is like... No, I think we're in France. This server's in France. That we connected to this time. That it gave me a session in. What is this display scaling thing here? What in the 8K resolution? Okay, then I guess that's where their server is then. Oh look, I found my old PC, it's right here. My old PC is right there. Not gonna in-home stream for that one. But yeah. Windows 11 right here. The host name is this. There we go. Yo, dog, I heard you like game streaming. Yeah. Hey, we got to, like, experiment, man. That was quite the experiment there. So I streamed your game so I can stream while you stream. Yep, I stream, you stream, we all stream. Have some ice cream, I don't know. But yeah, this is funny, like, just taking this apart. And doing what we're not supposed to be doing here. Alright, we'll just exit out of that. You can stream your own PC to your cloud PC, then back to your own PC, and then you just get like an endless loop. I mean, I wouldn't see how that would be impossible. I could definitely see that working. Not sure why you would do it, but yeah. Right, was there any other video to look at? Let me see, what else was I sent? I was sent a couple more things. What is this? There's like the total fraud thing. Hoyoverse is playing the long game. Alright, we won't look through all of them, we'll just
Investing in victory
look through
means
some of
playing
them.
the long game. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Wait a minute. Didn't Topaz say that?
What? Okay.
Alright, what's the #1 goal of any game company? Depending on who you ask, the answer may be different. A developer might say it's to create the best game they can, while on the other hand, a consumer might say that the company just wants to make as much money as possible, depending on how they feel about the game itself. If you're one of the 2 people left on the planet that still think any of these companies have goodwill, maybe you'd say it's a mix of both. Gacha games though? They're different, because they actually have 3 goals, all of which are connected, and all of which are of equal importance. Let's go in order here and talk about step 1. The first goal of a gacha game is to get you in the door. There's a variety of ways they can go about doing this, especially in the current post-Genshin gacha landscape. Some might try to just go at the basics and offer a really compelling story. Some might try to sell you unique gameplay or cool animations, and some might try to get your attention with, lore. Others might go a different route and shower you with early game rewards, and this is what Hoyoverse does. When you look at any of the 3 current major Hoyo titles, the new player experience for them is amazing. No matter where you look, you're getting rewards thrown at you left and right from both the mail, the content offered, and different incentives to get you to keep playing. In Genshin, you have
that's how they trick you in, yeah.
Tons of regions to explore, hundreds of quests to do, thousands of achievements to collect, endgame to tackle, events to get caught up in, and so much more. While Honkai Star Rail is newer and technically has less overall content, it takes that early game generosity further by offering incentives for doing the content, for example by giving rewards to players like the guaranteed 5-star unit on the beginner warp and bonus rolls at specific account level thresholds. On top of that, old events are permanently available for you to complete at any time, and you can get most of the rewards from them. Zenless Zone Zero is even newer than Star Rail is, yet it still has multiple story chapters to clear, both easy and hard content to do, an absolutely massive amount of events, plus the same quality of life that HSR brought with the beginner banner and permanent events. In all 3 of these titles, there's hundreds upon hundreds of roles available, all right at your fingertips, just waiting for you to collect. You can get multiple of the highest rarity units from the free currency offered by these games. That is, assuming you're willing to put in the time to play through all of it, or, you know, you could just get your account managers to do it for you. That's not even mentioning
you get your account managers, wait.
You could just get your account managers.
Here's the thing, it's not just Mr. Pokey or whatever that has account managers, it's a lot of the people playing some of these that have account managers.
Just to do it for you. That's not even mentioning that both HSR and Genshin had selectors within the last year to pick a standard banner unit from. So, all that seems pretty generous, right? Why is the company's goal to just get you in the door, or in other words, what's the reason behind all the generosity? Well, if you remember, I said they actually have 3 goals that are all connected, and the why is the second goal that Hoyoverse has. Once you're in the door, what comes next? Well, it's getting you to stay. Like, imagine you're a newish player in a Hoyo game. You've gone through the story and the exploration content available. You've taken all the generous gifts that Hoyo gives you as you've been building out your account. And you're finally ready to take on the more difficult content the game has to offer. This is where you'd probably start looking at endgame and then seeing how you can clear it. Do you think you understand the game well enough to attempt it? Do you have the characters you think you need? Are they built well enough? And if so, how much of it can you get through? Well, once you have the answers to all that and just, start trying, you'll undoubtedly be able to clear some of it. That is, until you hit the wall. This is the wall that you'll reach at some point in every gacha you play, but especially so in Hoyoverse games. Your units won't be leveled high enough, or you didn't invest enough in your gear, or maybe you got the wrong characters and don't have what you need to make any progress. This is where the third goal that Hoyoverse has comes into play. By this point in your account's progress, you've most likely already invested enough time to clear the main content, and you've also probably started thinking about how to clear the more difficult stuff, so you've actually already fallen right into Hoyo's hands. See, their third goal is actually very simple, is to create a wall in the game or a threshold that you can't cross at the current moment in time, and then it's to figure out how to get you across that threshold. Or in short, yacht. Wait.
Yep.
The idea behind Gya is that Hoyo wants to get you to a point where you're willing to spend something. Like, if you can't clear the content that you want to clear, there's basically 3 roads in front of you. The first path is pretty simple. It takes you down the line where you stop playing the game, because after all, if you can't clear any content, then why would you bother? And obviously, Hoyo wants to avoid you taking that path at all costs. So, Hoyo adds incentives for players to actually want to clear the content, and they do it by offering a chunk of the rewards you get per patch for participating in it. For example, in the current 5.4 Genshin patch, a free-to-play player can get around 60 rolls for doing every single bit of content in the patch.
But the thing is, are all those 60 rolls what you value as well? But also, 60 is nowhere near enough for anything.
Of those 60 rolls, 15 of them come from full clearing both of the endgames that are available.
Yeah, when you clear both of them, I guess. Oh yeah, that's it. Like, that's per patch, right? They're talking about per patch. No, that's not 15. That doesn't add up. How the hell did they get 15? Unless they have another reset cycle, because you only get 700 from each mode, right? That's not enough for 15.
Available. If 25% of your rolls come from clearing content, then you know that players have a very, very large incentive to actually attempt to do it. The thing to note with these endgame content rotations is that they follow a strict schedule. What this means is that in every patch there's essentially an allocated amount of pulls set for the story, events, and other stuff like that, whereas you'll always get roughly the same amount of pull currency from endgame content, assuming you can clear it. This means that the actual amount of pulls that you're intended to get in the 5.4 patch is 45 and not 60, which makes those extra 15 all the more important. After all, 45 pulls is just a little bit over half of what you need to hit soft pity on a 5-star. Very sneaky, Hoyo. So all that brings us to path 2, which is spending your time. If you can't clear now, well, just log in every day and do your dailies, spend your resin, do all the events, upgrade your gear, and do everything else that comes with these kinds of games. If you commit your life to the game, you'll certainly be able to clear in the future. Hoyo demands a significant amount of effort from you to get all the rewards that they dangle in front of you. The worst thing is that it feels like you barely have enough time to complete everything. In Genshin, events are too short. For example, the Lantern Rite celebrations only lasted for 2 weeks, and in ZZZ we get so many events that it can honestly kind of get a little overwhelming.
Wait. I just went in the cloud thing again. I ended the session, tried a different thing. I think I might be able to boot this thing up again. Wait. Nope, it just cleared it, never mind. It wiped it, but I think I'm in a different server now, look. Yeah, cause they don't force me to grind like crazy, man. So it's unless I'm playing new shit or doing one of the side things, I'm done. I don't have to keep doing shit. There's no more chores. Then there's no chores in ToF, so it's fine. But yeah. The hour just ticked over. Okay. Makes sense. But it wiped the thing I installed. So there's that. Okay. There might be a way though to do something to it. Even then they can be cleared in half an hour tops each day if you're unlucky, yeah. Yeah. But it is funny though, what we can do with the cloud thing. It is funny though.
I guess there's never a lot going on in HSR, but that's a whole different issue. Honestly, there's usually enough stuff going on that it feels like Hoya would do anything to keep us from cheating on them with other games, except for actually treating their players well. And this brings us to path 3, where it gets even more insidious, because this is the route where you spend money. If you don't have enough gear or characters leveled to clear right now, well, there's this funny little button you can press to refresh your daily stamina and farm more. Don't have the right units to be able to clear, like maybe you're missing a support for your DPS or vice versa. Well, Hoya's gonna make absolutely sure that the wish button will be on your screen at all points during gameplay, and they'll also ensure that the shop button is available every single time you open the wish screen. You know, just in case, right? So you've gone down path 2 or 3, and now you're in. You've fallen for their trap, and you're across the threshold of no return. You've invested your time or your money, so you should get something out of it, right? Well, unfortunately, you got hooked, line and sinker, and now you're in it for the long haul. You just don't realize it yet. At this point, all of your free resources are gone and dried up, apart from what they ever so generously give you each patch. But you can be damn sure that they'll make it seem like you're getting a whole lot more.
Of course,
one tactic that companies use to not only get players in the door, but also to increase potential earnings is by going hard on marketing. Sensor Tower reported that between Q2 of 2023 and Q1 of 2024, which coincidentally was the first year of Honkai Star's release, Hoyoverse invested nearly $300 million into digital marketing for their games, which is over a 487% jump compared to their previous year, where they spent less than $100 million advertising Genshin and their previous titles. They advertise their games everywhere. They're on media sites like YouTube, Twitch, Bilibili, and so on.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing with hard content in these gacha games. It's fucking stupid at some point. The reason why is the entire game is built around you buying power. Are you not strong enough to clear it? Guess what you can do? You know, you go swipe that card there. You get more rolls. Go pull more shit, get more duplicates or whatever, get stronger that way. They literally sell you power. Right? And the other thing too is they make it so some of their end game content is like one of your big sources of the premium currency. But if you have to pull to clear it, you have to consider how much you get back and how long it'll take for you to recoup the amount you spent just so you can go clear that mode. And then eventually you realize it's not worth doing at all. Because the reality is you're never going to get the stuff back. Right? And like that's the kind of the problem when you're like stuck dealing with those systems there. The reality is, if you actually want to have that real content there, you're never going to get it because it's never going to work in a lot of these games there. Especially when they can sell you power, right? Your accomplishments and achievements mean nothing if you can just buy your way through. The only way they can make the content actually feel meaningful and worthwhile to do any of that stuff is if they completely took away your ability to go buy power. But if the only thing they can sell you is on more power, that's never going to work. Right? If they made it so like doing damage did not matter and all you had to do was a bunch of mechanics and whatever and not die, that would make the game a lot harder and a lot more skill-based for that type of stuff, right? But they also can't sell you on more power, right? They would have to do that type of stuff, which would be like undermining actual core parts of the game that they have set up there. At the same time, if they did that, then a lot of the character progression stuff you have to do also becomes invalid too, because there's no point to it when, again, you just can ignore having to have any of that power at all if you can just get scaled up and go clear it no matter what. Right? And that's kind of the problem with these gachas. You might think you want that type of stuff, but the reality is you're never really going to get it. Or if you do get it in something, there's going to be some very, very serious compromises, and they'll have to come up with another way to balance it out. Like, right now, if we're gonna talk about, like, truly difficult content that will actually scale to the crazy extent, out of, like, if we're talking about, like, some of, like, the, like, in within these gachas, right? That isn't just a PvP whale fest, because a lot of the PvP in these gachas is when, again, they're also pretty terrible, too, because the reality is, whoever has the most money wins PvP whale fests, in a lot of these gachas when they're PvP things, right? The only thing else that actually has hard content that will scale is ToF. And we all see how that scales for the stuff there. If you're talking about like max difficulty Origin of War, which is like really the only actual thing there, because Bygone is just like whatever, it's basically the fucking cactus. But the thing is as well, with how the stuff is in ToF, right? You can also just clear Origin of War when it's at 100% difficulty, or any lower difficulty level, and like a lot of the things is just gone, if you wanted to, right? And they don't even lock any of the important rewards behind that stuff. And then raids is just pure mechanics checks, right? Like the current one is like, do the mechanics, you can do a little bit of damage so that you can get a slightly better time, but it's not necessary. Not completely necessary, you just need to clear the mechanics for the Oserata fight, and it was the same thing with a bunch of previous raids as well. The only exceptions would be like the gunner one, which was just a pure tank and spank. That's like the only main one there. But yeah, get out of the fire, right? Draw the fucking triangle. Go destroy all the things that pop up. You know? Go grab the mushrooms, right? Run away and stack up for like the circle thingy and on the monkey boss, right? Line up the freaking thing that from the ball boss so he hits the thing, but make sure nobody else gets hit by it. Right? Line up the ball to hit the ball boss, right? Like, it's all been pretty much just fully mechanics based. You can kill it entirely through mechanics. And like the amount of damage that like even like the best whales can do, it's like you only get a slightly faster clear time. Because you'll have like someone doing an extra like 5% total damage throughout the entire fight. Which, again, you could have just cleared by just pure mechanics, right? And that's kind of the reality in there, right? Because, like, doing actual DPS in there, reality is whoever is the Benediction player, like the healer, using Icarus, or whoever is doing the Fiona Execute, will always do more damage than whoever's DPSing the actual boss in these special challenge raids, right? That's just gonna be the reality. And even then, right? You can kind of see where I'm going with that, right? They basically have to undermine another aspect of the game to make actual hard content. Like actual hard challenging content does not work. It does not work unless they take the other stuff away from you if you want it to actually be genuinely difficult. Because the reality is with a lot of these ones, they only make it annoying and difficult enough to try to make it then try to get people to swipe that card a bit more with a lot of it. A lot of it, like, the reality is, right, it's like all the weird challenges that people are doing in some of these games, especially with Genshin and Wuthering Waves. All the difficulty is completely self-imposed, right? By you forcing yourself to only use one character or whatever, and use some stupid input method, like because you want to play it on one of those rock band guitars for some reason, like some one guy did, or you want to put a blindfold on yourself because you're just adding all that extra stuff on there. Again, like, it's all completely artificial. They're literally handicapping themselves, right? They're literally like disabling aspects and parts of the game because they like to try to give themselves a fake challenge. Because the reality is, the game isn't hard, it's just annoying with how the stuff is set up. And the stuff is set to be annoying enough to try and trick more people into swiping for more duplicates or whatever for more power. Even though it's not actually worth it at the end of the day for a lot of these games. Right? But the reality is the average gacha player doesn't understand that. Because, like, yeah, they're just never going to genuinely give you the hard content. You see Pepegas trying to say, Wu was like Dark Souls or like fucking, what's it called again? Elden Ring or whatever. But the reality is, man, everything in there is a joke that you can just buy more power to. Or grind and waste an exorbitant amount of your time that it's really not worth spending doing that. But you can. Right, to go try to farm the freaking Pepega echoes and stuff like that. Like, you can waste, you can waste days, weeks, months of your life wasting away to do that, right? Or you can just swipe that card to get a little bit more power and just do it more and more. Because the reality is the actual power gain there between having the base unit and a fully maxed out unit in those games is far more like insane compared to some of the others that I've seen. Like just the amount your power scaling in there. Right. And it's also why it's like now you can really see the after effects now with like Genshin's power creep being absurd. The reality is it's always been that bad. It's just that it took a while for everything to really stack up. Once like you see it, once you understand that. The whales, like the extreme like Giga whales already knew about this. Right? They're not the ones with surprise Pikachu face because they already know what the hell is going on. Or at least they have some experience in it. And they probably just do not care. Right? They already wailed for power. They're gonna keep doing it for more if they've gone that far and they think it's they think it's okay enough for them to do it. They've been doing it already. Right? They already know. Which is why it's like I'm not surprised about any of the stuff going down. It's just that eventually after a while it does trickle down and the other people out there who are not doing what they're doing will get to see the after effects. They may not see it immediately, but they are there. And once they are present, it's only going to get worse, especially at the rates they are. It's not like the situation with like, let's say ToF where like everything is like the creep is a lot more smaller and controlled. It's just that people don't know how to measure shit properly and comparing the wrong things. And like that's just been the thing time and time again. Right? If like Perfect World brings back the if they make a new version of like the creator server stuff, maybe I'll consider like making a video just to like fully demonstrate that. Like I'll do it separately for each element or something, comparing like on-field damage, off-field support, and stuff like that between each element to really go over it. Because again, the creep is nowhere near as crazy as people may think. Once you start like running one thing and then just isolating different variables, you actually get to see it. The problem is not everyone has access to everything to actually see it, right? Again, like I remember back when we did like even the Claudia test server stuff, I was like, yeah, we were like just doing the thing comparing to like the original Claudia. We ended up with like it's roughly around 40%. Well, it was actually less than 40% because last minute before they released Claudia, they actually buffed her. But when we did the test, it was like a bit less than 40% over the original Claudia from like 2.5 years ago. The creep has always been pretty low. It's just there have been extreme spikes here and there, especially because the reality is nothing is balanced evenly. Some advancements on some units, they're balanced like with their power distribution is just awkward. Where it's like you have a gradual increase in power, while you have some where they're like they get like a massive increase and then like nothing later on, and then you have the reverse too. It's like the problem is like you can't really compare units at like A0 versus A0 or A1 versus A1 as easily when the power distribution is sometimes a mess. Because the reality is they only balance these units in all of these gachas at their max value. Whether or not you're actually able to get them is a different story. But they almost always design things intentionally around whales maxing them out. Because the reality is whales maxing them out are going to be the one that makes the money. Everyone else is just whatever. They don't really care. Occasionally, yes, you'll get something that's really great with nothing put into them. But those are more of the exception rather than the rule. You have almost met a Volt comp and you're still only 5.5G, yeah. Because your gear is shit. Once you have good gear, you're gonna be doing way more than 5.5G. Right? Like, I could probably, again, like, I could probably take the old Volt comp from 2013 and in 2013. And I can probably parse that. I could probably match that. If I had all the stuff for that with my gear. I probably could. With, like, a 2013, end of 2013 Volt comp from, like, 1.5 years ago. I could probably match that. It's not gonna be super difficult for me. Not 2013, 2023. My mistake. 2023, we've been all over the place. You get the idea. Yeah, ToF don't exist back then. 2023, okay? 2023. It's 3:30 in the morning. Alright, but yeah.
If you're watching gaming-related videos without an ad blocker, you can't go more than a few videos without seeing an ad for at least one of their games. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen the Natasha ad video at least once while browsing around, right?
I'm Natasha,
No.
an underworld doctor. Feeling sick?
Actually, here's the thing. My YouTube feed is full of a bunch of different things, and it only gets gacha stuff put in there when I'm actually reacting to shit you guys send me. And then immediately, like, within, like, a day or two, all of that stuff gets filtered out completely. And it just shows me other stuff, so I actually don't get these ads. The only time I get these ads is occasionally when I open up, like, one of my, webcomics or manga reading apps or whatever, on my tablet, I'll then maybe see one of these ads. But I also see other things in that stuff too there. So it's like, it's not
There's
as
also sponsored
crazy.
videos, streams, and events where they go out of their way to
Yeah, you see supermarket, soft drink ads, yeah, I've seen stuff like that. I see, like, other product ads, various things, some stuff for clothing and a bunch of other stuff. But, like, I don't see the freaking Pepega Gacha stuff. I'll see some other things, like, I've seen Valorant ads, I've seen some Fortnite ads and stuff like that. Like, the gaming ads I end up seeing are a lot more of the mainstream stuff. Like the actual stuff outside of gachas, if I'm gonna see a gaming ad that gets sent to me from when I'm, like, loading stuff up on my phone or whatever. But yeah. Oh yeah, and then, like, recently I would see, like, a bunch of clown ads because there was an election the other day. But, like, yeah, it's just, like, actual normal stuff.
show new people the game and try to encourage them to play it themselves. Like ZZZ sponsored EVO, and even more crazy, HSR sponsored the broadcast of the Olympics on NBC. Yeah. But it's not just digital marketing, because they also do a lot of events to try and build their community. For example, they host events like Hoyo Fair, and they do annual streams for both regular patches as well as bigger events that are themed after the new region for patch cycle changes with their major games. On top of all of that, they do concerts, collabs, pop-up events. They're extremely active on various social media sites like Twitter and the like, and they show up at major events like Anime.
Like, that's like the thing with a lot of these. They have to be extremely aggressive with marketing just to get you in the door, because the reality is they need to try to potentially fish for the whales, because the reality is everyone else to them doesn't really matter. So they have to really get aggressive and in their faces for that. Thing is though, they're obviously not gonna try to just throw it at like random at what they might think won't be potential consumers. So it's also possible to just be completely outside of that bubble when you're looking at your feeds and not see a single one of those at times. And then there's Twitter, which is just a mess, where you'll see all sorts of crap from all sorts of things in there. And, like, the last time I really tried to clean it, I had to, like, block so many people on Twitter. Because blocking people is, like, the only way to clean your feed if you just don't want to see their stuff. You can't do, like, the hide the user, because it doesn't even work properly sometimes. And then at some point, I just stopped doing that, because I just don't even check. I'll, like, maybe once in a while I'll post something, but I won't actually check the feed.
Expo, Anime NYC, Gamescom, the Game Awards, the Tokyo Game Show, and a ton of others. Outside of IRL marketing, another point that's very important to note here is that Hoyo markets the characters they release as content for their respective games. There's a reason that almost every time a new character is released, the ads for the game get updated to reflect that. They want you to always be seeing the new stuff, because if it gets you excited to log in, then that's a +1 on their player retention count. Even if you're someone that stopped playing at some point, all it may take is one super hot character, and then you're right back into their clutches again. FOMO comes into pretty big play here as well. Remember that every time a character's on banner and pullable, they're only there for a limited time. When they're gone, until whenever Hoyo decides it's time to pull them out of the basement again. This can result in a wait for a character being upwards of close to 2 years. Looking at you, Shenhe.
extreme FOMO
Besides
stuff,
feeling
yeah.
like you've missed out, it basically means that you won't have a whole lot to do if you don't end up getting any characters in the patch you're playing, especially if there's no explorable content to hold you over. And all this does is further incentivize players to go for things that they might not necessarily want. This all allows Hoyo to actually take a pretty lazy approach to the actual content they release for their game, because if the character is the content, then what incentive does Hoyo have to actually create anything aside from that? I mean, hell,
Yeah.
I know firsthand a few people that log into—
That's the reality, yes. In a lot of these gacha games, the only content is the character. There is no game. That is exactly the truth. The character is the content, like it or not. But yeah. So what is it? Let's see. You like the cyclicity on ToF, meanwhile? You know, stuff's coming back exactly 4 patches later, yeah. I mean, that's because they just rerun everything that matches.
the ZZZ on a daily basis just to walk around as their favorite character in that game.
There's effectively
And
no
Hoyo
FOMO
knows
there,
this.
though.
They heavily market their characters through different trailers and
Outside
teasers,
of, like,
which just
skins and
promotes the idea
outfits.
that you can get invested in the characters
Because
themselves.
you don't know when they're gonna rerun the skins and outfits, and that's it. But it's like, you either like it or you don't. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. That's it. Yeah, it was review bombed, but like, it didn't matter. The people doing the review bombs are super Pepega because they go back to keep playing it. Like, I get it. It's like you're not happy, but then if you go back to keep playing it, it doesn't change anything. They're just gonna keep doing it. Right? It's not like you took your business away from them. But like, you know, imagine thinking gacha gamers are intelligent enough to understand that. It's like, yeah, you go back to keep playing them. Of course they're gonna do it some more. They know that it's okay and they can get away with it. They let them get away with it. Right? But like, again, like, they're just too dumb to understand that. Right? It's why all their boycotts and stuff haven't worked, because they keep playing it. They say, like, oh, we won't do this, this, and this, but like, they still got you in the door. They still have your attention. Once they already have you in there and they know they have your attention. It's like, it's just a slow waiting game now to see how long it is until you break.
rather than whatever content and story you have available to actually play with them.
Yeah, they can
While
also
there might not
pay
always
to
be
remove
something
them.
exciting going on in the game, they'll always make it seem like there's something to get invested into surrounding the game. If it's not the current character, it's the next. If it's not one game, it's another. And this is all part of their trap. They want you to always be thinking about their games, because once you're in,
you're here forever.
Yep.
So now you're in for the long haul. What next? Well, to explain, let me walk you through a scenario from my own life. It might seem unrelated, but just trust me. All the way back in 2014 when I built my first gaming computer, my friend and I decided to go with a Corsair power supply for it, and I even still got the email of that. That power supply did end up having issues when I first got it, but not only did Corsair give me a replacement, they also gave me an upgrade to the 850i from the 750 that I previously had. And believe it or not, that upgraded power supply is still going strong in my current computer over 11 years later. So you might be wondering why I'm talking about old computers.
Yeah, creating a sense of loyalty. It's why people felt so good about EVGA. It's why people will like miss EVGA and stuff like that. And why, like, with certain things there, if they did something nice enough, they're probably gonna keep them around. They'll probably keep buying their crap. Right? And then sometimes they'll just never leave. For some people, like, once they know something works, and it's like, oh, if I have a problem, they'll just fix it for me as well. They're probably just gonna stay with what's familiar to them. It's really hard to get people to move. Right? Like, you buy the power supply, if you had a good customer service experience, and you're shopping for a new one later on down the road, you're more likely to look at the same brand you bought from. Even if it's a bit more expensive or not as good value as something else, because you know it's going to work. And that's just how a lot of people will make their choices and decisions. It's like, oh, this thing already works. And they were nice when I had to go deal with them to get a replacement because of an issue before, and then it's been working really nicely ever since. maybe I'll go buy another one of these, right? Or the new one. And then they go from there.
Computers and power supplies? Well, it's because as a result of this scenario, I now recommend Corsair equipment as a whole to friends, to family, and others who I built PCs for in the past. As a result of the good interaction I had with Corsair customer support and the power supply that has lasted me over 11 years, I have some trust in their parts and some faith that their company will do right by me as a consumer. Whenever I buy PC parts now, I'm always on the lookout for Corsair parts first because I developed a sense of loyalty over time towards their products before any others. How this relates to Hoyo is that every single thing Hoyo does is under the motive of them creating that same sense of loyalty. They want us as the players to think positively of them, and they do this through everything discussed so far. Being generous early on into our playthroughs, giving out freebies like standard banner characters, and the rare example of Dr. Ratio that HSR got are all examples of them trying to get you invested in them. And that's not even mentioning the asinine amount of marketing that they do so their products are always on your mind. The more positively you feel about them, the more likely you are to get interested whenever they do different things like events or launch new games like HSR and ZZZ. What this does is it brings you into their ecosystem. Just like how I use and recommend Corsair computer parts, someone that likes Hoyo games will be just as likely to do the same with Hoyo products. For example, a lot of people tried HSR simply because it was a Hoyoverse game. While Hoyo undoubtedly spent an absolute ton of money on marketing on top of building that loyalty from their older games like Genshin, there's no denying that a good chunk of the success the game had is from people that already wanted more from Hoyo. Something to keep in mind here though is that in comparison to my scenario with Corsair, the Hoyoverse ecosystem isn't all roses.
Hoyo giving free, I mean they did before. During the specific special event, they got something. Right? So they can technically say that, you know. It doesn't even matter if it has value or not, as long as they think they got something, you know? That's all that matters when you're trying to trick people. Right?
Because you have to look at the context surrounding it. Like, Corsair gaining a loyal customer by having good customer support isn't something particularly insidious. They just wanted me to think of them first when I bought computer parts going forward. On the other hand, Hoyo's goal isn't just to get you in the door, it's to keep you gambling and spending more and more and more every single time you play one of their games. Like, for example, if you buy merch of your favorite Genshin character at an event, is it a good product? Sure, the quality is probably really nice, and you wouldn't have gotten it if you didn't want it, right? But it only serves the purpose of getting you more invested into whatever character you bought that merch of, and therefore Hoyo as a whole. Whenever you see that merch at home, you'll always be reminded of where it comes from. So what happens the next time that character's on rate up in your favorite gacha game? Seeing that merch every single day would probably incentivize you to roll for more copies, or maybe you'll get their weapon if you don't already have it. After all, they're your favorite, right? Maybe you're not a merch person and you're just a hardcore gacha gamer, always on the lookout for the new hot game. If you're already playing Genshin and Hoyo releases the new hot game Honkai Star Rail, you're probably going to start playing that one too. Now, you're not only in the Genshin space, but the Star Rail one as well. There's more chances to find characters you like, more stories to get invested in, new generous content to play since the game has just started, and most importantly for Hoyo, more chances for you as the consumer to pull out your wallet and swipe just a little bit to get you started. So now we're at the part where I get to tell you why this is all a problem. You know, apart from the obvious point of saying it's a gacha, of course it's a problem. You might have read the title of this part of the video and been a little bit confused because the traditional way that saying goes is actually the opposite. With Hoyo games though, it's just not like that. See, something Hoyo's been doing for years now is always making it seem like the next thing is going to be better than what we have now, even when that isn't always the case. I mean, that's all the marketing that we've been talking about. To be at least a little bit fair here, they do actually have patches in their games where it seems like things are good. But something worth noting here is that those good things come with a cost. First, we can take a look at a specific example from one of their games, and the easiest one to bring up is Genshin. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at the pull tracker for Genshin, but there's 2 patterns in there related to specific times of the year.
Okay.
Did you notice it? If you didn't, it's the specific patches that offer a lot of rewards, with the following patches having a big drop-off, and here's the points where that happens. Don't recognize anything special about those patches? Well, those are both the Chinese New Year patches as well as the anniversary patches. Both of these are meant to be a time where you get to celebrate, right? Like another year has passed and the game is still going strong. So us as players deserve to be showered with rewards and have a great time. To be fair to Hoyo, it generally is a great time. We get a lot of rewards as big events going on IRL and a ton of other things. But then the end of the patch happens. Now, going into the next next patch,
You have
what are we
nothing.
greeted with? A hell of a lot less rewards. Seems weird,
Yep.
right? Well, not really if you think about it in terms of balancing. Hoyo's goal isn't actually to reward us at these times of the year,
Yep.
it's just to make it seem like they are. If we get anything
Just need
extra,
to
they'll be
fake it,
sure to
yep.
withhold that from the next patch's rewards to keep the average the same. If we get 100 pulls on the anniversary patch and only 50 the next, then the average amount of
But,
pulls
like,
between
again,
the two patches is actually only 75.
This is not like, you know, this is not anything special, crazy, or new. All of these games are like this.
Doesn't seem too generous now, don't you think? Looking past just the rewards, we can look at the other things like quality of life and also the recently announced potential buffs for characters in HSR. These are things that Hoyo can do at any time, but they hold it above our heads like a cookie jar while saying, "No, not until I say you can have it." Even on the rare occasions that we do get those things, there's always something at play that makes it not as simple as it seems. Like for the buffing system in HSR, don't get me wrong, I can't help but be at least a little bit excited by the prospect of being able to use my old characters again. As per usual with Hoyo though, this all comes with a caveat of context. Every character released in that game is almost always guaranteed to be stronger than the last one is. So for example, if their character Blade gets buffed whenever they implement this system, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a dumpster tier character again as stronger and stronger characters are released after him. Unless they actually implement the system properly, this quality feature really isn't all that impressive. For more general quality
The
of
other
life
thing is
stuff, it
they're
can
also
take
not
years to
incentivized
implement,
to do
and
it
even
properly.
if we do get it, it's always done with a Hoyoverse twist. I mean, how long have we been asking for gear loadouts in Hoyo games, only to get these awful auto-equip systems instead? How long have we been asking to farm stuff like talent books and weapon materials in Genshin, only for them to put out a survey asking
How satisfied? You would just say very and just say, the reality is, I would rather have none of these at all. I don't want any of this. The only way I would be satisfied with this system is if they removed it.
asking us if that's
That's me
something that we
personally.
really want. Hell, even Wuthering Waves added loadouts recently. Talk about Genshin could never. These are tactics that Hoyo pulls across all of their games, from big events and anniversaries to quality of life, but it doesn't stop there, because they also do this when they release new games. Remember, they've built an ecosystem that we're all trapped in. So what this means is that not only do we get screwed by the things previously mentioned, we also get screwed whenever they want to launch their next title. And you could see this when both HSR and ZZZ released. HSR released on April 26th of 2023. What was going on in Genshin at the time, you might ask? Version 3.6, where they were running rerun banners. While reruns are nice, it's pretty undeniable to say that they don't sell super well, nor do they make the vast majority of the community super excited to log in and play. Apart from those reruns, we did actually have a small region release to explore, but not only was its entire purpose to put a bow on the Sumeru desert exploration, but it was also the third desert region released in a row, resulting in not that many people being actually super excited for it. In other words, it was basically a major filler patch where people were looking for something else to do. So what did Hoyoverse ever so generously offer for players to do instead? Play their new game, of course, Honkai Star Rail, a new and exciting space fantasy RPG where everything is new and fresh and exciting, rather than just stick to the same old desert that we've been exploring for the past 6 months. This then repeated in Honkai Star Rail when Hoyoverse's next game launched, Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZ released on July 4th of 2024. What was going on in HSR at the time? The end of 2.3, where there was absolutely nothing to do after you pulled Firefly and did a tiny bit of story. I remember that patch vividly, because for 4 weeks straight.
And part of the problem though is like the people playing these games, man. They're trying to play it like it's their only thing, the only thing they have in their life. And like they try to do like just that. And what else is there with it that I'm trying to say? Like it's like their entire personality basically. And then they try to like have it as like the only thing they do. And then yeah, there's just never going to be enough stuff there. Right? They probably got addicted to Hoyo games to make this video, yeah. The thing is, this isn't just a Hoyo problem, you know? This is like literally everything is doing this. This is not anything special or new. But, you know, they're too stuck looking in this specific thing, they're ignoring everything else around it.
After finishing that story, the only thing I had to do in that game was log in, spend my daily stamina, and then Alt F4 the game. It says something when that patch had 5 events total, 2 of which were freebie rewards, and 2 of which were simply events, where you got double the amount of resources for spending your stamina. So, since there was absolutely nothing going on in HSR, what could you do?
Yeah, gee, I wonder what that sounds like. Is that like a lot of these games?
Once again, Hoyo ever so generously swooped in and launched their new game, Zenless Zone Zero. Everything that Hoyoverse does has a cost. While it may seem like things are getting better, it usually ends up worse soon after. And that's the cost that we as the players of their games feel. Whether it's for rewards, simple quality of life features, or game releases, they always try to screw us in some way, and it's for—
Yeah, because you're playing... like, do they not realize what the hell they're doing, man? At the end of the day, these are not good games. They're good enough games. That's all. If they're good enough to keep you in there, then that's all they will ever be. That's all that's going to ever happen. They're not ever going to actually get what they really want. They'll act like that, but they're not actually going to get that.
For one reason, Hoyoverse doesn't see us as anything more than a walking wallet.
Yeah. That's exactly
Alright,
how they see
You've
us.
either made it this far in the video, or you just skipped directly to this section, so welcome in if you did that. Apologies if I get a bit heated in this section, but this is something important to me, and also something that I'm just passionate about. Over the years, it's become obvious that Hoyo is only interested in
it doesn't
the
matter,
long run.
avoid it
Their
or
goal
not,
isn't
man.
to create a good experience,
For
it's just
sure,
to
you
make it
want the
feel like what
whisper?
we're getting is actually worth something. They go out of the—
Alright, here you go. Shrek 5 teaser looks really good. I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to a lot of movie trailers or whatever. So if it does or not, cool. I don't know. I just don't really pay attention to care,
their
but
way
sure.
to get as many people as possible to play their games, and then structure the first
I mean, that's why they have. That's why why do you think they do the aggressive marketing campaigns? It's so they can get more people in to replace the people that leave. Why do you think they spend millions of dollars, like tens of millions, hundreds of millions in some cases of dollars on marketing in a year? Why do you think they do that? To replace the ones that leave. They just get the next batch. It's like, oh, they're gone, alright, let's go get the next batch, and then the next batch. And they keep shuffling them and recycling them around. Right? Like, it's not super surprising when you really think about it. Just replace them with the next batch.
few patches of them to secure us as loyal customers. After that point,
They're not really afraid, man. No, the only ones they're afraid of losing maybe are the ones that give them the most money. The reality is, if you went and played in there and you didn't spend anything on it, they don't care if they lose you. If anything, like they lose you, they spend less money because they don't have you're not using their server. They don't care.
They just want to keep us in a revolving door throughout their variety of games. If you don't have anything to do in one game, you can be sure the others will have stuff going on to spend your time and, more importantly, your money in. I mean, who needs real content when the next limited character can be shoved down our throat every other week across all their games? Like, everything I've talked about in this video is evidence that showcases Hoyo doesn't really give a shit about us. They're just interested in whatever they can get out of our pockets for the lowest possible amount of effort from them. And what that—
Yeah, I'm like, how are you not surprised? How are you surprised? Like, it's pretty obvious. Right? And you look at some of the other ones in there, it's like, yeah, they're all like that too, except they don't all have another extra thing to get you to go swipe on for a lot of them. Yeah, it's almost as if they were a business and their goal is to make a profit. Like, gee.
that means is that whatever we get from them is basically just the leftover scraps off their dinner table. Hoyo knows that we're willing to overlook things like the missing quality of life, the lack of real content, and the insane amount of time it takes to fix any problems the games have if they stuff us full of rewards early on and try to essentially love bomb us whenever we get upset. By the time the excitement of a new game release wears off and all we've got is the leftover garbage, they can get away with doing the bare minimum, but by that point, their hope is that we're in way too deep to notice. Unfortunately for Hoyo, their con is very, very noticeable at this point. The small bits of quality of life and the generosity that they try to feed us just doesn't cut it.
As if they were generous in the first place, man. These guys, man, these pepegas. Yeah. And like this is part of why Woo is not working, man. It's a clone of the same crap. And what happens, man? Why go to the other one when the original one already showed you what the hell's gonna happen? It's like I was aware of the shit the whole time, man. But these guys are all just surprised Pikachu face over it. I mean, it's just the reality. Now they actually get to see it themselves. You know. I mean, we're just reacting to this stuff here, man. I feel like the guy when he was making this video, he just had extreme surprise Pikachu face while I'm fishing.
Anymore.
For the
revolving door is getting old at this point. The lack of quality of life is getting old at this point. Our characters standing.
Like here's the thing, like I've said it before, for me, no quality of life will matter to fix it for me. What I want is actual content I want to play in them. An actual reason to actually play it. I don't care about crappy quality of life. That's like half-baked. At the same time, too, I don't want to deal with any other barriers to entry either. I'm not gonna deal with the bullshit either. And like, that doesn't just apply to Hoyo stuff, it applies to a lot of other games as well. Quality of life is not going to make me play your game. That does not matter. What actually matters is what I'm actually doing in the content of the game. Right? And then you have like freaking Kuro trying to farm devs listen to me by manufacturing problems to then create an artificial solution to mask the fact that they don't know how to create anything. They don't know how to create any content in the first place, right? So they're pretending to create problems to then have Big solve them and keep piling them on because they're never actually going to put anything in the game. But like, again, these Papegas are too dumb to understand and realize that. Exactly. Right? And the thing is, with these games, they're all shit games, right? But they're also just good enough for the people who are still playing. The reality is, if you weren't already, more quality of life isn't going to make you play them. It's not going to get you there. Right? Like, it does not matter. No quality of life will ever get me to go back. Especially when a lot of the things that they would be solving, or potentially solving, are all problems they created themselves. Right? All the issues with these games, they created the problem. Right? They're not, like, the actual solution to the problem is to not have the problem. Not put a band-aid over it. But what they're doing is they're pretending to put that band-aid over it. Right? It's like, oh, people are not happy with gearing and, like, and stuff like that in some of these games. We put loadouts in. But that's because, like, you created the problem in the first place. The loadouts is just a band-aid to deal with it. The issue of the gear stuff being like that was already in the game. Right? And this can translate to other aspects in other games, too. They created the problem. Exactly, that too. Like, true quality of life won't matter if you're not going to enjoy it anyways. Right? It's not going to matter. That's why I'm like, it does not matter to me. I'm never going to care about quality of life in these things. It's like to get me there. It's great as a retention thing if, like, it's like, you know what? This is enough to make it tolerable for me to stay. But for people to, like, for anyone to come in new, it's not gonna work. You're not gonna attract anyone with quality of life. At best, it's an okay retention tool. Sometimes.
Standing in a circle for 90% of the story in their games is getting old at this point. The complete and utter disregard for the community's wants and needs is especially getting old. And that's not even mentioning their blatant and prominent greed that is showcased across all of their games except for ZZZ for now. And I specify for now because the fun times that these games have are only temporary. It's a matter of time before
but like,
or their next game launches, and by that point, it'll be ZZZ on the chopping block. It is just such a shame that this company is using this awful business model and these terrible practices to make things worse and
I mean, that's just every fucking gacha company. It's just crazy when they have this nice surprise Pikachu face, man.
Worse and worse as time goes on. Because if you look past the bullshit that Hoyo pulls to try to keep us invested in their games, there's actually some good stuff underneath. But it just doesn't matter when you have to look past the hundreds of problems that these games have just to see it. Like, I love these games. I have logged into Genshin every single day since that game launched. I did the same for HSR and ZZZ too. I've been a loyal player because for a long time, it felt worth it to me. But I just can't feel that way anymore with the current state of their games. Honestly, they never really did enough to deserve our loyalty to begin with, which is why it's so important that we both recognize and speak up about these terrible practices that Hoyo follows. If we don't advocate for these games and this company to be better, then all we'll have is whatever bait Hoyo dangles in front of us to keep us here. If we stay in their revolving door, it won't matter when players quit one of their games because they'll have the next piece of bait ready. From Genshin to HSR, from HSR to ZZZ, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me a third time, and I'll make an entire YouTube channel to complain about your company.
Yeah,
As
no,
this
it
video
doesn't
ends
matter.
here, I just want to say thank you so much for watching if you made it this far.
Alright, but here you go. With this guy. But the reality is, again, this stuff doesn't matter to me. Maybe I should just make my freaking, my, innovation of Intel. What? Scumbag. Scumminess of Nvidia, innovation of Intel, sure. That's not an innovation of Intel, man. These guys, man. Very Pepega, man. Yeah, just let it die, but they won't. They're too Pepega, man. They're too Pepega. You know, let's just do all of these reacts while I go, do the fishing stuff in, Snowbreak. What is this one? Total fraud? Oh, the Elon Musk scandal.
Hello, you absolute legends. In January of 2025, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, was exposed for lying to the gaming community about his video game accomplishments. In December,
if
he
you
had
want to
posted
send
to
a
Twitter
video to
numerous
react,
times
send it
on
on
his
Discord.
account, bragging about all
Makes
of the
it easier
work
to
he put
find.
into his Path of Exile 2 hardcore character. On hardcore mode, if your character dies a single time, the character is lost forever. So getting to a very high level is a difficult task, and Elon was very proud of himself for how far he's gotten.
Yes, I know
On
of
January
it, but
7, he
I don't pay
streamed Path
attention
of
to
Exile
anything
2
from
on his
it.
main Twitter account.
I remember playing, what was it? I remember, how long ago? I was still in elementary school at the time when the first Five Nights at Freddy's came out. I was at, like, one of my relatives' place, and, like, I think, like, one of my cousins tried to see if he could scare me by having me play Five Nights at Freddy's. It didn't work. It did not work, but I was like, okay. I'm like, how is this scary? Is this some freaking Pepega costume thingy? And I had to like open and close a bunch of doors or whatever. Yeah, but yeah. If you want to send video stuff, just join the Discord. Get the verification thingy there, and maybe we can get it handled. If you just tell me the user ID or whatever, I can just immediately pass it through. But yeah.
And he showcased just how far his character had come. It was now one of the highest leveled characters in the entire world, which would have taken many, many hours to accomplish. And not only would it have taken a long time, but he would have needed to be very efficient to keep up with all of the other gamers who weren't also hanging out with Donald Trump and allegedly running multiple companies. But there was a problem. It was obvious from Elon's gameplay that he had no idea what he was doing. he was a complete noob. And not only did he lack the basic fundamentals of high-level Path of Exile play, but he seemed to lack some basic fundamentals of action RPGs in general. It was immediately obvious that he had barely played the game, let alone played enough to level his character to the point it was. Elon had been lying. The truth is that he had been paying other people to play his account for him, which he has since admitted. This entire situation was bizarre. The man has more money and more power than you could ever want, yet he still felt compelled to lie about something so trivial. And to top it off, his reaction to being exposed was arguably more childish and insecure than the original lie itself. But what I find interesting is that it was this particular claim that seems to have really ignited this entire scandal. Because it's one thing to say that you've leveled up a character in a video game, but it's another thing entirely to say that you used to be one of the best players in the world at one of the most competitive video games of all time.
If you think about like StarCraft or any game like Quake, any game where a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being. There has to be something exceptional about you.
Actually, for mention Quake, way back in the day, I was one of the world's best Quake players.
I know we talked about this. I loved Quake.
And not only was he one of the best, but he was even semi-professional.
A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me.
In fact, he was part of one of the best teams, and they even came second in the first esports tournament ever, and he won thousands of dollars.
One of the best teams in the country, actually. And I think it was the first paid esports thing in the U.S. We ended up coming second in that. I think like we made a few $1,000s or something. So it was pretty good at Quake back in the day.
Elon has been making these claims for an entire decade, and they are orders of magnitude more outrageous than his Path of Exile 2 claims.
What's the
and yet,
user?
they didn't seem to cause any real backlash.
If you get verified?
Of course, once Elon was classified as a liar in general because of his Path of Exile claims, all of his other claims of video game prowess were discarded as well, as almost certainly being fabricated. If he lied about his Path of Exile achievements, he probably lied about his Quake achievements too. But that wasn't good enough for me. Elon made very specific claims about Quake history. He pointed to a specific tournament that occurred around a certain time period, and he even gave an exact prize amount for second place, which if true, would have been the biggest prize pool in Quake by far for the time. If this tournament existed, it would have left a footprint. However, if you just search Google for this supposed tournament, you will find nothing. There are multiple websites chronicling the history of Quake multiplayer, and they all list the major tournaments, but Elon's tournament is nowhere to be found. Honestly, I was ready to make a public statement that Elon's Quake claims were completely false. But then, out of nowhere, I found a crumb. A single breadcrumb that eventually led me all the way to the truth. In today's video, we will examine, among other things, Elon's claim of being one of the best Quake players in the world. Is it completely untrue, or is there even a hint of substance to what he says? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, this video is sponsored by the military online game War Thunder, and when it comes to vehicle combat, War Thunder is the most comprehensive game ever made. Available on PC, consoles, and now mobile. Take control of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 of the fiercest armies of the last century. 6 immersive. There is simply play War Thunder for free on PC Lions, and 7 days.
At one point I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world. Actually won money for in what I think was the first paid esports tournament in the US.
Elon has claimed many times that he was one of the best Quake players in the world, and his evidence to back up this claim is always the same. Elon states that he was in a team that came second in the first paid national esports tournament in America.
Alright.
And a really long time ago, I was one of the world's best players of Quake. I think it was like the first esports tournament in the US, or they claimed it was. And we
Sure
came
you were,
second
Elon.
in that tournament. I think it was in like 96 or 97.
At one point I was quite competitive at Quake. Played what I think was maybe the first paid esports thing in the US. My team came second.
It's not a super long-term career being a pro gamer. I was semi-pro back in ancient times with Quake.
So I actually made money, and like they had the first paid tournament in the U.S. We're one of the best teams in the country, actually. And I think it was the first. I think the first paid.
That's just the video playing there.
Thing in the U.S. We ended up coming second in that. I think like we made a few $1,000s or something. So it was pretty good at Quake back in the day.
In theory, this should be easy to confirm, as it's a very specific claim, and the amount of money that Elon claims to have won for second place, several $1,000s, means that the prize pool would have had to have been massive. This absolutely would have left some kind of historical footprint. A superficial search of Google, however, yields no results that match this description. There are multiple websites that have been preserved that document the history of Quake, including the significant tournaments, and from these resources, a tournament of this size just didn't occur. The first Quake tournament that has both a cash prize and also historical evidence is the Red Annihilation tournament, which had its finals in June of '97. This is one of the most significant tournaments in esports history, precisely because it's seen by many people to be the first true esports tournament, at least as we know esports today. In this event, 16 qualified players were flown to E397 for the finals, and the winner, Dennis Fong, aka Thresh, took first place, which had a prize of $5,000 cash and one of John Carmack's Ferraris. Red Annihilation helped to popularize Quake competition, and shortly after this event, the first esports leagues such as the Professional Gamers League and the Cyber Athlete Professional League were formed. From Red Annihilation onwards, everything is extremely well documented, and there is no existence of a team tournament that had a second place prize of several $1,000s. And there is also no historical evidence of any tournaments, prize pool or not, that Elon Musk or his team came second in. So if Elon did win anything, it must have been something after Quake was released in June '96, but before Red Annihilation, a year later. Though even if this tournament exists, whether or not it was the first paid national esports tournament really depends on your own definition of what esports and paid means. The reality is that people have been competing in national tournaments in video games and receiving money from it for decades. For example, in 1980, there was a National Space Invaders tournament where thousands of people competed. The regional winners were awarded $150 each, plus an all-expenses-paid trip to the finals. First and second place were awarded prizes, and third place received a $500 check. In 1981, the World Asteroids Championships took place in Washington, D.C., with the winner receiving $5,000 and second and third place winning $3,500 and $2,500 respectively. In 1990, the Nintendo World Championships was a massive video game tournament. Here,
that thing, and then like there's the whole legend around the special cartridges from there.
The winners in each age bracket received a car along with $10,000. If you are inclined to be a little less pedantic about what constitutes as paid, you can go far back as 1972 with the Intergalactic Space War Olympics, an event that many people consider to be the very first esports tournament. In 1984, there was a worldwide track and field arcade competition, where, according to Guinness World Records, over 1 million people participated, with the US winners receiving a Jeep and being flown to Japan for the World Finals. Large-scale video game competition isn't a new thing. It's been happening for as long as video games have existed. But for the sake of argument, let's accept that none of these count because they don't fit the modern definition of esports, which generally involves complex player-v-player combat where you can directly interact with the opponent. In my opinion, modern esports first developed with fighting games like Street Fighter II. In 1991, Midway sponsored a tournament in California, flying the regional winners to San Diego for the finals, where the winner earned a Street Fighter II cabinet. In 1996, the Battle by the Bay was the first yearly tournament that would later become known as the Evolution Championship Series, or EVO, which now hosts the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. And of course, we can't forget about Quake's predecessor, Doom, which spawned the concept of deathmatch. In 1995, the year before Quake was released, there was a tournament called Deathmatch 95, with the finals taking place at the Judgment Day event organized by Microsoft.
We're here in Seattle for the World Doom Championships. It's very, very cold and there's a very naff stage thing going on behind me. Thankfully, we're not that concerned with that. What we are going to do is follow the progress of a couple of British guys who are taking part. 50,000 entrants have been whittled down to 24 finalists who've gathered here at the Windows 95
How the hell
launch to
do
decide
I
who will
do the
quite
freaking
literally win
fishing
the
thingy?
competition.
Deathmatch 95 was essentially the first worldwide tournament. They held local tournaments to find the local champions and then flew all of us to Microsoft headquarters in Redmond, going from playing largely at home to, you know, a stage at Microsoft headquarters, not just like any tournament, like a real world championship tournament. Probably the first true esports event.
The winner was Thresh, the same player who would go on to win Quake's first major tournament, Red Annihilation. Winning Deathmatch 95, Thresh received a new computer valued at around $10,000. These first esports tournaments didn't usually award cash prizes, because at the time it was hard to get sponsors who would fork over straight cash. Companies would rather offer up a prize, which is cheaper and has the secondary benefit of also advertising the product they wanted to promote. So I guess ultimately the argument can be made that none of these count against Elon's claim, either because they aren't face-to-face games or their tournaments only awarded prizes instead of cash. So when Elon states that he was in the first paid esports tournament, he might technically be correct from a very specific point of view. But personally, I don't think the distinction between a cash prize or any other type of prize is a helpful one in determining if Elon's second place achievement meant he was any good. Thresh, the eventual winner of Red Annihilation, didn't specifically win cash at Deathmatch 95, but that doesn't mean his victory was any less significant, and it was in part because of this first major win that Thresh would receive his first product endorsement in 96, and is considered by many to be the first esports pro. So I will let you decide if Elon's decision to exclude all tournaments that didn't specifically award cash prizes and all tournaments that might not be considered esports by today's standards is relevant, though we still don't even know if this tournament happened, or if Elon
so I just
came
have to
second.
keep doing this
And if
until
you
I get
trust a lot of
the
the comments
thing?
online, you would be forgiven for assuming it didn't. Many people
That's gonna
think
be
the
slow.
early history of Quake is completely documented, and because there is no concrete evidence of Musk's claim, he must be lying. But shockingly, I discovered this is simply not true. There was at least one Quake tournament with a significant cash prize that occurred before Red Annihilation, and the result of that tournament seems to have been lost to the sands of time. If Elon's story is true, I believe I've found the only tournament he could possibly be referring to. There is some credible evidence that Elon may actually be telling the truth.
Okay.
In June of 2017, a user posted to the Quake forum on ESR.com that they had listened to Elon's biography. In this biography, it mentioned that Elon's company Zip2 had a team that came second in a tournament and won several $1,000s. This person wanted to know if it was true or if it was just an exaggeration. Zip2 was a company that Elon co-founded in 1995, which was an online city guide that gave users information about local businesses. The biography in question was written by Ashley Vance and was released in 2015. In it, Elon claims his team, comprised of his employees, competed in one of the first nationwide tournaments and won a few $1,000s. Most of the forum post replies were unhelpful or claimed that this was false. For example, this reply, which states that there are only 2 North American deathmatch tournaments with over $1,000 prize money, and all of the finalists were well known. However, a full 5 years after the original post, an anonymous user posted this reply.
Extremely late to the game here, but yes, Elon is 100% correct. We were the team that beat him in Zip2. We were Clan Olympus. Dumb name, yes. It was the first tournament held by Empath and Player that eventually hosted the Red Annihilation single-player game that awarded the Ferrari. I remember distinctly going to their webpage after playing against them in the final and seeing their About page with their executive profiles. All were unremarkable 20-something unkempt nerds, much like we were, and didn't think anything of it until Elon became a billionaire and his ties to his older companies became public knowledge.
Let's be clear, an anonymous post on an obscure message board isn't good evidence, and when I read this, I quite frankly didn't put much stock in it. Still, there are some details that are important to note here, mainly that the clan was called Olympus, the tournament was held by M-Player, and it was before the Red Annihilation tournament. And this wouldn't be the only player from Olympus that would step forward. After a June 2023 interview where Elon once again brought up his Quake claims, a user posted the video to Reddit, asking if anyone had any information. The anonymous post from ESR.com was reposted, which was promptly shot down, with users saying this was false because all results are available historically. But then, months later, an account with the name Ollie Sparta replied to the thread, claiming the story Elon told was true.
Hey there, heard about this Elon story the other day from my buddy. This story Elon told? It's true. How do I know? I was there. We were the team that beat a Zip 2 team in this tournament you all are saying didn't happen.
Sparta also claimed to be in Clan Olympus and gave a detailed breakdown of the tournament final. This post seemed to back up the anonymous user from ESR.com, but there were some immediate red flags that made me doubt the veracity of this story.
Red flags
the story
now.
gave several details that couldn't possibly be correct if Elon was telling the truth, like saying the top prize was $1,000, which makes no sense if Elon's team received several $1,000s for second place. They also thought the tournament may have been in 1998, which was a year after Red Annihilation. Sparta would continue to post replies, and his timeline of the tournament eventually returned to believable territory, clarifying that the tournament happened in 96 or 97, and that Red Annihilation happened afterwards. Sparta also claimed that if you can't find any information about the tournament, it's not because it didn't happen, it's just because any evidence was contained on the mPlayer website, which has no archives from that time period, which is true. The earliest mPlayer archives I can find are from 98 onwards. Sparta gave details that at the time seemed impossible to verify. For example, specific details about this alleged tournament, for which I could find no results for. But he did make claims that I could verify, which would help to establish his credibility. He claimed that in the Red Annihilation tournament, he ended up in the top 32. And sure enough, when I checked the results for Red Annihilation, there was a player named Sparta who was eliminated in the round of 32. I also found another member of his team, Ollie Hades, who also made the top 256. The fact that I could verify this part of Sparta's post made him much more credible, but it still wasn't enough for me to completely believe his story. However, if true, this post does narrow down the search for Elon's tournament. Both the anonymous user on ESR.com and Sparta claimed it was on mPlayer, so that's where my attention focused. Back in the early days of Quake, there were several platforms that casual gamers could use to play online. The two main ones being the Total Entertainment Network and mPlayer. These platforms allowed people to quickly and easily play Quake and other multiplayer games against other people over the internet, and they would charge players a monthly fee to use their service. mPlayer launched in late '96, and as I mentioned a moment ago, we have no archived pages from that time. So any news about any tournaments from mPlayer itself has been completely lost. But as I said, at the time, there were many various websites that posted Quake news. mPlayer had just launched, and in an effort to grow their brand, they advertised in different ways, including full-page advertisements in gaming magazines. So I searched every Quake news site that I could find for any reference to mPlayer around this time, hoping that this tournament was advertised in some way. One particular website, bluesnews.com, is especially helpful because not only did it post Quake news around that time, but it still has its full archive available, going all the way back to 1996. And lo and behold, searching for references to mPlayer, I found a post from January 3rd, 1997, which linked to an article on Next Generation announcing a Quake clan tourney with a $5,000 cash prize. Thankfully, this article was archived, and it reads, "Clans registered with mPlayer by January 2nd are eligible to participate in their Ladder to Cthulhu Quake tournament. The $5,000 prize is one of many prizes that will be awarded to participants of the tournament." What's funny about this article is that it was published January 3rd, a day after the registration cutoff. So it was essentially useless as anyone reading it was already too late to participate. This article shows there was a tournament with a significant prize pool before Red Annihilation. So it turns out Elon's tournament might be real.
Alright.
But
now,
the details still didn't seem to add up.
Gotta
Sparta
find the
said that
tournament,
his
then.
team won $1,000 for first place. But this article says there was a $5,000 cash prize.
Damn.
And I think what this article should have said is that there was a $5,000 prize pool and not a $5,000 prize. In my search, I also managed to find a second reference to this tournament. In an archived Russian PC gaming magazine from July 97, it references this exact tournament. The article itself is describing various video game tournaments for different games, and when it came to Quake, it described two: Red Annihilation and Ladder to Cthulhu. And conveniently it listed the prize pool distribution, with first place winning $1,000. The Next Gen article and this Russian gaming magazine are the only two external sources I could find that reference this tournament. In Google Groups, I also found an HTML dump of the M-Player website from March of '97, which shows the final was on March 22nd. And I also found a blurb from January '97 saying that 30 clans would be competing for $5,000 cash, which was a much more accurate description of the tournament prize pool. But unfortunately, I could find no other references or information about this tournament, including who actually won. Still, what this shows is that there was a paid tournament on M-Player, and the prize for first place was exactly what Sparta said it would be, $1,000. The fact that this tournament was so hard to find, and Sparta's account was as accurate as it was, makes me think it's extremely unlikely that Sparta made up this story. It seems to me that this is exactly the tournament that Sparta was referring to, and is the tournament that Elon's team competed in and came second, which also means Elon's claim of winning several $1,000s is greatly exaggerated, and what his team actually won was $750. Elon's story appears to be based somewhat in reality. Technically, he probably did come second in one of the earliest paid esports tournaments. But does that mean he was any good? Does that mean he was semi-professional? Does it mean he was one of the world's best players? No. No, it certainly does not. In 1996, early Quake players were quick to try and prove who was the best, and it wasn't long before organized tournaments were being held. Competition at that time was almost exclusively team-based. Teams would be represented by clans, and originally id Software hosted a full list of clans on their website, though it wouldn't be long before players formed their own network called Clanring, which connected all of the clans together. Clanring would begin hosting tournaments from late '96, and these tournaments were where the best players became known. These tournaments were not played through online paid services such as 10 or M-Player. Instead, matches were played through servers that people would host at their own university or workplace. Places which at the time generally had the best internet connections available. While these tournaments didn't award cash prizes, they were held in the highest regard. Prizes really didn't matter. All players cared about was the esteem that came with the victory over the other clans and the respect earned from other players. These tournaments, which were run and organized by players, are well documented. There are detailed statistics and full bracket results. We know who won and which players performed well. Clanring players didn't play on platforms like M-Player for multiple reasons. First, M-Player required players to pay a monthly fee to use the service, which was an unnecessary cost when you could just use a Clanring server and play for free. Second, services like M-Player did not provide the best multiplayer experience. While these services did allow casual players to easily matchmake with other players, they inserted an extra middleman, i.e. a third-party client between the player and the server, which slowed things down and caused higher latencies. In fact, even those with ISDN connections were complaining of extremely high pings. I spoke with Thresh himself, and in our conversation, he confirmed to me that the best players didn't use platforms like M-Player for this reason.
And you were just always playing on these self-hosted servers? You generally didn't play through platforms like 10 or M-Player?
I mean, some people did. The best players didn't. There was no reason to. Why play through a service when you could just play directly, right? It was more for newbies and that type of people that made it a little bit easier to onboard and get a game going. So, I think very few, if any, top players competed on those platforms unless we had to, because there was some tournament going on.
I actually did manage to find a tournament before Red Annihilation, which was called Ladder to Cthulhu. First of all, does that ring any bells for you? Do you remember this tournament?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, because I found a Blues News, but by the time the article came out, you already had to be a registered user of mPlayer to even enter the tournament. So I assumed that the top players just didn't know this tournament existed because it was just on mPlayer, and there just wasn't really good advertising for it.
It's quite likely because no good players played on mPlayer.
And then with this Red Annihilation, did you just play on mPlayer for that tournament and then left the platform and didn't play on it again?
Correct. I mean, playing through the mPlayer service was not the best experience. It's not the fastest. There's latency. You go direct from the game into a hosted server.
You're just talking about
experience, obviously.
the PvP thing?
Having a client and server layer.
We're still fishing.
That would place you in a server or like a generalized server was never really that ideal. So, you know, I think that's why no good players played on that stuff.
And finally, platforms like mPlayer did not differentiate players by their internet connection, which at the time was arguably the most impactful variable. Quake Deathmatch is optimized for local area network play. It was designed to run with very low latencies. When you introduce a high latency, like you would expect when you play online using a 28K dial-up modem, which was by far the most common way people connected to the internet in 1996, Quake becomes very difficult to control. I won't get into the technical details of why this is, but the end result was that if you had a dial-up connection, it was almost impossible to compete with a player who had an ISDN or broadband connection. Having a fast internet connection was such an advantage that any half-decent player with a low ping could defeat even the very best players on dial-up, regardless of their skill. This is why Joe Rogan, who confessed to playing a ton of Quake in the 90s, admitted to spending an insane amount of money to have a T1 connection installed at his house.
That's how deep I was into it. I lived in the mountains, like kind of high up in the hills of the Santa Monica Mountains, and I couldn't get good internet access. The best I could get was ISDN. Right. I couldn't get cable. Couldn't get cable modem out there. It was fucking terrible. The pings were awful to everywhere. So I had a T1 line installed in my house.
Oh, you must have been rich.
I was rich.
Those were expensive.
Yeah, but it was worth it to me.
It was a 1.44 megabit line.
Yeah.
Wait, those were like 10 grand a month.
It was worth it.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Did you really buy a T1 line back then?
Yes, I had it installed in my house.
How did you get that? How could you even afford that? Oh, you were using TV stuff.
I was on TV. Yeah.
Wow.
Quake's network code essentially created an internet arms race amongst players, and this is why the Clan Ring tournament had two separate brackets, one for dial-up, which was called HPB, which stood for High Ping Bastards, and one for ISDN and faster, which was called LPB, for Low Ping Bastards. In December of '96, John Carmack would release an unofficial Quake update called Quake World, which redesigned the network code that made the game much more playable with higher latencies.
Quake World, it's basically my research project into extending the network play aspects of Quake. The first stage of it that we're in beta testing right now that we're about ready to release is a new network protocol that provides more latency tolerance for the client, so there's less lag, and the network play is more robust in handling of problems along the connection.
None of this is really relevant to Elon, however, as Quake World wasn't supported on mPlayer until late '97, and these early mPlayer tournaments were all played on the original release of Quake. When it was announced that the qualifying stages of the Red Annihilation tournament were to be played via mPlayer, this made a lot of people upset. Due to the fact that mPlayer was not an ideal platform for competitive play, it didn't separate players based on their internet connection, and it didn't support Quake World, most players simply had no chance of performing well. Players with broadband or cable connections had an insurmountable advantage. It's worth noting that despite the general dissatisfaction at the way the Red Annihilation tournament was run, when it came to who actually made the final top 16 that was flown to E3, every single player was an established Clan Ring competitor, which proved that Clan Ring did indeed house the best players on the planet. And when they did come over to mPlayer for this one particular tournament, they dominated. Of course, on the flip side, the situation was fantastic for Elon Musk, and his prospects for winning the earlier tournament ladder took a thone. Elon's company, Zip2, was a thriving internet company, which required the best internet connection available by necessity, a connection that he and his employees would use while at work to play Quake.
Now Musk has his own computer command center, and his business is thriving. To his delight, Microsoft has tried and so far failed to get a hold in Zip2's market.
In his Reddit post, Sparta said as much, stating that Zip2 performed so well against the other competitors because of their internet connection. But unfortunately for Elon, Team Olympus had the exact same weapon.
Yep.
So let's put Elon's tournament into perspective. MPlayer was a brand new paid online platform that the best Quake players didn't use. MPlayer did try to promote their event, but the promotion was so poor that by the time news of the tournament reached beyond MPlayer to places like NextGen and Blues News, it was already past the registration deadline. None of the top players knew this tournament was being held before the registration cutoff, which is why you just don't find it mentioned anywhere. Even still, the fact the tournament was run on MPlayer at all meant that most players simply wouldn't have been able to compete anyway due to their dial-up connections. So in a nutshell, Elon played in an obscure tournament which has no footprint and was able to roll over most of the competition because of his superior internet. And when he reached an opponent with equal footing, he lost. Ironically, the part of the story that Elon feels necessary to repeat every single time, the part where he blames his loss on the fact that a team member's computer crashed, highlights just how amateurish this tournament was.
We ended up coming second in that. We were actually coming first, but then the best, I was the second best person on the team. The best person on the team, his computer crashed halfway through the game, so we ended up coming second. But
we came second. I was the second best person on the team, and the actual best person that we were actually winning. We would have come first, except the best person on the team, his computer crashed.
You'd think it'd be a forced reset,
so
maybe reset the match, but nah, guess not.
We would have come first, except that I was the second best guy on the team, and the best guy, his
Seems
computer glitched halfway through the game.
Can you imagine any reputable esports tournament that would allow the result of their grand final to be determined by a tech issue? Clearly, MPlayer did not take this tournament seriously. It was merely part of an advertising campaign to try and attract new players. To then go on to claim, because of this second place victory, that he was one of the best Quake players in the world is honestly pretty insulting. If you want to compare teams with some actual data, I found that Elon's Zip team had 2 players reach the top 256 in the Red Annihilation tournament, while the Legends clan had 6 players in the top 16 alone, with Ruthless Bastards, Extreme Prejudice, and Impulse 9 having 2 each in the top 16 as well. And these were well-established clans who had either won or placed very highly in the Clan Ring tournaments. These are clans with legitimate achievements that we can actually verify. The truth is that Elon was not very good at Quake, and while his team may have come second in a tournament, the circumstances surrounding that tournament make his victory completely empty. But don't just take my word for it. There is someone else who was around at the time and who remembers playing directly against Elon Musk himself. In a 2020 podcast, Thresh, the very same player who won Red Annihilation and who was by all metrics the best Quake player in the world at the time, said Elon wasn't very good.
Damn.
Well, actually, I mean, it was funny. Like Elon Musk, he's known as a huge gamer. We used to play in the same Quake server almost every day. I'd see him on. He'd be playing as Zip2 was his username, and a really good buddy of mine. He was okay.
Hold on, Dennis. Hold on. Was Elon Musk any good?
He was okay. I mean,
you could be honest.
No, he wasn't very good. But my
buddy, Quaker, right?
He's still an OG.
And after Elon started boasting about his Quake skills a bit more frequently and a bit more publicly, Thresh would again step in to set the record straight. In a 2024 Freethink article, speaking directly about Elon Musk, Thresh would state, was he any good? He was okay. I know he claimed that he was one of the top players. He was definitely not one of the top players. So let's compare Elon's account with the actual truth. According to Elon, he was a semi-professional Quake player who was one of the best in the world at the time. He was on one of the best teams in the world, which came second in the first paid esports tournament ever, in which he won $3,000. The truth is that while Elon did play Quake often, he was not very good. In early '97, he entered a Quake tournament that was only open to paid registered users of the brand new platform, MPlayer. a platform that no top players used. Using his superior internet connection, which gave him an unfair advantage, his team managed to come second, earning them $750. A question that arises is whether or not Elon's exaggerated claims are from poor memory, intentional deception, or straight delusion. And in my opinion, it's hard to pin this down to anything other than Elon just being a dishonest person in general. Elon straight up lies a lot. For example, in one of his Joe Rogan interviews, he claims that he played Quake during his final semester in college.
Yeah. In my final semester in college, I probably put more time into Quake than all my college classes.
However, it's well established that Elon Musk dropped out of his postgraduate degree in '95 to form his company, Zip2.
Yeah.
Well, that was the summer of '95. I had no money whatsoever. I was working, doing research in Silicon Valley on a completely different subject. And
he dropped out. How the hell does he play a game that's not released yet?
Decide, do I want to do graduate studies or do I want to start this company? And I decided to start the company. I had no money. As a graduate student, I would have received a scholarship and a stipend and so forth. In starting the company, I had nothing. I had no income source.
This was a year before Quake was even released, so it's impossible that Elon was playing Quake during his final semester. When Elon admitted that he wasn't the one leveling his Path of Exile 2 account, he attempted to gaslight everyone by saying that he never took credit for leveling the account, or ever intended to. But this is again provably untrue. On Twitter, he did exactly that, saying, and I quote, "After so many deaths, I'm carefully building up a Path of Exile hardcore character." Aside from directly claiming that he was the one leveling his character, it's obvious to anyone with half a brain that streaming the character is implicitly taking credit for it. Unless you state otherwise, people are going to assume that the only person playing your character is you. Elon also claimed to be one of the best Diablo 4 players in the world, and his evidence for this was that he had a top-ranked time in an endgame dungeon called The Pit.
Oh
so
boy.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20 wow, in Diablo?
Yeah.
Truthfully, I don't wish to spend too much time debunking this, as on a fundamental level, using this particular metric to distinguish players' skill is nonsensical to begin with. One of the core tenets of esports and speedrunning is that every single competitor begins from the same position. In speedrunning, unless stated otherwise, you use a brand new save file, carrying over nothing from previous playthroughs. This ensures that comparisons to other players are fair. When it comes to comparing pit times in Diablo 4, this is not the case, as you enter the dungeon already fully equipped. In this example, the most important factor isn't your skill, it's your gear. It's the specific build you choose to use, which involves many factors that have nothing to do with skill. The point is illustrated perfectly by the huge discrepancy in clear times for different classes. Elon's class, Spiritborn, could clear tier 150 in a couple of minutes, while all of the other classes took well over 10 minutes to clear a much lower tier. And the only reason Spiritborn could do so well is because players, including the player pretending to be Musk, were abusing unintended exploits to one-shot mobs, making the dungeon absolutely trivial to complete. I'm not saying there isn't some skill involved, but unless everyone is using the same class, the same build, and the exact same gear, it's impossible to accurately determine a player's skill level. And because Elon admitted to paying for someone else to play his account and give him the best gear, not only does he not deserve any credit for what his character can do, but it's probably not even him playing in his uploaded speedruns. He lied about everything else. The chance of him being honest in this instance is extremely slim. And because he has lied so much already, I would need better evidence than just a screen capture to prove it was him actually playing. It boggles my mind that a man with so much money and power is still so insecure that he feels the need to try and convince people that he's also God's gift to gaming. Not only is he deluded, but he's an insult to the actual professional gamers who devote their lives to this one endeavor. Elon might enjoy playing video games, which I think is pretty cool, but he certainly doesn't respect other gamers. Because if he did, he would stop downplaying their achievements by claiming that you don't need to work as hard as they do to be the world's best. Professional esports players practice 12 hours a day, and only a gifted few are able to rise to the very top. But if you're as amazing as
practice like
Elon, you
crazy.
can run multiple companies, you can help audit the US government and hang out all day at the White House and still be the best Diablo 4 player in the world, while also having the highest ranked hardcore character in Path of Exile 2 and have Lex Friedman call you a world-class incredible video game player.
Like, you're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
But of course, only if you're as amazing as Elon. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if Elon
and
is
his
or
weird
isn't
ego,
the greatest
man.
gamer of all time, like he wants you to believe. But his insistence on exaggerating or lying about everything has made me lose trust in everything else he says. If he lies so much in the one area that I know something about, how much is he lying and exaggerating in the fields that I'm not an expert in? When Elon says he's going to send humans to Mars, is this just another exaggeration? When he talks about
Is it
all
an
of the amazing
exaggeration or is
things
it
his
real?
companies can do
Is it
for
cooked or
humanity,
is it
are
not?
these just exaggerations also? Personally, I don't know because I'm not an expert. And I'm not saying he definitely lies everywhere, but personally, I've heard him lie enough that I just cannot take the man seriously any longer, which I think is unfortunate.
Hard to take
so
him
now
seriously.
I'm left wondering, is Elon Musk a con man in every facet of his life, or is it just video games? Please let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks again to War.
Damn, that's crazy. We still gotta do the fishing stuff. What else was I send? Oh boy. What is this real-time thingy? What the fuck? Wait. Here's this one. The state of Gacha games. We'll watch Gacha first later after I'm done with all the other thing.
Twitch.tv/Texan where
All
I stream
right.
live every day at
What
9
does
a.m.
Bald
CST.
Man have to do?
But I kind of wanted
What
to
does the
give
Eggman have to
kind
say?
of like a state of Gacha address real quick.
Is he gonna piss on the moon yet?
Because I do think a lot of creators need to just kind of sit back, relax, take the foot off the gas, and really just observe their surroundings, because I believe a lot of us are going into a loop right now. And I became aware of this a couple of weeks ago. I took some time off. However, the loop is still continuing. What I want to talk about is that everything in Gacha right now, we're in a little bit of a slow patch right now. I think we'd all agree. I know the 1.6 live stream just happened, and I'm excited to go react to that. And the reason why I'm excited to react to that is because I'm hoping they did something good. Now, my chat has told me that they did something awesome and that they cooked, but I'll react to that and I'll upload it to YouTube. And we'll
What
see
are they
how it goes.
cooking?
I haven't seen it yet.
Are they cooking to congratulations?
But there's a lot of negativity going around in the Gacha space. And as a guy,
Yeah, it's like, don't
who has
worry, the status quo is gonna keep
on
staying
negativity, I think
as
at
it
this point,
is.
it's kind of just disheartening. I was sitting there and I was reacting to my videos as I normally do, and you know, Genshin this, HSR that, Woo-ah this.
Wow, okay.
I do want to
You're
let
gonna
you
cry?
guys know that I too am tired of having to do the constructive criticism. I too am tired of having to be pessimistic for the future of the games that I once loved. It is very disheartening. I mean, I don't know how many videos you've watched in the past 3 weeks, or even 6 weeks, or fucking even the past 3 months, where it can be summarized as Genshin is bad, Honkai Star Rail is becoming the new Genshin, Zenless Zone Zero,
keep it tight.
At any point, it can slip up and be the next Hoyo disaster. And that's, and also Wuthering Waves is the best game of all time that barely anybody fucking plays. Which that will
Because there's
forever
no
boggle my
content,
mind.
no game
I
in
will
there.
never stop singing the praises of that game, because it's nice that at least a Gacha company right now is getting it right. But I don't like this trend that Hoyoverse is on, and it scares
I just
me.
want to jerk
because
off
I always thought
Pepega
that
QOL,
the
man.
condemnation, the disastrous, the apocalyptic tendencies would reside in Genshin and Genshin alone. But it feels like the longer we go and we progress as players and we progress as human beings, is that the more that the horrific business practices is encroaching and seeping into their other titles, such as Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero, I really do feel in a year's time we're going to be saying that Miyabi was the beginning of the end. And I'm very worried about that. I absolutely am. However, the events will always be very good, as well as the pornography that comes from that fucking game, because those models are so fucking caked up, it's fucking ridiculous. But it is sad seeing a game that I loved so much, Honkai Star Rail, just be treated like absolute shit. I think Xiao Ji was the big nail in the coffin for anything regarding a cohesive narrative. I do believe Solar Wolf was the nail in the coffin for any type of complex gameplay where you have to optimize your strategy based on what element is available that day.
Bruh. They actually expected something complex from a gacha game. People can't even figure out how to draw a triangle in a gacha game. The fuck they expect them to do anything else? People can't even figure out, oh, maybe I should not stand in the fire. To move out of the fire. Get out of the fire. People have a hard time doing that. You know, it's like what you expect. If all they want is actual challenge thing in their game, they're not gonna find it in a gacha game. They're never going to, because it's never gonna work. And all your accomplishments, like I said before, don't matter. You literally buy power. They literally sell you power. It's never going to matter. Your accomplishments don't mean anything. Right? No, I don't have it. I'm not on there yet. So I don't exist yet. Right? I've yet to hear about me being on there. So I guess I don't exist yet, but like that's besides the point. The thing is though, it's like, what do they actually truly expect, man, with the game? They're not gonna get what they think they're gonna get. They can get, they're getting tricked into thinking that maybe they'll get something. But the reality is, they're never going to get that. Yeah, he's worrying about nothing and then propping something else up that does, again, nothing. Acting as if quality of life is the only thing that matters. And doesn't realize that the quality of life is just a band-aid to deal with problems that were already present in the game, that were created there artificially. And that, like, there's a potential that they're being farmed to thinking that they're doing something when they're, in reality, they're not doing anything at all. But what do you expect from these people? Right? It's like, what do you expect?
I do think Acheron was also just like, wow, man, we really bumped up those numbers today, huh? And, well, here we are at Casterus. Fast forward to 2025, where now global passives are a thing, to where if you miss a 5-star, you're going to miss a global passive that makes every other one of your units better. And the leaks that I've seen,
this is what happened when you see when they see the flaw. Yup. They're like, it's always been there. It just took them too long to notice.
I'm hoping Caster's passive only works during the overworld, but if it does, man, that passive fucking sucks. But I'd rather a character fucking suck than ruin the entire game. But I sit there and I just want you guys to know, at this point, it doesn't make me happy having to talk about this stuff anymore.
Then don't.
It genuinely bums me out. It does really bum me out, because I think we all know, and at one point I'm sure.
But then the money stops coming in if you can't farm it anymore.
Probably their favorite game, or at least a game that they were really enjoying, and it sucks. And am I saying that constructive content, the negative content, is going anywhere? No, absolutely not. Constructive if you have above 100 IQ, negative IQ or negative video if you have a below 50 IQ. In between, well, it's a fucking coin flip. I will never stop shitting on Genshin because the game is fucking terrible, and it makes me so angry every fucking day. And the things that I once loved that I now hate, well, I will drag their name in the mud from here until the end of fucking time, because that's what they fucking deserve for fucking me. Yes, Genshin is a vibe fucking terrorist. It is a nostalgia fucking terrorist, and I'm going to rip this shit apart. But now that I'm seeing it happen,
we see this long ago, exactly.
You know, there was a lot of these comments. There was a lot of these comments when I first started playing Genshin, which was, give it 2 months and Tectone will start shitting on Honkai Star Rail, just like he did with Genshin. And now where, well, let's just go ahead and do a quick little Google search. Honkai Star Rail was released April 26, 2023. So fast forward nearly 2 years later, and it feels like we're back in the same cycle. This is beginning to make me worry if I should bother with any Hoyoverse title whatsoever, because, I mean, the same thing happened with Honkai Impact. People will sit there and tell you Honkai Impact's still good. No, it's not. Okay? It's just not. It's overhyped as shit. People are just telling you that it's good because it's so fucking niche and you haven't played it and you're not gonna play it. So they can act like it's fucking sick as fuck. When in reality, we all know it's fucking mid. Genshin is fucking mid. Honkai Star Rail, I'm once again, the reason why I'm talking about this right now is there is a saving grace. All they have to do is just not release Casterus with that passive. All they have to do is just trim the fat of the story, trim the fat of the, I guess, the expose of the story, the exploration of the story, and really just try to tone down the power creep in the game by buffing older units, which they themselves already said they did. Once I would have deemed that idea, well, wishful thinking, but now I'm hopeful for the future. But when I saw the buffs for Zila, when I saw the buffs for Silverwolf, when I saw the buffs for, I believe it was, what's the gambler called? QQ.
You're playing Kainu Kaseki, yeah. Nice. Oh, you got the translation patch?
Maybe this is a step in the right direction, but every single time
you got his translation patch, I guess? So you can play Kai?
One step forward,
I still have to finish Daybreak 1, man.
Power creeps the fuck out of any other.
We gotta find time to go back and play Daybreak 1.
Passive, as well as in terms of animation, which I'm completely fine with, by the way.
The thing is, man.
I do.
I tried HSR when it came out. I dropped it the same day.
Look really fucking cool when they're fighting. And
because, like, here's the reality, man. For me personally, I have literally, I literally have hundreds of other turn-based RPG games I could be playing. Heck, I can play the fucking games that HSR ripped off and butchered to make their combat stuff in there. And I have them. I could play those instead. I could actually go play one that I like. Instead of the crap that they have with the live service bullshit and the gacha elements on top, I could play a game without all of that. And I have so many of those. And I would much rather play one of those games than HSR, right? And like the thing is, for a lot of these gachas, man, if they don't fill a role that like I can't just have replaced by an actual good product, I'm not gonna be bothered to like be willing to like tolerate any of them. Right? It's like, why would I play HSR when I could just play an actual game? Right? Why would I play ZZZ when I could also play, you know, an actual, or like an actual game as well? Right? But like ZZZ, for example, what I wanted from it, right? Because like, the thing is with some of these, it's like, I want something from them, and I'll go and see if they'll give it to me. Right? ZZZ, the way this stuff is set up, it's not gonna give it to me, right? I wanted, like, an actual, like, cool, like, interesting thing. Exactly. Why would I play the gacha when I have a real game? Like, reality is, I wanted ZZZ to, like, have some aspects of something like something like Tokyo Xanadu would have. Or, like, with, like, the city with all, like, the disasters and stuff coming out, and all that stuff going in there. You have like your stages for your combat or whatever, and have something more interesting than just linear hallways and just button mash your way through. I wanted something more than that. ZZ obviously didn't give me that. Heck, one of the fucking turn-based games that like I would rather play than HSR has something, I wouldn't say better, but it has like as a side thing an action combat mode in a turn-based game that I found a lot more engaging than ZZZ. For example. It's the same thing with Wuwa. It's like, what the fuck am I getting out of that? The thing is with Genshin, why I even bothered with it in the first place all those years ago. The reality is Nintendo isn't going to make Zelda games like they used to. They haven't in forever. And the way Nintendo has been handling stuff, and they've gotten a lot lazier for a lot of their studios over the years. They've been putting out a bunch of Pepega half-baked broken products for almost every one of their studios. Heck, you know Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Switch, right? The Switch version of that. It has broken multiplayer, where a lot of the stages in there, if you play a multiplayer, are literally unplayable. Because of how they ported over and the version of Donkey Kong Country's Returns they used. There's a whole video and stuff you can see on that one. You have, like, Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They can't even run at 30 FPS let alone stable. Heck, with Tears of the Kingdom, the game runs below 20 FPS for most of it if you play it on the Switch. You know, we have the whole situation with Pokemon, with the stuff being broken messes. You have the fucking 2D Kirby games are stuck running at 30 FPS on the Switch, right? They're not even running at full native resolution on the display when you dock it, right? They don't even run at full 1080p without other trickery going on. Like the same time, like it's like one of those games is a literal Wii game that for some reason I can get working better on an emulator, right? With Return to Dreamland and whatever. You had like what was that other Kirby game? What's it called? And Star Allies that literally released completely unfinished, and they're like, oh yeah, well it's okay. We'll give these free updates and release the things later for free updates, so you can have all the stuff later, right? And like I can go on and on, right? With like like the thing there, right? You had stuff like Link's Awakening on the Switch, right? I played the original Game Boy game on a Game Boy back in the day. I also played it on the 3DS eShop when I had my 3DS, and I beat that thing and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh cool, I like this old Zelda game. You know, maybe I'll get on the Switch. I'll play through it. The fucking game can't even run at a stable 30 FPS. That game, the original version of that game, including the Color DX one, came out literally years before I was born, right? So it's an old ass game, right? That's literally older than me, right? And they still can't even have it run at a proper fucking frame rate. And then like the models, they're like kind of questionable in the quality there, right? And like I could go on and on there, right? And then like again, like with Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, all the cool like dungeon designs and like level design they used to have in like in the older 3D Zeldas, like going back from Ocarina all the way back to Ocarina of Time, all the way up until even like Skyward Sword at some parts, right? You go play those games, and then you go look at like how things are set up with the shrines and stuff like that in the areas in like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. You get like this big whiplash because it's like there's no more like level design or anything anymore. It's just big open spaces with like their assets just put in now, like with the map vaguely being like similar to some extent to how the original Legend of Zelda map was, but like, you know, there's like not really much in there. So it's like most of it is just completely plain and empty with the odd enemy camp here and there, right? Now that's kind of like the experience there, right? And I'm like, I wanted to originally play something more akin to like some of the older Zeldas in there, like in freaking Genshin, man. 1.0 Genshin, the Mondstadt stuff. It had like actual, to some extent, level design with some temple dungeon things you had to do at the beginning, in order to like remove the wind barrier so you could go kill Dvalin or whatever, fight Dvalin, right? You had like whole build up and stuff structure like that, and like a lot of people, they at least thought it was going to be an okay enough, tolerable enough replacement, because freaking Nintendo isn't even giving the Zelda people want. To some extent, you got the new shit for like the Pepega babies who've never played an open world game before, so they go hype it up like crazy. While there are some fun aspects to Breath of the Wild, I still prefer a lot of the older Zelda games over, you know, what they've become, even if they were to actually have them at a playable frame rate. I would still prefer a lot of the older ones over that, and it's not even like nostalgia or anything. It's just that they were literally just built differently and had more thought put into them when they were designing that. And like, well, Genshin stuff, it wasn't amazing or anything. At least it like made some people like think, oh, maybe we'll do something. And like, here's the other thing too. Like, even then, like back at the time, again, like 4 or 4.5 years ago, there were a bunch of people who played a bunch of Zelda games and stuff, like Twitch streamers and stuff that would do like Zelda randomizers or like playing like ROM hacks and all sorts of other stuff on stream and stuff like that. Like the people who would like play Zelda games on stuff like that. A lot of the big creators in that space that would do that stuff while trying to keep themselves safe from Nintendo, figuring out how well that would last. even they picked up Genshin, but they didn't last very long. Because the reality is, like, a couple months after Genshin released, they all dropped them. All of them. They all dropped Zelda, and, not Zelda, they all dropped Genshin and never went back. Right? Like, you don't see any, like, some of them even, like, pretty much basically any reference that they've ever even touched Genshin is completely lost media because it's from, like, a VOD they never saved. And this is some of the stuff I remember, like, way back then. Right? Because there's a lot of people also who came in then that they wanted one game, right? They got tricked into thinking they were gonna get it, but then they never got more of it, and instead you just got more of the slop that they put out now, right? And it's like, for me personally, it's like, well, why would I care about the same slop I already disliked from a different company that is just trying to, like, put some half-baked Pepega quality of life, right? It's like you're trying to sell, let's say someone doesn't like Coke, right? Maybe they don't like Coca-Cola. But then you go try to sell them Pepsi. At their core, they're still gonna be drinking a cola drink. If they don't like Coke, they're probably not gonna like Pepsi, as an example. You can apply it for other products too of the same thing, right? Like, they're not gonna grab it. You know, you imagine trying to sell someone, like, sell someone to eat one species of fish, right? Except they don't like that fish, right? Or maybe they don't like seafood, right? Selling them a slightly similar but different species, they're probably not going to want to order that either. Like, they're probably not going to want to buy it, right? And it's like not going to work, right? And so it's like, so what they do instead, they have those aggressive marketing campaigns that go in their face, and they're going after a completely different audience there. Because the people who actually want the game, they're all gone. The people who are actually playing Genshin for the actual game, they're all long gone. They've been long gone for years. Right? Like, a lot of them. Like, they're mostly all long gone. And then you see what's left, right? It's like you see the situation, the state of, like, the ones that are left. And a lot of them are also just being on payroll. They're on Hoyo's payroll, man. And, like, that's one way to keep them around. And then, I don't remember which VTuber it was that was, like, a lot bigger that, was sponsored to play one of these gachas. And then, like, I don't remember if it was, like, if it was a Hoyo game stream or something, but, like, there was a clip where, like, she basically said she doesn't understand why people play these games, a lot of these. Because the reality is, yeah, they're shit. If you're there to, like, actually trying to expect something from them, the reality is most of them are not going to actually give you what you want. Right? Hi, Kumaki. Welcome. We're just doing the snowbreak fishing thing while doing reacts, man. I think I'm done with the fishing event now.
Castris does look dope as shit. But I just want to let you know that I see the comments. I hear what some people are saying, and I'll be real. It's less than 2 to 3% of the people who watch my videos. But I don't want to, I just want to be real. I don't want you to think that I'm doing this shit because I love it. I don't seek negativity. I don't seek to be a nitpicker. God forbid I become a nitpicker. The worst thing that you can be on the fucking planet Earth. It's just, when you walk into a restaurant and...
He's not a mint picker because he pays someone to mint pick for him. He has fucking account pilots. Gekton isn't a mint picker because he has someone else do it for him. That's what it is. He doesn't want to admit it though, even though he's already said that he has he literally has people managing his accounts. He has account managers.
It's covered in feces. You're not being negative by saying, hey, there's shit all over the walls. You're just telling it how it is. But eventually, I'm going to be real, guys. I want to stop going into that fucking restaurant. I don't know how many of you guys...
Yeah, gotta keep the echo chamber up, yep.
Going back to being fucking good. But, damn. I don't want to sit here and make these videos every fucking day. So I will let you know. My normal content will obviously resume. but I do want to spice it up with other variety content. I think I have a Monster Hunter gameplay video coming out where I give you my initial reactions, as well as a lot of anime reactions to openings and podcasts, but I'm going to be splicing in a lot of other more positive content, more happy content, where we all just laugh and have a good time and just kind of forget that these gacha companies are retards. Wuthering Waves is good every 6 weeks for about a week, but 5 weeks is a lot of time to fill. And obviously, I do a lot of different shit on my Twitch every day.
Every 6 weeks for about a week, bro.
Followers are saying. I see what my subscribers are saying. They get to.
I came back to it after 6 months
I always have a good time doing that.
For like barely a day, not even a day, barely 10 hours, and I'm like, I wanted to leave. We were like, we spent most of that time playing Balatro instead too.
You know, they just keep on reposting the same goddamn Larry meme over and over and over and over again, which admittedly is funny until the 4th time I've seen it. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I hear you, I see it, I get it. Just expect more variety content, and I want you to let you know that I too think it's fucking terrible how these games we once loved are in the state that they are currently, and I'm hoping they get better. But man, am I just so pessimistic when it comes to trusting Helioverse anymore in 2025. Here's hoping that Wuthering Star Rail will be happening very soon, and Wuthering Zone Zero comes out, unless Zenless Zone Zero.
Here's the other thing, man. For people who really care about who want to play a turn-based game on mobile, man, for some reason, I don't know if it's gonna be later this year or early next year, right? We already know that they're at least actually making a proper Pokemon battle simulator, and you can play it on your phone if you don't want to play it on your Switch, right? That was the big reveal of Pokemon Day. If I ever wanted to play one of these the freaking turn-based game on my phone, I'd probably just play Pokemon. I'd probably do that. I could probably just Pokemon transfer stuff. A lot of my old stuff that I had before from all the various different games I have. Transfer all those Pokemon up, and then play them in there as well. I'm really curious though, how they're gonna monetize that. If the whole way they're gonna monetize that Pokemon Champions is gonna be because you have to, because a lot of the Pokemon you have to get is from the games. It's oh, you buy the game on the console, so you have to buy the Nintendo console too, and the game. You also have to subscribe to Pokemon Home if you want to store more than one box of 30 Pokemon in there. And maybe that's how it's they monetize it through all the external stuff you would need to actually play everything proper. I'm gonna guess that's how they're gonna handle Pokemon Champions monetization. Maybe they'll just sell outfits for your character or whatever, to that you'll just see when you're battling or whatever on the side, as a small pool of shinies. I literally have in PLA, I have the entire Dex shiny hunted. We did that on stream 2 years ago. We shiny hunted the entirety of the Dex in PLA.
1.6 laps are fucking cooked.
I have a couple shinies here and there amongst my other Pokemon games, but yeah.
But I guess we'll have.
I mean, that's happening Pokemon Unite. I mean, yeah, what else are you gonna do? It's a fucking MOBA game. How else, what else do you sell to people playing a MOBA? Right? You sell them skins and cosmetics. And that's all, that's all you can actually do. So yeah, it makes sense.
Not the same. This is my opinion. I would love to know your
new maps. You can't really selling new maps is Papega, because the reality is no one's gonna play them. Right? You sell them, you paywall maps and modes in a free-to-play game, no one's gonna play them. People will only play what's on the free rotation. Right? It's kind of counterintuitive there. It's one thing if it's you have to buy to play the game, and another when it's not. Because when it's not, well, no one's gonna do it. No one's gonna touch
this
it.
This is pretty much a video just to see how you guys feel about my content, what I'm doing, as well as the state of your gacha games, and even how you're doing. So please leave a comment. I do read all of like the first like 100 every video I post. So yeah, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. See you on the next one. Like, comment, subscribe. Peace.
But yeah, okay. Make it like Dota 2 where the map is cosmetic. I mean, I guess they can do that. Funny shit how he's like, Aether Gazer's the one that was having the thing transfer, right? They're also having the publisher change. Funny how he's like making it like the end is here for when it's Toph, but then he's like, oh, massive, this is massive when it's Aether Gazer. Like, what the fuck is the duality of man with sticks, man? The drama baiting farmer. Alright. Let's go to the next thing. What is this? Gachaverse Endgame? Oh, let me just load it in. Oh, this like that.
You couldn't live with your own failure.
AI voice, okay.
Where did that lead you? Back to me.
Okay.
I thought that by unifying the worlds into one rule, all of reality would thrive. But you've shown me that that's impossible. Because as long as there's still people who remember what was, there'll always be people who will never accept what can be.
Okay.
They'll resist.
Yeah, we're kind of stubborn.
I'm actually thankful. Because now, I know what I should do. I'll be shredding the Gachaverse down to its last atom. And with the gnosis you've collected for me, create a new one teeming with life, not knowing loss, but only what it has been given.
Alright.
A grateful Gachaverse.
Yep.
Born out of blood.
They'll never know it, considering you won't be there to tell them.
Okay. Oh, this is their animation. Cool little fan project here, I guess. It's in their DNA. Yep. I don't know I probably don't know the majority of the characters that we all end up seeing here. Like, I don't know who the hell has these swords there. Where are we? Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing with Thanos, right? If your problem is, like, you know, you don't have enough resources or whatever, it's like, okay, so people, let's say you have to, you remove half the population, right? Of everything. People reproduce let's say they have one child per pair. Okay, well now we have now your 50% population in one generation is already 75%. And then let's say all of those reproduce again. Or like the new 25% you just added reproduce. Well, now you just added 12.5% on top. So where are we now? 87.5%. Right? And let's just assume again we're only adding half of them. You know, you're gonna end up hitting the point again very, very quickly. Right? Even though realistically there's gonna be a lot more births and stuff than that. It's like the freaking Thanos thing of cutting everything in half would never work because you're just gonna have to constantly cut everything in half over and over again. Right? Like, cutting things in half isn't gonna solve the problem. Same time, doubling things constantly isn't gonna solve the problem either. Right? And the thing is as well, it's like a lot of the like, and here's the other thing too, it's like, if you go grab them all at random, what about the chances like you hit something where like, okay, let's say you have like a plane being flown, right? Let's say you have like 200 passengers on the jet. You get rid of the pilot, and then the plane crashes. You not only got rid of the pilot and the co-pilot, whatever, right? Let's say you got rid of like the people who can actually fly and handle it. Let's say it's like 3-4 people on that plane. You also just took out 200 passengers with them. If you do something like that, right? What if you get some, like, you get rid of like a bunch of stuff, what if you accidentally got rid of, like, let's say all the farmers, and then the people who are left don't know how to like actually farm shit properly or whatever, you know, and they end up causing more problems there, right? It's like, the reality is, if it's pure random, the chance of getting actually important shit also removed is also still there, right? Like, you have to think about it. There's still a possibility of that happening too, right? You could cause so many other indirect deaths as a result too. So the reality is, doing that would actually reduce things by more than 50%, a lot more. Right? How about this one, right? Nuclear power plant. You get rid of the people managing the plant and it has a meltdown. It causes a huge disaster there, and then it affects all the surrounding areas. Now, not only did you kill the people that live there, probably, or you've given them cancer or something, you've also made the entire area around those zones completely uninhabitable as well. So, like, you've made things even worse. Right? It's like, that's not gonna solve the problem, but it's gonna make the problem a lot worse. Like, that's like the Pepega thing with, like, Thanos' logic there. It's like, yeah, I get it, there's too many things there. But at the same time, maybe find a different way to spread them out instead of just doing that. Because the reality is, you're gonna have to keep, cutting them in half over and over again. Right? It's why it doesn't really make that much sense, because it's just gonna get back to where it was. Give it like 3 generations, it's gonna be back to the capacity you cut in half. And then you're gonna do it again, to then do it again, to then do it again. Right? Like, it just makes no sense.
Okay, Stella, hit me.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just, I don't know, man. Actually, you just have them kill each other, yeah. Can't really save us from all the imposters. The fuck is that? Why'd I just go around it? What? Ugh. I was.
In all my years of conquest, the violence, the slaughter, it was never personal. But I'll tell you now, what I'm about to do to your stubborn, annoying little branch. I'm gonna enjoy it. Very, very much.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Someone sent this in. Yana, did you read me? Yana, it's Shirley. Can you hear me? On your left. Okay. Why they use that at both ways? But sure.
Tracer!
So when do we get the Mario Kart coming in here, right? There was a Mario Kart gacha, right? When do we get someone just driving their their go-kart, smashing into everything? When do we get to see Metal Mario driving? Right? Don't forget, Waluigi. You gotta give Waluigi on the Wiggler with the roller wheels, I think it was. Where's my Waluigi? Yeah, you didn't know there was a Mario Kart gacha? We gotta make sure we got that covered, right? I need to see my shiny primal Groudon using with the precipice blades coming out and fucking making all water evaporate into nothing, man, because the sunlight becomes extremely harsh. And then someone comes in with a fucking primal Kyogre to make it rain like no tomorrow, and then they just keep fighting over if it's gonna be extremely harsh sunlight or if all water is just gonna stop existing. With like the Pokemon Masters thing. Right? Because that's another gacha too. Right? What about that? Where's my Nikki going around playing dress up, man?
Preparare! 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 Preparare!
The fuck?
Monster. Is that everyone?
What? You wanted more?
Yeah, where's my Mario Kart, man? Where's my Mario Kart? Where's my Mario coming out of a pipe, man? Right, you didn't know this is a fucking gacha game. It's still going, man. This is an actual gacha game. Yeah, don't forget FIFA. Yeah, exactly. You know, you gotta have your football, soccer players, whatever. But yes, look. Oh, they removed the gacha part now. So I guess you just buy everything now. They actually had gacha for a good while. Yes, they've had one for years. Oh, they only recently removed the gacha though. But yeah, they had a fucking gacha in there. I want to see if we can see the animation. But yeah, like, you have actual thing here, people talking about it, but yes.
Mario Kart Tour did not leave a very good impression.
Where's my fucking Golden King Babam, man? Do they have like an... Oh, here, we had the gacha here, right?
These 3 specific items. There are also 3 additional non-
Wait, where's the gacha here? Oh, here we go.
hands out. If you collect enough Grand Stars in a tour, you can get either 2 or 3 free pipe pulls from each of the standard
pipe pulls. You pull from the pipes.
Now, most of the time, those free pipe fires won't get you a high end, but there's actually another type of free fire that is much better. If you complete every cup in a tour, regardless of how many tour, all
yeah, you gacha for car parts and gliders and drivers. You know. I want to see if like they actually have a gacha animation with where the thing comes out of the pipe. But like, yeah, there's a fucking Mario Kart gacha. Except the gacha's part is gone these days. What do you mean? Nintendo made that game. That's an official Nintendo game, Mario Kart Tour. Nintendo does make gachas, man. They EOS'd one of their gachas earlier, a couple years ago, with Dragalia Lost. But they still have Fire Emblem Heroes around. This is another one. This is an official Nintendo product. Mario Kart Tour is official Nintendo stuff. This is on the official Nintendo website. You gotta roll yourself a fucking Yoshi, why not? But yes, this is a gacha game. Well, it was a gacha game. The gacha part is removed now. But like, yeah, they'd even like they would be like, "Do you have a Nintendo account? Because you have to make one if you want to play this shit." But yes, this is a thing, and it used to have a gacha in it. And then I think it was like early 2023 or whatever was when they removed the gacha. It's been out since 2019. Even had to roll for Mario, yeah. You can also roll for like Metal Mario and Baby Mario, or Golden Mario, or whatever. But yeah, like this is like a thing. Where's my fucking Mario Kart in here? Right? Where's my Mario Kart in here? Where's my blue shell? Where's my blue shell and lightning bolt, man? I gotta get myself the blue shell. Surely you would win just by having the blue shell, right? Right? Surely the blue shell would work. Maybe blue shell was too overpowered.
Gacha verse. Assemble.
The fuck is that big thing? It's just like it's just being dragged across, man. It's like just Genshin trash mom. What the fuck is that running? I don't know, man.
No, give me that. You have the little one.
The fuck? I don't know, man. I don't even know what that is.
Hey! Holy cow, you will not believe what's been going on. Do you remember when we were in space and I got all dusty? And I must have passed out because I woke up and you were gone. But Miss Black Swan was there, right? And she was like, it's been 5 years. Come on, they need us. And then she started doing yellow sparkly things she does all the time.
Okay.
What are you doing?
This is just its own weird way of weird cringe.
Oh, yes! Rin? I thought I lost you. Ouch.
Don't touch me.
Okay, sure.
Why must heroic spirits have genitals?
This is the one? Seriously? It's either him or some random school kid.
Okay then.
Shut up! What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Get the gnosis as far away as possible.
No, we gotta get them back where they came from.
Not possible. We'll mean destroy the time statue.
Wait, did you guys say time statue? I'll be able to fix that.
How long do you need to get that thing working?
Around 10 minutes.
Get it fixed then. We'll bring the gnosis to you.
Alright. Let's go.
Yep, I guess. Iron Man.
Hey, you said 1 out of 14 million we win, right? Tell me this is it.
If I tell you what happens, it won't happen.
You better be right.
Where's Ether?
He's not responding. Sire?
What?
Die ball!
Give it to me.
There, it should be here. Oh man. What a mess. Well, no time like the present. Cover me.
What the? Huh?
Oh, now he's in the water. Okay.
What?
Oh, he's dead.
I got it! I got it! Alright, it's morphin' time! Huh? Huh? You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
You will.
Okay.
Cheetah?
Soul truck.
Hi, Simon.
But sire, our troops.
Just do it.
Alright. And they shoot it there, okay.
I got this. I got this. Okay, I don't got this. Help! Somebody help! Firefly? Heads up!
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, man. Ripping off the endgame fight scene, I guess.
Don't worry, I've got you.
It's like pretty cringe, man.
Hi, nice to meet you. Oh my god!
But man, hey, if they're gonna go and put their gacha shit in here, man, where's my fucking Pokemon Masters, some random like 10-year-old summoning fucking god to change the weather or something. You know? Where's my fucking Primal Groudon? Primal Kyogre, where's my Mega Rayquaza coming in? Where's my fucking Cynthia with a Garantina or something? Ripping shit open. Where's that, man? Where's that? Where's my fucking Mario Kart? Where's my Mario Kart 2 or gacha? Where's my fucking Mario with a fucking blue shell throwing it out? Where's that, man? Where's my Mario with the blue shell? Right? Where's that? Right? Where's that, man? They don't even have any of the Fire Emblem characters either. No, that's gacha too. That stuff is gacha too, man.
Mia, what is that? Something just entered the upper atmosphere.
Well, it's about time.
Okay. The fuck is that? Yeah, I don't know, man.
We need some help.
Hey there, Samuel.
Yeah.
I believe you have something for me.
Don't know how you're gonna get through all that.
Don't worry.
He's got help.
Couldn't they just knock over the buildings that are just there instead of just doing that and just stop them that way? I feel like that would have been easier for them. Just knock over one of the buildings. Sure. I think they were trying to do like the freaking bad fate translation meme, but like with that one there, like the translation dub meme thing, but they fucking screwed it up there. Okay.
I am inevitable. What?
Okay, Infinity Crown, I guess. I guess.
And I am...
So she dies then, right?
Kiana.
The fucked up, I don't know, man. The two balloons around the desert, and they said, watch out for that cactus, while the other said, what cactus? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like... Exactly, what cactus? Yep, pretty much, I guess. Alright, just that.
Miss Kiana? Hey, Miss Kiana, can you hear me? It's Sheila. Hey, we won, Miss Kiana. We won, Miss Kiana. We won, you did it, ma'am. You did it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Kiana.
Preferred antagonist, okay.
Hey. Himeko. Mia.
Life function's critical.
Kiana. Look at me. We're going to be okay. You can rest now.
Your brother doesn't even appear, y'all. Okay. Is this burn, yeah? Well. I don't know. And it's just the credits or whatever. Oh, these are the people who voiced them. It wasn't AI voices. Okay. Alright then. Alright then. A Toyota, okay. They want a Toyota. Alright then. Oh, what else was I sent here? Oh, what is this? Let's see. What is crazy? Tara sent this one. What is this? What is this thing that's supposed to be crazy?
Dear white people, you're ridiculous.
Oh boy.
So no white people are allowed? Wait, what the? Dear white
What?
people. Oh my god. This YouTube comment is so true. There must have been a lot of unmoderated subreddits.
Lots of moderated subreddits that day, damn.
I remember, so...
Damn.
This is one of my favorite Reddit moments, okay? So there used to be a subreddit, and...
Okay.
The subreddit was called Fat People Hate. And it was exactly what you would expect. It's just
All
a
right.
subreddit where people posted pictures of fat people, and they would say, all the comments would be fatty McFat fat, fatty fatty fatty, fat fat, oh, look how fat he is, right? Look at that fatty, you know,
Okay.
haha, big fun, stupid fatty. I bet he can't go up the stairs. And all the comments would be negative about fat people. And then they also had another subreddit, and the name was, I can't say the name, but I'll say it in another term. It is the it's the abbreviated word for raccoon, and it's also
Okay.
town. And this is another subreddit that was on Reddit as well. And so both of these subreddits existed at the same time on Reddit, okay? And the raccoon place and then also the fat people place.
Okay.
Reddit banned fat people hate before they banned the racist subreddit. Where like, and they would be posting, do you know like those old like black and white like 1960s, 1950s hand-drawn pictures where they still refer to black people as like the old slave terminology, not the N-word, but like the one that's like supposed to be a little bit better than that, right?
Okay.
Like the OES at the end, right? Like these are like this is like the top post of the week, right? Because I would go on these, yeah, the Spanish, yes, basically the Spanish color. And
listening
so
to an ASMR in the middle
like,
of the
how is it that they banned
the giant
fat
horse
people
conch?
hate, but
What?
not the racist subreddits?
What?
And somebody said it's because the Reddit mods are fat and not black. And I'm glad to see that 10 years later, nothing really has changed. But anyway, yeah, that's what happened with Reddit. If they start shooting, stand behind me.
What? Okay.
And yes, legends say that on this day of the event, many Reddit subs went unmoderated for hours.
Damn.
There were pro-Trump comments being posted at the dozens. Because these people left their post.
Nice.
These are white body shields, and they're invested.
Blackout, what is this here? I have to read these. Blackout at the Chop. Please respect this all-black healing space. So it is between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. very clearly because there's all these people out here and the sun is out. So you're not black.
Yeah.
How is this?
Yeah, wait, that's not...
I mean, shouldn't you... Maybe she should turn... Maybe she doesn't know what the sign says. Maybe she should turn it around.
Yeah, maybe she needs to read the sign. She definitely needs to read the sign.
Oh yeah, they're invested, all right. Not in money.
This guy needs to read the sign too, but like the other ones as well.
Or stocks.
She needs to read the sign too.
But in black healing.
They need to read the sign. These two, I think they can't read. I think that's why they can't read. They can't even read the sign.
Protecting black space.
Right? She can't read the sign either.
Which apparently requires.
Right?
Requires the construction of a Caucasian human barrier.
And that's what we're here to do. It means valuing the space that black people are living in and celebrating.
So white people have created another
Because it is. Because it is racist. It is. It's not that it just feels that way. It is.
unique space just for black people.
Like the irony is like the people trying to fight the race, trying to point out, oh, you're racist or whatever, this and that. They're just as bad, if not worse.
You
and
know,
they're not self-aware.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I know, like you see it, right?
It's a classic. Can you imagine like one of these like college girls explaining this to like her great-grandfather, and her great-grandfather being like, yeah, thinking it's something totally fucking different?
Yep.
90-year-old grandpa, you're doing anything that bad? Oh, good. So true, yeah, because he just doesn't understand it that well.
That that's their right to have that, and it should be safe. It shouldn't be something that is.
Yeah, it's like we did that back when I was in college. When were you in college? 1958. Oh, really? Yeah, this is the same thing, right?
Barrier.
And that's what we're here to do. It means valuing the space that black people are living in and celebrating that that's their right to have that, and it should be safe. It shouldn't be something that is scary or in danger.
Well, wait, hold up.
A vampire that's a teacher? What?
In danger.
If you combine them both?
That guy got white skin, I'm pretty sure. They can't even get... He's light, maybe. Mixed, maybe. True.
A bunch of blood tests? Okay.
Revitiligo? Just... Shut the fuck up.
Well, we're here to stand as a physical monument, to stand on this space, like, in order to represent the idea that it should be safe.
Alright, that's what's up.
Alright. That's what's up.
Yeah, I don't know,
Idea that
man.
it should be safe.
I don't know what the purpose is.
That's what's up.
The fuck?
Because it is wrong in so many different places.
Everyone.
Now.
The fuck are they doing?
You know, stereotypes exist for a reason.
Yep.
Everyone here is just for that cause?
The people on the line, particularly, yeah, and you can talk to the coordinators at the front about why they set that up and kind of what's going on and why they've asked us to stand here. No recording, no video, no cameras in there inside.
Even though I'm white.
They asked for that. I'm telling you what the organizer.
So, you guys are just basically blocking it off so black people can just have their space?
Yeah. To remind other white people that this is a space for black people, essentially.
Alright, that's it, yeah.
You know, I wonder if they don't realize the irony of all this when they had like all the segregation and shit and like dedicated spaces back in the day. The irony that they're like doing the exact same thing they fought to get rid of before. People fought to get rid of. They're literally doing the exact same thing. I wonder if they actually truly understand the irony in all this. Yes! They got a black guy interviewing them. This shit is just really bizarre, man.
Yeah, my dad told me that they had separate water fountains whenever he was growing up in Florida. Maybe this is in Florida. And they had it went and said it was like, you know, black women and like white ladies, black men, white gentlemen, you know, and so, yeah, this is a classic, right? It's a classic.
Yep.
Time is a flat circle.
Time is a flat circle,
It's in
yeah.
Seattle? Okay. So we kind of reverse things.
My buddy over there, he couldn't film today because he's white, so I'm...
These people are so fucking retarded. This is amazing. How do you do this? What the hell's wrong with you?
taking position. You guys are on the front line. What do you have to say about all this stuff going on?
I mean,
They're really stupid, man.
We're here just to show our support that, you know, black spaces should be for, you know, the black community. That's what they want, and that's what they should have. And it's...
Do you think they wore black because of black people? I wonder. I really do. I wonder. Yes, there's like a good chance, right, that that's what happened.
It was requested that those that want to give our support to stand here and basically be a white shield, so that, you know, others can not have their own spaces corrupted. That's what we're here for. Just trying to.
We're bringing it back.
Sure. They wore black because they want to not get colder faster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not have their own spaces corrupted. That's what we're here for. Just trying to do what we can to help show our support, and that, you know, black spaces are important and that they should be enjoyed by black people, for black people. And that's not our job to be interested in there. That's not our space. Our space is to help hold the line.
This just makes no sense, man. This is just like, why?
All right. Okay, that was a good statement. Yeah, I appreciate you.
We didn't give enough. What does this say? Black lives matter more than white feelings.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that for these girls, there's nothing that matters more than
Yeah,
white
I don't know,
feelings.
man.
I think that's the premise for their entire life. That's what I think.
Appreciate you.
They're giving out free burritos too, you know what I'm saying, nigga?
Does that mean like
the only based guy
is the guy who wants the
absolutely
burrito?
Fucking base Cowboy Bebop shirt?
Yeah, okay, and he wants the burrito.
See, this is the thing, right? Is like we always like.
Hey, he got his burrito
are,
at
like,
least.
Really
Good for him.
And, like,
he got a
annoying.
burrito.
But you've got to keep in mind that most normal people are like this guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, the amount of people that are really doing this, there's just a handful of these girls. You know, maybe they had to have their daddy drive them down from.
Why
their
do we need
gated
safe
community,
spaces? Yeah, it feels like it
to,
becomes
come
an
to
echo
this
chamber
protest
because
and
that's what
stand
they
here
are.
for a few hours before they have to go to, you know, like their skincare appointment. But most normal people think this is fucking ridiculous, right? I don't know who this guy is, man. I don't know what this guy. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Giving out free burritos too, you know what I'm saying, nigga?
Does that mean like no white people are allowed?
I'm not saying anyone's not allowed anywhere. I'm saying that if you want to be an ally, you should know that some places don't require you. Don't require your.
Are you gonna get in there though?
No. No.
Okay.
We're not police.
Pokemon Emerald Wild Battle theme. They just the random Pokemon Emerald Wild Battle theme or Ruby Sapphire, whatever. Right, the Gen 3 Wild Pokemon Battle theme just it's like what?
Well, if he's on the phone with Andrew and Andrew's white, isn't that kind of like cheating? Yeah, I mean, cause that, I mean, like, I'm just saying, right? I mean, that's like putting a bug in somebody's house. It's like putting a
back in
camera
the
in their
day,
house.
segregation
what the
was
hell is
widely
it?
enforced,
You got a
yep.
mole, yeah. You got a wall hack? Oh my
I got wall
bro,
hacks.
this is
Let's
so
go.
fucking ridiculous.
Wall
What
hacks.
is this?
Wall hacks before GTA 6,
Why are
guys.
most of them white women, though? The reason why, I'm gonna give an absolutely fucking brutal take that I really hope gets people mad. It's because white women are one of the most privileged groups in the entire world, and they have been one of the most privileged groups in the entire world in the history of time. That's the reason why. White women have experienced a tremendous and a ridiculous amount of privilege. Men, in a lot of cases, have to sign up for the draft. And I'm not saying women don't have any problems. I think women do have problems. But if you're a white middle-class woman right now in a first world country, especially America, you have it better than 99.999999% of people of all time, throughout all history, of all races, everyone. And I think that a lot of these women realize that. And I think that there's a guilt that they feel about that. Because they think somewhere deep down inside, this is unearned valor, and they want to do something to...
Then you go to sleep and just read stuff on JavaScript. Like, here's my perspective on some of these things, man. Right? It's like, why are you importing the problem over here? Leave the problem elsewhere. The fuck, why you and then like, you have like the weirdos protesting about situations in another country in here. I'm like, the fuck why is this my problem, man? Alright, why do I have to deal with their problem? That's their problem, man. If they're gonna kill each other over it, let them kill each other over it. I don't want to deal with it. And that's like my whole stance on like the shit that goes on in that place, man. Right, that like we hear about. I'm like, that's their problem, not mine. Right? If they can't, if they keep killing each other and they've been doing it for like how long, that's their problem now. It's always been their problem. Why do I need to get involved? And that's how I like to look at a lot of those things. Right? It's like you go send the money, like even if you go help them and give them money, the reality is not even 1% of whatever you send them will actually go to help them anyways. Because the reality is a lot of this this foreign aid stuff, it's basically taking money from poor people in rich countries and giving them to rich people in poor countries. It's not actually helping anyone who actually needs the help. The people who are actually getting the money are just pocketing it and taking all of it anyways. right? And like this applies to a lot of this stuff. If that's all that's gonna happen. But yeah. I don't know who ToFLive is, but okay. But yeah, that's just my stance on how I see a lot of those things. Right? It's like, why you bring it here? That's their problem.
Effectively make themselves able to empathize with people who are like I would say oppressed, right? In one way or another, oppressed. Yeah, and also, by the way, they also have too much free time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very, very simple
too
too.
much free time.
So I think
yep.
that's really the big reason why you see so many white women doing this. You give them too much credit. Most people are clueless about everything. I don't know. I think that there's a tremendous amount of people like this who are actually looking for. I'll link you guys the video. It's just a 2-minute video. It's just fucking funny, right? And it's really fucking funny. I'll link it to you guys. Nah, bro, it's straight up narcissism. Yes, no. I think that you're right about it being straight up narcissism, but I'm saying what is the impulse that drives that narcissism? I think the impulse that drives that narcissism is the desire to be seen as a victim so they can have other people feel sorry for them and get attention. So the way that they are able to be perceived as a victim is that they put themselves in positions and they try to equalize themselves with victims, right? These are people walking around with a cross looking for somebody to nail them up. And so that's basically it. And I think also a lot of the guys that are there are guys that are trying to farm these girls. I don't think that most of the guys there actually really care about it. I think it's an issue of where do you fish? Well, you fish where the fish are. Yep. You know what I mean?
Fish where the fish are.
And so that's really what's going on. He said it. Yeah, and I'm just, listen, a lot of people won't say it. I'll say it. I'll say that's the real reason why it's happening. Is that if you're a white woman and, you know, nowadays, and especially in America, I can't speak in every European country, I've never lived there, you are living in one of the most privileged positions that anybody in the entire history of time has had. And I think that there's a guilt that comes with that. And I think that's the reason why. Let's got some passive-aggressive comments. I love it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah.
And, like, I don't, like, well, that's the other thing. It's like, I don't understand why you would have guilt over it. It's not like you caused those problems. It's not your problem. That's their own problem, not yours. That's why, like, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, it's not my problem.
More like 80%, but I get your point. Oh, yeah, no doubt. And so, anyway, let's see here. Shit, if white guilt's gonna get my dick schwarped, then I'm down.
He's right on, man. You did it in college.
I'm sure they're gonna do another one of these.
So you would just go to one of those events just to like thing. Yeah, it's getting out of hand, man. Yes, it's an insult to turn-based games. I said that like 2 years ago or whatever, when it came out. These guys are surprised Pikachu face now. I literally said that like when I played it on stream, and it was like complaining about like how the shit was going on in there. I'm like, what's the point? Why would I play this over an actual turn-based game? I said that years ago. The truth, what they aren't telling you, they're doing the same thing. Exactly. Alright, let's see. Anything else? What else is here? What is this? Here's how professionals deep clean things? Oh boy. What is this? Why was I sent this?
There's nothing more satisfying than watching a professional cleaning off years of dirt and grime.
It's happy to see the recent YouTubers realize the gachas are what we saw years ago, yeah. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious. It's just crazy just how slow their freaking thought process are. That they couldn't see it. Right? It's like, really, the reality is, how much are you willing to tolerate? Right? What level are you willing to deal with for tolerating everything?
And some of their techniques are truly mind-blowing. Here's how true professionals deep clean things.
Okay, deep cleaning. I'm gonna get a drink 1 sec.
Let this be a lesson to all jewelry wearers. Research shows that after just 1 week of wearing jewelry like rings or watches, up to 23,000 growths of potentially harmful bacteria have already started forming. Yuck. But how can a quick...
That's why when I take off freaking earrings, make sure I clean them properly, give them a nice alcohol bath before putting them on again. You know, I do clean them up. Right? It's like, yeah, this is what happens, right? And the shit, like, you wearing them, you know, what are they touching, right? You shed so many dead cells on a regular basis on your skin. The thing is making direct contact and all the other shit around it. It's like, yeah, this is really what happens even if you don't see it. Yeah, this is the reality. This is why you're supposed to clean the stuff
Dip
regularly.
in water makes such a big difference? Well, that's no ordinary bowl of water. It's an ultrasonic clean.
That's just an ultrasonic cleaner, but like, I just give them alcohol. I just wash it in alcohol. Usually does the job.
Cleaner. Along with having
Wash them in isopropyl alcohol.
This high-tech
Good
device
enough.
blasts high-frequency sound waves through a liquid mixed with a cleaning solution. These waves create microscopic bubbles that implode on contact with whatever's inside, blowing away any...
But like, yeah, like with this stuff, it's like you should be cleaning them regularly. Before you put them on, you should make sure you also clean them again just in case. You should be doing that.
dirt or contaminants. Now that's what I call germ warfare. Soapy water and sound waves are good and all, but that's not gonna do much against rust or corrosion.
Oh, rust, that's
for
a
that,
different
it's
thing.
time for something that might be even more impressive.
Okay.
Pretty crazy, right?
UV
While
cleaning?
I typically associate lasers with death rays designed to blow up planets, it turns out people have been using them as a cleaning method since as far back as the 1970s. First
Yeah,
conceived as a
ultraviolet
way
cleaning,
of
yeah.
restoring old paintings, laser cleaning works by shooting a highly focused beam of light on an object's contaminated surface. The top layer absorbs this energy rapidly,
But it's not like just any beam of light. Keep that in
heating it
mind.
until it vaporizes all that filth without damaging the artifact. It's a delicate process made possible because the layer of grime usually has a different evaporation point to the object below. By carefully adjusting the laser settings, this layer can be heated to the point of evaporation without affecting what's beneath it. This means lasers can be used to remove just about anything, including rust or paint. Indeed, they've quickly become one of the most versatile cleaning methods around with all manner of commercial
Oh, you're
uses.
fucked.
Check out this
Don't
guy
breathe
using
it.
one to clean rust from a ship's hull.
Like, that's why you're supposed to wear protective equipment. And probably a respirator too. Not like as one of the things when dealing with this stuff.
It's impressive work, but with just one laser, something tells me he's gonna be there for a while. Still, there's worse things he could be.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Where's the safety standards on this, man? Safety first. And like, here's the other thing too. You also don't want to contaminate it when you're cleaning it. Like, the other thing too is like, okay, you're breathing and stuff like that. It's like you don't want to also put more contaminants when you're cleaning it. So like, you want to also block that stuff out too.
Cleaning off, like whatever this is.
Cleaning barnacles?
Ugh.
Yeah.
These clumps of sea snot are called tunicates, and they're
And
just one of
tunicates?
many organisms that love nothing more than attaching themselves
Yep.
to the bottom of passing ships. Within just a few days at sea, a ship's hull can quickly become the stomping ground for over 2,000 different species, which use the exposed underbelly as a home and source of nutrients. While they might seem harmless, lugging around all these aquatic stowaways can increase drag and cause long-term damage to the hull. As we've seen, things like tunicates can be scraped off without much trouble, but removing all the hard-shell barnacles takes
Yep.
considerably more effort. The mighty barnacle has been a curse to seafarers for centuries with a natural adhesive that's about 5 times stronger than any glue humans have ever developed. But the geniuses over at Asia Waterjet Equipment reckon they've come up with the perfect solution, the AWE-M6. This magnetic crawler robot latches to metal ship holes and blasts away sea gunk with a super powerful water jet.
Alright, water pressure washing. Okay. Fair enough.
Man, that's satisfying. And an insane time saver. I'm talking hours of work done in just a few minutes. Scrubbing something while safely on shore is one thing, but not all cleaning can be done above the surface.
Yep.
Here's someone cleaning the floor of an actual shark tank in Durban, South Africa.
Damn, they have like a big freaking cage around them while they're diving there.
From within the somewhat debatable safety of a cage on wheels, the diver uses a PVC tube to vacuum up excess waste and food, rather them and me. But when they're not surrounded by cold-blooded killing machines, they can also complete general cleaning duties like scrubbing rocks, windows, and other fixtures.
Yep.
It's kind of cool watching them hanging out with all that sea life. Almost as cool as my videos, so make sure to drop a like and subscribe. I upload almost every day with a huge range of fascinating topics. Now let's take a look at this unconventional way of cleaning stadium chairs.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's one way to go clean it. You burn it all up, and the actual chair isn't going to melt or burn, because of how it's made. Yeah. Alright, I'll see you around then, Simon.
It looks like someone took those chairs and put them through the smooth function in Photoshop. But how is this even possible? Well, that chalky discoloration is caused by the plastic being exposed to the elements, which degrades the top layer over time. By applying heat, it breaks down this top layer, melting it in a similar way to the lasers from earlier and revealing the fresh, non-discolored plastic beneath. However, as great as this technique looks at face value, I'd suggest finding another solution. By applying excess heat to the chair, you're actually permanently damaging the plastic. Unlike the coin and laser, you're not burning off grime or rust, you're melting the chair itself. Apply the heat too liberally, and next time you go to sit down, the chair might just snap right under you, shooting a dozen pieces of hot plastic right into your back. So put the blowtorch away and try using soapy water and a brush instead. Boring? Yes, but I might just have saved you an embarrassing trip to the emergency room. Which is where this next pyro pioneer could have gone if he wasn't careful. Here he's using some strange liquid to remove stains on his coffee table.
Is he just burning alcohol?
What kind of black magic is this? Well, that clear flammable liquid he's pouring is cologne, which is why it lights so easily. And those white splotches are caused by moisture trapped inside the wood surface, usually from people putting hot cups or plates down without using a mat or coaster. By setting the cologne on fire, our mystery man heats up and evaporates the trapped moisture, removing the stains. And because the fire isn't hot or long-lasting enough to damage the wood itself, the table goes unscathed. Pretty clever, if needlessly dangerous. If you want to remove moisture stains in a much safer way, then a similar result can be achieved by laying a towel on the stained area and ironing over it for a few seconds, as long as you make sure not to fill the iron with water. Congratulations, you've achieved the same result without potentially burning your house down.
Yeah, I'll just
Let's switch from starting fires to preventing them. Take a look at the biggest fire hazard you probably didn't know about.
Oh boy.
That's a dryer vent, and the stuff falling from it is decades of lint buildup.
Yeah, that's a lot of lint.
As you use a dryer, hair and fibers from your clothes gradually build up inside your exhaust pipes. If you ever find your clothes not drying like they used to, It's probably because of this lint blocking your airflow.
Yeah.
Left unchecked, this can pose a serious fire risk because
Very
the dryer
serious.
will overheat and ignite it. Thankfully, people like our good Samaritan here have the tools to unclog these dangerous blockages. That long, flexible rod he's holding is plugged into a standard power drill and has a brush attached to the other end. When he starts the drill, the brush spins at high speed, dislodging all the trapped lint and letting the air flow freely again. But the battle against dust doesn't stop at your vents. Take a look at how much of the stuff was covering this cushion.
Damn, that's a lot. Oh boy.
The average home collects a staggering 40 pounds of dust every year. So watching it all spiral up into that vacuum is a thing of beauty. But sometimes, even the mightiest vacuum isn't enough, in which case it might be more useful to go for a steam clean instead. In minutes, this teddy looks good as new. While vacuums can effectively remove loose dirt and dust, a steam cleaner uses hot pressurized vapor to loosen stains while killing an impressive 99.9% of bacteria and mold.
Yep.
If you don't believe in the value of a good steam clean, then have a look at this Pikachu who seems to be loving his full. Dirt,
They take up a
however,
lot of
refuses
space.
to give up without a fight. Take this shag rug. It's gonna take more than a steam and vacuum to clean that. Luckily, the team at Advanced Cleaning Systems in Atlanta are up to the challenge.
Oh boy.
Look at that mud tsunami. The key to getting out all that filth is using this strange doohickey first. It's called a counter-rotating brush machine and features two brushes that spin in opposite directions. After applying cleaning products to the rug, you roll the machine over it, agitating the carpet fibers and detaching any stains and muck from them. Afterwards, all that soiled material will glide off with only the slightest pressure. Beautiful. Seriously. Look at what it can do on this horrific rug that's been stained with an unholy amount of dog pee.
Ooh.
%10 of the total electricity in the US. However, dirt collected on spinning blades can cut turbines' efficiency almost in half. That means
I thought they
someone's
can do
gotta
more
go
than
up there
half in
and give
terms
them
of
a good
damage.
scrub every once in a while. But as more and more wind turbines are built, there are worries that finding enough daredevils willing to take the risk is going to become too difficult. Because of this, some companies have started using drones fitted with water jets as an effective alternative. Here's one
drones.
de-icing the blades. Pretty crazy, right? And as drones have become more common, we've seen them incorporated into all kinds of new cleaning projects. Whether it's cleaning windows in Switzerland or art installations in Dubai, these drones could soon be buzzing around wind turbines like flies on, well, you can guess. Not that they're only used by big businesses. Oh no, if you've got the money, you can get them to polish up your own roof for you.
Okay. Cleaning the solar panels? Sure.
The thing is, blasting solar panels with too much pressure can damage their protective layer.
Yeah, you
Whoever's
gotta be
controlling
careful.
this drone, though, knows what they're doing. The water pressure's just right for it to disperse across each panel and clean without risk. That's some A+ technique right there. If we're talking entire solar farms, though, drones don't quite cut it. Instead,
Is this just the roof
This
steam cleaner?
diesel-powered pressure cleaner plugs straight into the water supply and uses pressurized hot water combined with a number of tough brushes to blast away moss and other grime. I can't lie, this doesn't look like the safest device though. Haphazardly dragging something heavy up a slanted wet roof? No thanks. That said, it does cut through all that muck in a very satisfying fashion. Talking of satisfying, here's someone cleaning their gutters in record time.
Pressure washer to clean it, yep.
He's using a pressure washer, and these absolute bad boys can throw out up to 4,000 pounds per square inch of pressure. That's enough to break a human bone. In the hands of a professional, however, they're more likely to clean up golf courses. Is actually using something I wouldn't recommend. Metal objects like pens or needles can cause short circuits or scratches.
Yeah.
What's more, studies have shown that cell phones have 10 times more bacteria than most toilet seats. Considering most of us scroll while taking a squat, I can't say that I'm surprised. Because of this, some recommend cleaning your phone daily with alcohol-based wipes to avoid coming into contact with harmful bacteria like E. coli. Well, I'm unsure I've ever cleaned my phone. Oops. But it's not as if your phone is the only everyday place dust and grime can accumulate. If you've got a nervous disposition, I'd recommend looking away now.
Ah, yes, the keyboard. Honestly, that kind of keyboard isn't worth cleaning. The amount of work and effort for like a crappy cheap membrane keyboard, I would have just bought a new keyboard and thrown that one in the trash. Like, for like a cheap ass membrane keyboard. drive that thing around.
While some football fields have permanent paint markings, for those like SoFi Stadium in California, the paint has to be washed off and redone every week to accommodate different events. But what is that thing doing exactly? Well, it's called a P-Rex, not to be confused with the prehistoric monsters. Before a game, water-soluble paint is used on the field so it can be easily wiped off. Then, when it's time, someone drives the P-Rex around, spraying a paint-removing solution to the turf. As this is sprayed, the brushes spin around and agitate it, breaking the paint from the turf. Finally, water is sprayed onto and it's all vacuumed up. After it's been fully cleaned and they've cleared the field of any objects, they can start painting on the new layer. Balls into those baskets all day. Built to collect over 5,000 balls, it uses the multi-flex discs, which are perfectly sized to grab the balls and throw them into the baskets. These efficient machines can make quick work of even the busiest driving range, all while the driver sits back, safe from the constant onslaught of flying projectiles. But life wasn't always so easy for the humble golf ball picker. Around a century ago, people had to wear these wire cages as their only protection against inconsiderate golfers. He looks like a really lame Doctor Who villain. Let's switch from the driving range to the shooting range. The most dangerous thing there is all the flying bullets, right? Wrong. It's actually this stuff.
Oh boy.
What you're looking at is a truly staggering pile of lead. See, when you fire a gun, it's not just the bullet that shoots out. Microscopic lead particles explode from the chamber too, and these build up over time until you get to this startling stage.
Yeah, it's not good.
I say startling because this stuff is seriously toxic. Breathing lead fragments has been shown to damage just about every organ you have. That's why these cleaners are covered from head to toe in protective gear while containing and prepping it to be taken to a waste disposal site. Well, everyone except for our hoodie-wearing friend here. Presumably, he didn't get the memo. Clue. The people that own the house smoked in it.
Oh boy.
It's the concentrated residue from years of smoke buildup. Ugh. Aside from being a horrible eyesore, these yellow marks are actually a chemical compound of nicotine, tar, heavy metals, and other toxic chemicals. In short, it's not the kind of stuff you want clinging to your walls.
Yeah.
Leaving these stains worsens the room's air quality and can even harm the lungs of small children. Fortunately, it's also super easy to clean, using a simple combo of water and dish soap. Years of oily smoke can be washed away in seconds. Along with removing any lingering odors, wiping the walls and ceiling removes all those harmful chemicals and prevents any long-term discoloration. So it doesn't look like the walls of a public bathroom. You know the old saying, work smarter, not harder. Well, this train station cleaner in Turkey seems to have taken those words to heart.
That's one way. Start from the top and have it go all the way down.
Wow, that's a lot of stairs. A less experienced cleaner might have spent hours painstakingly washing every step. This genius, however, decides to let gravity do all the work for him in an incredibly satisfying fashion. Meanwhile, all the way at the bottom are a couple of cleaners ready to catch all that from hell. What better way is there to show your respect for those who've passed on than by giving their gravestones a much-needed makeover?
Alright, just cleaning the gravestone. Cool.
Talk about a gravestone glow up. Done by TikTok user Grave Cleaning Cat Lady, she shows what a massive difference a person can make in a matter of minutes. But it's not as simple as walking to your nearest cemetery and scraping at some old headstones. For one, you might get arrested. Secondly, metal scrapers and brushes should be avidly avoided. Old headstones often become softer over the years, so metal tools can risk damaging the stone.
Yep.
Water, a plastic scraper, and a soft brush is really all you need. Alright, we've seen just about every kind of cleaning method a person can do. But how about one tinged with a little bit of danger?
Oh. They're cleaning pylons, or power lines and stuff, with pressurized
I
water.
might not be a
Yep.
scientist, but I know that water and electricity don't usually mix well. Yet, live line washing is a common technique for maintaining high voltage power lines while they're still turned on.
Yep.
See, power lines need to be regularly cleaned to remove accumulating dirt, and it's too impractical to turn them off every time to do so. It's super important because if the dirt is allowed to build up, it can spark what's called a flashover. This is where contaminants are ignited, releasing flammable gases and triggering unintended and highly dangerous electric discharges. The trick to cleaning these lines without getting a face full of electricity is using deionized water, which has been treated to remove all impurities. That's because water itself is a very poor conductor of electricity. It's the ions and contaminants in it that make it so conductive. So without them, electricity has a hard time traveling up the stream and hitting the cleaner. The cleaners also wear protective equipment, but even with this extra precaution, line workers still have a fatality rate a sobering 400% higher than the norm. In response to this, companies have started using drones for cleaning and removing obstructions instead, as you saw earlier in the video. But they've even started giving them some serious fire. Otherwise, we might be in serious trouble. Now think about this. What do you do when you're on public transport, cleaning
How many
your
more
house,
is
or you
left?
generally
God
just
damn, this
can't
is
stare at
long.
a screen? Do you still want to learn amazing facts and have your mind blown? Well, I've got the solution. Be Amazed is now available in podcast form. Look up Be Amazed on all major podcast platforms.
Okay, it's done. Let me pull up Snowbreak again, so we can just double check before we go. Because I need to get some sleep too, it's been 7 hours as well. Is there anything else I need this patch? Right, all the event stuff is closed, except for this thingy. Right, Splash Roulette we don't need to worry about because they're just gonna give us the stuff there. And while we were doing the other reacts earlier, we did get the, fishing one done. Wait, which one is that one? Right, fishing one, fishing cup. Yeah, I got the 32K score required. And we got that done. So I don't need to worry about that. Damn, look at all these people who like no life the fishing event, man. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else I need to get done. Or I'll just quickly spend a little bit more stamina in here. Moving Clueless Aware. Right, we got that stuff done. Oh wait, I need to grab that.
Another happy customer.
Right, everything else there. That stuff handled. Personal file done. Right, got the dailies done, so we should be good. Right, up until the next patch in the, what, 3 days or something? Then we pull the next character, which is what, Anya again? And we should have enough resources for that too. But yeah, I think though we'll just end it here. I didn't even get to do the Sonic Unleashed thing. But like, the React stuff took a while. We at least went through them, but I think there's still one more or something. But yeah, we'll just do it tomorrow or something. And maybe play a Sonic Unleashed tomorrow, or either that or Tuesday or something. Because we do have the recompiled mod thing. And I do want to play through it at some point, because I've been wanting to play it for like years. And now it's actually a thing that I can play on my computer. But yeah. As usual though, guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time though. I'm gonna get some sleep though, right? It's 6:40 in the morning. I need to get some sleep. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.